In a dimly lit chamber, a young man lay upon a bed, his brow furrowed and his complexion pale, beads of perspiration continually emerging from his forehead. Ah! Suddenly, the young man gasped, bolting upright. He panted heavily, then froze, his entire being immobilized. Am I still alive? Lisi extended his hands, a sense of disbelief washing over him. He distinctly recalled being crushed by a vehicle, his head propelled several meters away. The reason he knew his head had flown such a distance was that he retained consciousness even as it happened. Something is amiss. He scrutinized his hands. The fingers were slender and delicate, entirely unlike the suntanned hands he had acquired through years of part-time work. In a flurry, Lisi leapt from the bed, eager to locate a mirror, yet after a fruitless search, he found none. Just then, he heard the gentle patter of rain outside and opened the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of his reflection in a puddle. Upon stepping outside, a rich, earthy scent enveloped him, and the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The architecture was distinctly ancient, entirely devoid of the modern structures he was accustomed to. Passers-by hurried along the streets, garbed in traditional long robes. Lisi stood in shock for a moment before glancing around, noting the absence of surveillance cameras and film crews. Have I traversed time? He lowered his gaze to the puddle, where a reflection stared back that was utterly foreign to him, confirming his rebirth in another realm. Whereas he had once possessed unremarkable features, his skin darkened from incessant exposure to the sun while distributing flyers, he now bore the countenance of a refined young gentleman that if one were to discern a notable trait, it would be his almost feminine allure. With sword-like brows and almond-shaped eyes, his features were undeniably exquisite. Lisi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, grappling with the reality of his own death and the absurdity of becoming someone he would have never encountered in his former life. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, exacerbating his disorientation. He leaned against the doorframe for support. This sensation of vertigo persisted for several minutes, as the memories of the original owner of this body elucidated the nature of this world. In this realm, there were no computers, no mobile devices, no electric lights, and no steam engines. It was a society entirely reminiscent of ancient times. This dynasty was known as Wei, with the royal family bearing the surname Yin. None of the historical dynasties from Earth matched this one, that if there was any distinction to be found, it was that this world possessed a certain eeriness. Lisi understood this peculiar nature because everything around him mirrored a mobile game he had once played. That game had mysteriously appeared on his phone, and he had casually tried it out, grasping a general overview based on folklore. His demise was also intrinsically linked to this game, for he had been waiting at a traffic light when a speeding car careened toward him. Had he not been engrossed in that game at that moment, he would have surely evaded the impending disaster. Instead, he had succumbed to the collision, his life extinguished. LIC never anticipated that after his demise, he would be transported into the realm of this game. It is essential to note that in the real world, no demons or monsters exist, however. In this game world, such entities are undeniably real. Furthermore, he has come to realize that he embodies the character he once contraled, a scholar born in Fengmen County who, after losing his parents, devoted himself to the pursuit of knowledge and preparation for the imperial examination. His reputation was commendable. He often provided enlightenment to the children of impoverished families in the vicinity. This character was precisely who he was controlling at the moment before a tragic accident claimed his life, as he guided the original host to a secluded temple to offer incense. Upon arriving at the temple, he encountered a ghost, and it was then that he met his untimely end beneath the wheels of a vehicle. LIC shook his head, reflecting on the recent memories of this body. It turned out that after encountering the ghost at the temple, the original host was pursued for nearly 10 miles until he reached the county town, where the ghost dared not enter, thus vanishing. The original host, having been frightened by the ghost, fell gravely ill and subsequently perished, paving the way for Li's arrival in this world. At the very least, I have been granted a second chance at life. This is my fortune. With the knowledge I possess from my previous existence, how could I possibly fare worse in this world than I did before? Lisi resolved to embrace his new life, recognizing it as a divine blessing, and felt no inclination to lament. As for the original host, he harbored feelings of guilt, realizing that he had inadvertently caused such a fate, mistaking it for mere gameplay. I shall ensure that you live well from now on, he vowed, burdened by remorse. However, the demise of the original host seemed preordained, as Lisi had begun his journey while the original host was already en route to the temple. In truth, there were similarities between them. Both had faced abandonment, by his parents and the original host through the sudden death of his. Contemplating the cause of the original host's parents' demise, Li Si found himself unable to recall, and upon deeper reflection, he experienced a piercing pain in his mind, akin to a wooden rod violently stirring within his skull. This agony nearly caused him to collapse. Suddenly, the laughter of children in the distance interrupted Li Si's thoughts, and the pain dissipated. It was revealed that the rain had ceased, and a group of children emerged from an alleyway. Oh no! A young boy accidentally collided with another child who was standing by the roadside. He fell to the ground, the rainwater mingling with mud splattering all over him. Disheartened by the state of his clothes, the boy spat out a mouthful of muddy water and burst into tears. Seeing him fall, his companions surrounded the child who had been standing by the road. "You wretched scoundrel! Can't you watch where you're going? You knocked down my little brother!" exclaimed a chubby boy who approached and shoved the other child. I see recognized this boy as Yuhu, the son of a local butcher whose family business had flourished in recent years, making their pork shop the go-to place in the county. As Yuhu pushed the child, the latter stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the shove, which nearly caused Yuhu to lose his balance. "Hey, you dare to evade!" Yuhu's cheeks flushed with indignation as he lunged toward the child with the ferocity of a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. However, the child was remarkably agile, weaving through the other children like an eel, evading capture by Yuhu. This child, whom Li Si had never encountered before, must have been from a nearby neighborhood, drawn here to play. Yuhu, being somewhat overweight, found himself panting after only a few attempts to catch the elusive boy. Frustrated, he shouted at his companions, "What are you all standing around for? Go and catch him!" Initially, the other children hesitated, believing that an unknown confrontation would be fairer, and thus refrained from joining Yuhu. But upon hearing his call, they quickly disregarded their reservations and surrounded the fleeing boy. "Stop!" Li Si furrowed his brow and called out loudly upon witnessing the scene. The group of children halted at the sound of his voice, looking at him with respect and addressing him as Mr. Li. The original owner of this body had achieved the status of a scholar, earning him the respect of these children. In this society, such a title held considerable weight. Ordinary folk would refer to Li Si as Master Li, while this rowdy bunch of children, having occasionally received his guidance, respectfully called him Mr. Li. Seeing the children cease their actions, Li Si nodded to himself. Though they were mostly from impoverished backgrounds, they had grasped the importance of respecting their elders through his teachings. "Disperse now, Yuhu. Take the Wong boy home quickly, lest he catch a chill," Li Si instructed as he approached the group. "Sir?" Yuhu exclaimed, his irritation bubbling to the surface. Li Si raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "Do you wish to engage in a brawl before me? Shall I reward you for your efforts? Of course not." Yuhu stammered, suddenly feeling sheepish. He gathered the still-grounded child and led the group away. Once the children had distanced themselves, Li Si approached the solitary boy. Dressed in plain clothing, the boy wore a somewhat vacant expression. As he gazed at Li Si, a hint of smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, only to vanish swiftly, creating an unsettling impression. However, due to the original owner's nearsightedness, Li Si could not discern the details clearly. Observing the delicate features of the boy, Li Si lifted the hem of his long robe and knelt down, softly inquiring, "Where are your guardians? Why are you here alone?" The little boy tilted his head, as if amused by something particularly interesting, and broke into a broad grin. He appeared no different from an ordinary child, yet his smile grew wider, accompanied by a sickening sound as his neck seemed to tear open, revealing bone and flesh within. Li Si was momentarily stunned, a chilling sensation coursing from his spine to his mind. At that moment, he felt as if his hair stood on end. He had never imagined himself to be so unfortunate, having just been reborn without a chance to fully absorb the wonders of this world. And now, he had encountered a ghost on his very first outing that he recalled that the Wong boy had fallen forward rather than backward, as one would typically do when colliding with someone. That child, too, hailed from a family of modest, means it was unlikely he would cry so easily. Surely, he must have realized he had encountered something supernatural, which explained his frantic cries. At this moment, Li Si experienced a surge of adrenaline. Suddenly, grasping the entire situation with clarity, these thoughts emerged in an instant, barely taking a few seconds to form. His expression turned grave as he admonished the young boy. "Hurry home. Don't keep your parents worried." After saying this, he firmly pressed his trembling legs down and stood up, turning to the left to head towards his dwelling. Yet, those few steps felt like an eternity, his heart racing to his throat. He could distinctly feel the boy behind him, watching and smiling, trailing closely in his wake. Heavenly Father, after living for over 20 years, he had truly encountered a ghost today. Suddenly, a sharp tap on his right shoulder halted him in his tracks. He turned his head slightly to the right, his eyes darting downward, and there it was, a severed head resting on his shoulder, its pitch-black eyes locking with his. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across his skin. You have encountered a low-level ghost, the Headless Ghost. Would you like to sign a contract? Abruptly, information flooded into his mind, and Lee C. froze, recollecting a game he had played before his demise. Did that mean he still possessed the abilities of a player? Contracting ghosts, purchasing items, enhancing ghostly entities that L.I.C. opened his mouth to express his intent to sign the contract, only to find himself utterly immobilized. He attempted to speak, but his lips refused to move, as if they were no longer his own. Fear consumed him as he desperately shouted in his mind, "Contract. I want to sign the contract. Quickly, you fool. Signing the contract with this ghost requires 20 soul points. Your current soul points are 0. Contract cannot be signed." The information was devoid of emotion, chillingly mechanical. Lisa's face drained of color, despair washing over him as he watched the ghostly head grin widely, its long, slimy tongue slowly descending onto his neck, beginning to coil around him. The dampness of the tongue sent shivers down his spine. In frustration, he cursed the game for its soul point system. Why was it necessary to impose such a requirement? Where could he possibly find any soul points now? Was he expected to slay this headless ghost with love, then use those soul points to sign a contract? His mind was muddled, thoughts swirling chaotically. Would you like to exchange 20 years of your lifespan for 20 soul points? Yes. 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 Quickly, let me sign the contract. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lee C. cast aside his chaotic thoughts and shouted with joy in his mind. Contract successfully signed. You have exchanged 20 years of your lifespan for 20 soul points. Your remaining lifespan is now 5 years, 2 months, and 15 days. Soul points, 0. Lee C., now slumped on the ground, disregarding the filthy mud beneath him, burst into laughter he feared being overheard by the nearby neighbors, thus covering his mouth with his hands and stifling his laughter, though tears began to stream down his cheeks as he chuckled. The twists and turns of that ordeal nearly brought him to his demise. He harbored no fondness for this world, yet there was no turning back. He could never return to the one safe existence he had known. Fortunately, all the residents of the alley had already returned home, otherwise they would have surely regarded the amiable Mr. Lee as a madman. Bang, 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 bang. Before long, the distant sound of a night watchman's bell echoed, accompanied by a voice announcing, "The weather is dry, beware of fire." Lee C. hastily scrambled to his feet and dashed into the house, his disheveled appearance resembling that of a jester. Once inside, he staggered into the backyard, stripped himself of his soiled garments, and used the clean water from a ceramic jar to wash away the mud from his body. Subsequently, he slipped beneath the covers, lying bare as he fixed his gaze on the boy standing at the door, Headless Ghost. Ghost classification, low-level spirit. Abilities, ghostly light, invisibility, long tongue. Current status, contracted. Current soul strength, 20. Ignoring the headless ghost that stared at him from the doorway, Lee C. summoned in his mind. Opened the shop, he recalled the existence of a shop within the game and sought to ascertain whether it was accessible now. If it were, his chances of surviving in this world would significantly increase. If not, he might need to contemplate a tragic end, for survival here would undoubtedly be grim. Fortunately, his hopes were not in vain. 9 items materialized in his mind. Point 1. Flame Peachwood Sword. Crafted from the heartwood of a Ninethasandia-year-old peach tree. This sword can slay spirits with the fiery essence it has absorbed over millennia. Redemption price, 3,000 soul points. 2. Bagua Purple Sun Mirror. Capable of absorbing the sun's energy to nurture spirits. It can also convert absorbed energy into purple flames to incinerate them. Redemption price, 1,500 soul points. 3. 1 year of life. Redeeming this item grants an additional year of life. Redemption price, 200 points. 4. Spirit Enhancement Liquid. A liquid composed of pure soul energy that, when consumed by spirits, increases their soul strength by 10 points. Redemption price, 12 points. 5. Xuangu Record. A technique inspired by the Xingui, allowing movements to be executed both swiftly and slowly, striking fast against slow and vice versa. Redemption price, 85 points. Special price, 3 points. 6. Bagua Mirror. An ordinary Bagua mirror that reveals the true form of low-level spirits. Redemption price, 18 soul point special price, 1 point. 7. Long sword. The treasured sword of the ancient swordsman Luo Yichio, a rare artifact in this world. Redemption price, 13 soul point special price, 1 point. 8. Amulet. An amulet inscribed with an unknown red liquid, preventing harm from spirits below a higher grade. It becomes ineffective after 30 days of wear. Redemption price, 60 points special price, 2 points. 9. Low-level death jade. A jade imbued with resentment, serving as a vessel for spirits. Spirits residing within the jade will gradually grow stronger over time. Redemption price, 30 points special price, 1 point. The next refresh time for goods, 14 days, 22 hours, 56 minutes, and 16 seconds. Note, discounted items will only appear for the first time. There will be no further occurrences. Li Si felt a surge of mixed emotions upon seeing the price for exchanging lifespan. The system's greed was truly staggering. Yet, thankfully, there was a function to exchange lifespan for soul points, otherwise, he would have already met his demise. At the same time, he felt somewhat exasperated. The original owner of this body appeared to be just in his early 20s. Yet he had only 25 years left to live. Truly a short-lived soul. Now, the more pressing concern was that he was left with only 5 years of life. Shaking his head, Li Si scanned the items he could not afford and focused his gaze on the 5 discounted items within his reach. He felt a sense of relief at the existence of discounted goods. Without them, he would be unable to purchase anything at all. Of course, even if he could afford them now, payment would still require the exchange of his lifespan. With this thought, he clenched his teeth and declared in his mind, exchange 4 years of lifespan to purchase a protective talisman, the Death Jade, and the Bagua Mirror. As for why he did not choose the Long Sword or the Xiangui record, it was simply because his remaining lifespan was too limited, necessitating a focus on the essentials. The protective talisman was vital for ensuring his safety in this bizarre and treacherous world. The Death Jade, which could carry the headless ghost and strengthen it, was also urgently needed, allowing him to summon the ghost for assistance at any moment. As for the Bagua Mirror, it was indispensable. With his mortal eyes, he could not discern between human and demon. Without this tool, the talisman would be of little use. No sooner had his thoughts concluded than a triangular talisman and a mottled ink jade materialized in the palm of his left hand, while a palm-sized Bagua Mirror appeared in his right hand. Purchase successful. Your current lifespan is 1 year, 2 months, and 15 days soul points. 0. Li Si exhaled deeply and sat up from the bed. He directed the Bagua Mirror towards the headless ghost while gazing into the mirror himself. To his astonishment, he saw a pale face behind his forehead, with a pair of pitch-black eyes, stained with blood and tears, fixated on him. A chill raced from his tailbone up to his forehead. Stiffly, he turned to look behind him and discovered that the headless ghost had somehow appeared by his side, observing the Bagua Mirror with a curious expression. What an inquisitive child, Li Si remarked with a wry smile, feeling he had narrowly escaped a grim fate. Enter. Producing the Death Jade, Li Si commanded the headless ghost. Upon hearing his command, the ghost transformed into a distorted shadow and entered the Death Jade. I Si gazed at the Death Jade, where a small figure, about 1 meter tall, became encapsulated within the jade pendant, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. If Newton were to know, the coffin lid would surely not hold. Curiosity piqued, he examined the ink jade closely. It appeared somewhat rough, with a rich, dark hue within. Suddenly, the inky darkness within stirred, causing Li Si to feel a twinge of confusion. He held the ink jade up to the moonlight outside, seeking to discern what lay within. The dark essence within the jade gradually coalesced, forming a pale visage that gazed at him impassively. It was none other than the headless ghost. Li Si chuckled softly, realizing that he had developed a certain resilience to such terrifying occurrences. He descended from his bed and retrieved a small cloth pouch from the cabinet. With a string, he secured the protection talisman alongside the ink jade, suspending it around his neck for safekeeping. Seated on the edge of his bed, Li Si gazed out at the nocturnal landscape, uncertain of what to do at this hour. Typically, in moments of idleness, he would engage with his mobile device. As he stared blankly out the window, he pondered whether a ghostly figure might appear at the glass. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. On Earth, such musings would merely serve to frighten oneself, for he was well aware that spirits could not manifest. Yet in this realm, the possibility of a ghost observing him from outside the window seemed all too real. With this thought, he dared not linger on it any longer, retreating beneath the covers and enveloping himself tightly within the quilt. Hours passed, and still, Sleep eluded him, an unsettling discomfort pervaded his rest. Li Si felt parched and yearned to rise, yet fear of the unknown lingered in the air outside. Drip! A droplet of water fell from the ceiling, landing softly on Li Si's cheek. He touched it with his fingertip and brought it to his nose, detecting no unpleasant odor, likely a leak from the roof. After licking his finger, he caught a few more droplets. Feeling the dryness in his mouth begin to subside, he shifted slightly, contemplating the need to repair the roof in the days to come. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. The crowing of a rooster. Li Si awoke, groggily reaching out to his side in search of his mobile phone, only to grasp at emptiness. Startled, he bolted upright, taking in his surroundings and realizing he was in an old house. It dawned on him that he was no longer on Earth. Noticing the lingering twilight outside, he reclined once more, hoping to steal a few more moments of rest. However, tossing and turning proved futile. Gurgle! A prolonged sound emanated from Li Si's stomach. Resigned, he rose from his bed and ventured to the courtyard, where he picked up a porcelain bowl and a willow branch to rinse his mouth. In this era, it had become customary to use willow branches for oral hygiene, while those with better means employed green salt as toothpaste. After rinsing, Li Si extracted a handful of copper coins from beneath his bedding and stepped outside. He observed farmers making their way to the market, their voices carrying through the tranquil morning air from a distance. As he walked along the path, acquaintances greeted him respectfully, calling out, "Li Xianggong." He acknowledged them with a courteous nod. The original owner was indeed a remarkable individual. Far from the rigid stereotype one might imagine, he treated his neighbors with great kindness and occasionally offered lessons to the local children, enlightening their minds, though he never accepted payment, only the occasional gift of produce. Had it not been for the impending local examinations that troubled his mind, he would not have sought solace at that dilapidated temple. Li Si finally arrived at a modest eatery just a few hundred meters from his home, a breakfast establishment renowned for its tofu pudding. "Uncle Joe, I would like a bowl of tofu pudding without cilantro," Li Si said as he entered the shop and took a seat at a table, addressing the bustling middle-aged man behind the counter. "Certainly," the man replied, skillfully ladling from a wooden barrel into a bowl, precisely measuring the portion. He then added a rich, dark sauce from another container, finishing it off with a sprinkle of peanuts and chopped scallions before delivering it to Li Si. As the middle-aged man placed the tofu pudding before Li Si, he expressed concern, asking, "Mr. Li, how is your health these days?" Li Si, familiar with the owner from his frequent visits, was cautious not to reveal too much lest he betray the original owner's secret. He replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine, much better." Hearing this, the man smiled with relief and then, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "That Dr. Zhang claimed you were on the brink of death. It seems even his family's 3 generations of expertise can falter at times." Li Si felt a twinge of exasperation. He hadn't anticipated that the doctor treating the original owner would spread such rumors. Crafting an excuse, he said, "There was a moment when I truly believed my end was near, but it appears I am rather resilient." "Huh. I always said that Mr. Li is favored by the heavens. I foresee that you will turn misfortune into fortune, and this autumn's examinations will surely see your name on the list of successful candidates. This bowl of tofu pudding is on the house, a celebration of your recovery." The middle-aged man chuckled before hurrying off to attend to another call for service. Once the man had distanced himself, Li Si quietly savored his tofu pudding. The texture and flavor were distinct from what he had known in his past life. The salt was coarse, and there was little oil. Yet he approached the meal with a newfound seriousness, reflecting on how long it had been since he had eaten breakfast with such focus that, in the past, he had often indulged in his phone while eating. Now, as he savored the smooth tofu, a sense of comfort enveloped him. Perhaps it was the sensation of food gliding down his throat that reminded him of the essence of being truly alive. "Have you heard? The Zhang family is haunted. Over a dozen people have perished." A voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. "Have you heard? The Zhang family is haunted. Over a dozen lives have been lost." A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Indeed, how could one not have heard? This incident has stirred a considerable uproar. According to my cousin, who serves as a guard at the Zhang residence, the authorities have intervened, dispatching several officers to the Zhang household a few days ago. However, after a few fatalities, the officials seem disinclined to pursue the matter further. I have also heard whispers that within the Zhang estate, it is said that whoever can subdue the malevolent spirit will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. We should hasten to try our luck. If we succeed, we need not worry for the rest of our lives. Huh. Do you know that several others harbored the same idea? Yet now, grass has begun to grow over their graves. Li Si, seated at a nearby table, remained silent, contemplating the perilous nature of this world. The haunting he had never encountered in his previous life had seemingly become commonplace. He pondered that this specter might become his first source of spiritual value. However, he resolved to delay his pursuit for a few more days until he could restore his health. His current state was indeed feeble. After merely walking a few hundred steps, he found himself breathless. No wonder he could see ghosts. As Li Si contemplated, he finished a bowl of tofu pudding, placing 5 copper coins beneath the bowl before stepping out. Although the proprietor had stated he would not take his money, he felt compelled to offer it nonetheless. He then made his way to the market, intending to purchase some good vegetables to soothe his nerves. Upon entering the marketplace, he noticed a crowd gathered. Curiosity piqued. He approached, and the onlookers parted to make way for him, advising those beside them to do the same. Grateful for their courtesy, Li Si smiled and inclined his head in thanks. The prestige accumulated by the original owner still afforded him considerable advantages. As he drew nearer, he discerned a striking young woman clad in white mourning attire, kneeling in the street beside a body draped in a white cloth. "The drought in Jingning County has been severe," she lamented. "My father and I could not survive there, and we came to Fengmen County seeking refuge with relatives, only to discover they had long since vacated the town. My father fell gravely ill, and we exhausted all our savings." As she spoke, her voice broke into sobs, her weeping a poignant sight. The young woman's plight was heart-wrenching. Having lost her mother at a young age, she had relied solely on her father, who had now passed away. She implored any kind-hearted soul to give her father a proper burial, expressing her willingness to serve as a maid or laborer in gratitude. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet none stepped forward. After all, those who had risen early were typically the struggling common folk, with little surplus to spare for another person. Nonetheless, a few young men were swayed by her appeal. These were bachelors who saw an opportunity to gain a beautiful wife, which would enhance their stature. Yet, the cost of a coffin alone would amount to over 10 taels, and what if the girl fled? Despite their reservations, some among them were eager to take the plunge. Li Si observed closely and noted that the woman claimed to be dependent on her father, living a life of hardship. However, her complexion was remarkably fair, and her countenance exuded a pure and delicate beauty, surpassing even his own. It was worth mentioning that the original owner had diligently studied classical texts at home every day, and due to his mother's hereditary traits, his skin was already more beautiful than that of the average woman. Yet this woman's skin was even more exquisite, which struck him as rather unusual. A sense of unease crept into Li Si's mind, and he feared that she might be a ghost or some supernatural being. He discreetly glanced through a boudoir mirror, and what he saw startled him profoundly. Reflected within the mirror was a white fox clad in mourning attire, using its paws to cover its face, weeping sorrowfully. Despite being a fox, its movements mimicked those of a human. As it wiped away its tears, it was, in truth, merely smearing the drool from its mouth. Could it be that this fox intended to infiltrate human society to devour people? Li Si gasped sharply. Yet he reassured himself with the presence of a protective talisman he carried, feeling emboldened against this fox spirit. He needed to devise a plan to address this peculiar situation. After a while, an idea seemed to strike him, and he suddenly bent over, clutching his belly, laughing heartily until tears threatened to spill from his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly amusing. Onlookers were bewildered by his laughter, uncertain about the cause of his mirth. One person inquired, "Why do you laugh?" "Sir Li," I recalled, "something exceedingly humorous," he chuckled, almost unable to contain himself, tears streaming down his face, his speech becoming somewhat labored. The onlookers grew even more perplexed, prompting the initial questioner to ask again, "What was it that you found so amusing, Sir Li?" "I dreamt last night of a fox in mourning attire, selling itself in the streets to bury its father," Li Si replied, wiping his tears and chuckling. "I have heard of monkeys wearing hats, but this is the first time I have seen a fox dressed in human clothing, which I find quite comical." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, understanding that Li Si was mocking someone. The woman, upon hearing his words, suddenly burst into a fit of tears, wailing, "I am but a frail woman, without kin. How can I endure such humiliation? How am I to live now?" The more she spoke, the more her cries intensified, evoking sympathy from those around her, some even casting angry glances at Li Si. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Li Si sighed inwardly and then inquired, "Could you tell us where your father sought medical treatment and which physician attended to him? Whom did you and your father depend upon, and what is their name? Where do you reside?" The striking woman's wailing abruptly ceased, and a look of panic crossed her face, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing this, the crowd quickly discerned the truth from the falsehood. A group of them stepped back, retreating a few paces. Li Si let out a scoff and remarked with a mocking tone, "With a demeanor like yours, your nose is not your own, your eyes are not your own. Do you truly believe that donning human skin makes you human? A beast remains a beast and is forever not human. A monster is born of a monster, and a person is born of a person. Look at yourself. Are you human or a monster? Do you even know what you are? By the way, what is your mother's surname?" As those around him beheld his outrageous demeanor, they were momentarily rendered speechless. They had never witnessed the typically refined and gentle Li Xiong Gong berating like a shrew. Concurrently, the enchanting woman, upon hearing Li Si's scathing remarks, was infuriated to the point of smoke emanating from her 7 orifices. With each insult hurled at her, she transformed further into a fox-like creature. Her once jet-black pupils morphed into blood-red slits, her cheeks elongated, her nose and mouth protruded, and finally, a magnificent white tail burst forth from her ceremonial garb. Ah, a fox! The crowd erupted in chaos, scattering in terror at the sight of such a monstrous being. The pristine white fox emerged from her attire, baring its teeth at Li Si, its visage grotesque and menacing, as if poised to feast upon him. "You have undone a century of my cultivation," the fox shrieked, its voice high-pitched and discordant, lacking the melodious clarity it possessed in its female form, now resembling the wail of an infant, rife with hysteria. "You shall perish," the fox howled, leaping towards Li Si with jaws aimed at his throat. Li Si's gaze sharpened as he took a step forward, ready to meet the assault with a punch. He had prepared for this moment when he exposed the fox, and he had no intention of retreating. Even without the protective talisman, he would not falter. In this bizarre world, retreat meant the loss of his soul points, leading only to a dead end. Regrettably, despite his determination to disregard life and death, his punch fell softly, lacking the force of even a woman on earth. At that moment, the fox's teeth grazed Li Si's flesh. His weak punch landed on the white fox, but it stirred not a ripple, the impact absorbed by the creature's lustrous fur. Yet, suddenly, the fox emitted a wretched cry. Blood erupted from its maw, splattering Li Si's face, while a gaping wound the size of his fist appeared where he struck, as if inflicted by some unimaginable force. The fox, now hoarsely lamenting, collapsed to the ground, mud splattering onto its pristine coat. However, displaying remarkable resolve, it quickly rose, enduring the pain, and dashed beneath the stalls, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Li Si touched the bag hanging from his chest, a look of regret crossing his features. Moments ago, he had hesitated to pursue the headless spirit due to the presence of onlookers. By the time he resolved to act, the fox had already disappeared. He silently lamented this lost opportunity, vowing to be more decisive next time. After all, the soul points he acquired were his alone. At that moment, Li Si turned his attention to the corpse on the ground, slowly lifting the white cloth. Beneath it lay the lifeless body of a middle-aged man, his upper body bare, with a pallid complexion and a gaunt visage. Upon seeing the corpse, Li Si felt a peculiar sense of curiosity. In his previous life, he had lived across from a crematorium, cultivating an interest in such matters and having conducted inquiries about them. The emaciated corpse displayed distinct livor mortis, indicating a death that had occurred over 4 to 6 hours prior. However, typically, within 6 hours of death, the internal organs begin to decompose, resulting in abdominal distension. In stark contrast, this particular body was sunken, revealing the ribcage. There were no visible perforations on the skin. If there had been, it could be understood that gases from decomposition had escaped. But upon closer inspection, Li Si discerned none. Contemplating briefly, he crouched down and touched the corpse with his right index finger. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into his consciousness. "You have encountered a low-level undead spirit. Would you like to establish a contract? This contract will cost 2 soul points." Li Si was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was not an ordinary corpse, but rather a zombie. Yet, he was perplexed as to why this zombie had not risen to attack him. It appeared indistinguishable from a genuine corpse. This thought led him to recall the recent encounter with the fox spirit, who lamented the destruction of her cultivation. He remembered having heard in a past life about the concept of demanding a mouth seal. This practice involved certain creatures, such as snakes, mice, hedgehogs, foxes, and weasels, who, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, would don hats and garments, presenting themselves in a human-like manner. They would approach passers-by, asking, "Do I look like a human? What do I resemble?" If one were to affirm their humanity, it would significantly advance their cultivation, albeit at a cost to the questioner's fate. Conversely, if one claimed they did not resemble a human, their cultivation would regress, leading to vengeful retribution that would disturb the peace of the questioner's household. Reflecting on his previous actions, Li Si had indeed mocked the fox's features, declaring them unhuman, causing the fox to lose its form. once its true nature was revealed. The nearby populace had cried out in alarm. It was no wonder the fox spirit seemed intent on exacting revenge upon him. Thus, it appeared that the rumors he had heard in his past life held true in this realm as well. Presumably, the zombie remained motionless due to the sunlight that had emerged. I shall not establish a contract, he concluded, as he currently possessed no soul points. Even sacrificing his lifespan would yield only 1 point. At that moment, as the onlookers witnessed the fox spirit's retreat and observed Li Si lost in contemplation before the corpse, they gathered around once more. I had suspected that woman was no virtuous being. Indeed, she is a spirit. Some cursed the fox. Li Si is truly a man of noble spirit, to have revealed the fox demon's true form. Others praised him. That woman was so beautiful. How could she be a mere fox spirit? Lamented another. The murmurs grew louder, causing Li Si a throbbing headache. He promptly stood and gestured for silence. And the crowd fell quiet. The fox spirit had fled, yet this corpse had been unearthed by her, disturbed by her energy, and could potentially rise again at any moment. Uncertain as to who might lend him a blade, he sought to dispel the malevolent aura surrounding the corpse. Upon hearing Li Si mention the possibility of the corpse rising again, he instinctively recoiled several paces, creating a conspicuous void around him. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with onlookers exchanging apprehensive glances. At length, a young man clad in casual attire could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, presenting a 3-foot-long machete with both hands. Please, sir, dispel the evil. Li Si, lacking any comprehension of malevolent energies or their dispelling, merely thought that severing the zombie's head would surely ensure its demise. His insistence on such matters seemed merely an act of pretentious profundity. Grasping the machete, Li Si contemplated whether to swipe his finger across the blade's edge, thereby enhancing his aura of mystique. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, fearing the risk of tetanus. Without further hesitation, he crouched down, lifting the machete high above the corpse's neck and swung downwards. The sound was akin to chopping into a wooden post, for his strength proved insufficient, and the blade became lodged within the corpse's neck. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes shot open, revealing a pair of dark red orbs that exuded ferocity, and it unleashed a terrifying roar akin to a wild beast's howl. Instantly, fear etched itself onto the faces of those surrounding him, prompting them to retreat a few more steps, poised to flee at a moment's notice. However, it was Li Si's presence that fortified their resolve. Otherwise, they would have vanished in an instant. Yet, for reasons unknown, the zombie remained utterly immobile, as if restrained by an unseen force, allowing Li Si's heart to ease slightly. It appeared that the zombie was indeed incapacitated under the sun's glare. Observing the creature's growls accompanied by its yellowed teeth, coated in a viscous black substance, Li Si felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly regurgitating the tofu pudding he had consumed earlier. Today, it is either you or I who shall perish. Though he had lived in an era of peace in his previous life, he could not afford to display any fear now. A fleeting flash of determination crossed his face as he stood tall, placing a foot upon the zombie's chest. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the machete free. Then, with a decisive swing, severed the roaring head from its body. Chapter 6. Exchanging spare change for firewood as the head of the howling creature tumbled to the ground. The cacophony abruptly ceased. A grotesque visage now confronted Li Si, its malevolent gaze fixed upon him. Slaying a lowly specter, he accrued 2 soul points. Li Si pondered momentarily, recalling earlier information indicating that the contract required 2 points, which coincided with his recent acquisition. This suggested that the soul points for the contract and those gained from vanquishing foes were indeed equivalent. The zombie he had dispatched was a feeble remnant of a recent deception, rendered weak and incomparable to the more formidable headless specters. Thus, even in his weakened state, he found himself capable of severing the zombie's head. At that moment, those who had witnessed the creature's earlier howling now gathered to observe Li Si decisively eliminate the zombie's head. Li Xiangong is truly remarkable. Indeed, impressive. I witnessed him effortlessly dispatch a fox demon with a single blow. He is truly a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess. Who would have thought Li Xiangong possessed such capabilities in exorcising malevolent spirits? It is evident that a scholar imbued with righteous spirit is impervious to demonic influences. Fortuitously, Li Xiangong has banished the fox demon and subdued the zombie. Otherwise, countless individuals would have faced misfortune. The crowd erupted in fervent discussions, rife with awe, fear, and admiration. As Li Si beheld the accolades directed towards him, he felt a flush of modesty. He thus interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of humility. Esteemed friends, while I have dispelled this malevolent zombie, it remains possible for it to revive. I propose we incinerate it today. Might someone assist me in this endeavor? No sooner had he spoken than the young man who had previously handed him the machete stepped forward, accompanied by several others. He bowed respectfully to Li Si and declared, "Leave this matter to us. We earn our living selling firewood and can conveniently utilize today as wood to incinerate the corpse." Li Si handed the machete to him and then retrieved a handful of copper coins from his sleeve, offering them to the young man. "This sum shall serve as compensation. Consider it the purchase price for the firewood. This is too generous. Your assistance in vanquishing malevolent spirits is already a tremendous favor. How could we accept payment for mere firewood?" The young man promptly declined the offer. Li Si insisted, placing the coins firmly in the young man's hands. Smiling as he said, "I am but one individual, and this amount is of little consequence to me. Yet, you have families to support. How could I allow you to toil for nothing? Should this sum prove insufficient, feel free to visit my home for more. That is more than enough. Thank you." The young man felt a profound sense of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Life in this world is fraught with hardships, and many struggle greatly for their daily sustenance. Meeting someone like Li Si, who empathizes with their plight, was a rare encounter. A true man need not adopt the demeanor of a delicate maiden. Li Si jested affectionately. He then addressed the gathered crowd. "I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. However, I wish to inform you all of an upcoming event. I will be teaching a class at my home this afternoon during the evening hour. Any children in need of enlightenment are welcome to join." Li Si found himself in a rather uneventful situation. While on Earth he could indulge in the luxuries of a smartphone, scroll through Weibo, or engage in gaming. Here there was a distinct lack of entertainment activities. As for the unique pastimes available in this realm, Li Si admitted he was not inclined towards them, primarily for the sake of his own safety. After all, what if Yuan Yang had a restraining effect on spirits? For instance, the belief that a boy's urine could ward off evil? Thus, in his spare time, he contemplated teaching the local children, indulging his desire to assume the role of a teacher. After receiving affirmation from the townsfolk, he turned to head home, realizing he was short on funds, which dashed his hopes for an additional meal today. However, he recalled the cured meat sent by Butcher Yu, which he could prepare to sustain himself. Lost in thought, he soon arrived home, reflecting on how this journey had, in fact, been advantageous. In his previous life, he had been an orphan raised in an orphanage. Although he had worked hard, often earning scholarships and juggling part-time jobs, he had never managed to accumulate savings, as all his funds had gone towards tuition. Now, however, he possessed a modest two-bedroom apartment with a sizable yard, marking him as part of the property-owning class. Furthermore, the original owner had left him with 100 taels of silver, given that one tael equated to 1,000 copper coins. And with the purchasing power of copper being half a yuan, those 100 taels amounted to approximately 50,000 yuan, an unexpected fortune for someone who had never held more than a few thousand in savings. Regrettably, the house had some leaks that required attention, but Li Si decided to address that matter tomorrow, as today was already quite busy and the sun shone brightly. With no signs of impending rain, he planned to engage in some morning exercises to strengthen his body, which felt rather frail. Upon returning home, he ventured into the backyard and removed his long robe, changing into lighter attire. After performing some stretching exercises, he began to jog around the yard. However, after just a few laps, he felt fatigued and switched to walking. Before long, he found himself unable to continue and sat on a stone step to rest. After a brief respite, he resumed running, alternating between jogging and walking, pausing frequently to recuperate. This cycle continued for nearly an hour until he could run no longer. Finally, he mustered the strength to perform some stretching exercises, massaging his scant muscles. Gazing at the sun, he noted that it was already midday. He made his way to the kitchen door, retrieved a piece of cured meat, and approached the large vat. Using a gourd ladle, he washed off the dust from the meat's surface before entering the kitchen, where he sliced the meat into thin pieces with a knife. He then arranged the slices on a plate, sprinkling a generous amount of finely ground chili powder over them. As he did so, he felt a sense of relief at the availability of chili peppers in this place. Without them, he couldn't fathom how he would cope in the days to come. It was worth noting that in his previous world, chili peppers had only been introduced during the late Ming dynasty, and prior to that, they had been entirely unavailable. Li Si then rinsed some rice, placing it in a dish before adding an appropriate amount of clean water. After rinsing the pot with water, he poured fresh water at the bottom and placed a strainer above it, subsequently laying the prepped rice and cured meat atop the strainer, covering the pot with a lid. Li Si retrieved some firewood from under the eaves at the kitchen entrance and carefully arranged a few pieces inside the stove, ensuring to leave some space for air circulation. He then used an axe to carve rough wooden strips from a piece of timber. Taking out a fire starter, he shook it a few times until a flicker of flame emerged. He directed the flame towards the roughened area of the wood, igniting it before placing it into the stove. Before long, the wood was ablaze. Having completed these tasks, Li Si settled onto the steps at the kitchen entrance. A profound sense of solitude enveloped him. He sighed, reflecting on his arrival in this world, where he had not a single person to converse with. The original owner of this existence was also a person who cherished reading the classics at home, lacking close friendships outside. Although he maintained a cordial relationship with the neighbors, there were no deep ties. Contemplating the act of reading, Li Si rose and made his way to a room opposite the bedroom, which had once been occupied by the original owner's parents. After their unfortunate demise, the original owner had transformed this space into a study. As he had not fully absorbed the memories of the original owner, it was essential to peruse the books and grasp the nuances of this world. Chapter 7. The eerie history. Upon entering the study, I was greeted by an abundance of natural light, which illuminated the room with clarity. This study, though modest in size, featured a long table adorned with a painting of bamboo rendered in ink. This artwork, crafted by the original owner, was not particularly remarkable. Yet the resilience of the bamboo was subtly conveyed through a few deft strokes. Behind the long table stood a row of bookshelves, housing approximately 40 to 50 volumes, predominantly comprising the ancient texts known as the 4 books and 5 classics, along with collections of poetry and commentaries favored by scholars, as well as a few historical texts and miscellaneous works. The original owner typically engaged with the 4 books and 5 classics, paying scant attention to history. Li Si's purpose for visiting this place was to peruse the historical books and discern whether the structure of this world bore any resemblance to that of the real world. After all, many aspects mirrored the ancient world he was familiar with, such as the use of Chinese characters and the continued existence of the imperial examination system, not to mention that the populace was predominantly of the yellow race. Thus, Li Si surmised that this world must be intricately linked to the real one. He selected several historical texts and seated himself at the desk, swiftly flipping through their pages. He did not seek to uncover specific historical events. Rather, he aimed to locate the dynasties he wished to see. He vaguely remembered a poem that encapsulated the dynasties, and all he needed was to identify those eras, from Tang, Yao, Yu, Shun, to Xia, Shang, and Zhou, the spring and autumn and warring states in turmoil flow. The Qin, Han, 3 kingdoms, and Jin unified the land, while the southern and northern dynasties took their stand. The Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms in sight. The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, emperors of might. However, upon rapidly concluding his review of the historical texts, Li Si despaired at the realization that the history recorded here was fundamentally different from that of the real world. The narrative began with a nation known as the 9 provinces, which ruled this world for a staggering 429 years. During this protracted era, the social classes had become entrenched, and the populace suffered immensely under the exploitation and subjugation by the upper echelons. Finally, in the 429th year of the 9 provinces' reign, widespread peasant uprisings erupted, culminating in the overthrow of the original regime. Subsequently, the land endured 278 years of turmoil before stability was restored, leading to a configuration of 12 contending kingdoms. This equilibrium persisted for 329 years. In the 607th year following the fall of the 9 provinces, the kingdoms of Wei and Yao rapidly consumed the remaining 10 kingdoms within 5 years, each seizing dominion over 5 territories and establishing a bifurcated power dynamic. Now, it had been 175 years since the annihilation of the 10 kingdoms. What struck Li Si as peculiar was the strange state of rivalry between these 2 nations. Despite ongoing minor conflicts, no significant warfare had transpired, and a tenuous peace prevailed. Incredible, Li Si murmured to himself. Though what astounded him even more was the fact that the 9 provinces had maintained dominion over this world for over 2 millennia, a notion he found utterly astonishing. It is worth noting that on Earth, the longest-lasting feudal dynasty in ancient China, the Zhou dynasty, endured for a mere 800 years, and the last 3 centuries of its reign could hardly be considered robust. Few dynasties exceeded 3 centuries, making the 9 provinces' unprecedented rule of over 2,000 years utterly abnormal. Unless this nation is entirely free from food scarcity and devoid of natural or man-made disasters, such a scenario is utterly implausible. From the memories of the original owner, he is aware that the agricultural yield in this world is merely around 200 jin per mu, an exceedingly low production rate. To provide perspective, during the Ming dynasty in China, the yield of rice reached over 300 jin per mu, cultivated over 2 seasons. In contrast, this world only allows for a single season of cultivation, lacking the advancement of double cropping, rendering it even inferior to the agricultural practices of the 3 kingdoms period in China. Such meager food production guarantees that any natural calamity would result in widespread starvation. Thus, The prolonged dominance of the Gyozho faction for over 2 millennia must conceal some deeper intrigue. This historical record undoubtedly obscures certain truths. Suddenly, with a clatter, the paperweight was inadvertently knocked off the table by Li Si, jolting him from his reverie. He promptly remembered the rice still simmering on the stove. Without delay, he set aside the historical text, bent down to place the paperweight back on the table, and hurried to the kitchen. These ponderings could wait. His immediate concern was to satiate his hunger. Upon reaching the kitchen, he discovered that the fire in the stove had dwindled to mere embers. Lifting the pot lid, he prodded the rice with chopsticks and tasted it. Thankfully, it was thoroughly cooked. Li Si grasped the plates of rice and cured meat with a cloth to protect his hands and made his way to the dining hall. Setting the food upon the table, he seated himself and began to indulge. The salty cured meat combined with chili peppers provided a delightful sensation. Regrettably, his limited ingredients constrained him from crafting more elaborate dishes, forcing him to settle for this simplicity. As he attempted to take a second piece of cured meat, a disturbing thought crossed his mind: the corpse he had beheaded that very morning. The emaciated body, wrinkled and gaunt, bore a disturbing resemblance to the cured meat. This thought triggered a wave of nausea, causing him to lose his appetite momentarily. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, resumed eating with renewed vigor, even hastening his pace. In this world, wasting food is considered a grave sin, and he needed to fortify his body to confront the unknown dangers that lay ahead. To indulge in sentimentality would be a disservice to both the sustenance and his own life. Li Si was acutely aware of the stakes and was resolute in his resolve. If he could not ensure his own safety in this world, no one else could. After finishing his meal, he washed the dishes with the water used for steaming vegetables. Once the dishes were clean, he took up a broom and dustpan to tidy the space. Previously, he had not been so fastidious, but since the absence of mobile networks, he found himself with little to occupy his time and thus sought tasks to engage in. After tidying up, Li Si retrieved some money from beneath his bedding and ventured outside. He intended to procure some supplies. Upon exiting, he first visited the blacksmith's shop to order a knife and a dagger. He requested the blacksmith to craft a Nepalese-style cookery, as it would prove advantageous for butchering corpses in the future. The dagger was simpler. He gestured and sketched in the dirt, and the blacksmith quickly understood. However, despite Li Si's extensive explanations and demonstrations, the intricacies of the cookery remained elusive to the blacksmith. Li Si could only promise to bring the blueprints in a few days. He left behind 2 taels of silver as a deposit, with the remaining 3 to be paid upon completion of the weapon. This, of course, was merely the price for a dagger. The craftsmanship of this blacksmith was quite remarkable. Thus the cost was slightly higher than that of other smithies. However, Li Si deemed it worthwhile. One must bear in mind that in the system's marketplace, a longsword is valued at 1 soul point. He had procured a dagger for merely 4 taels of silver. Even if it were to be considered inferior to the weapons available in the system's marketplace, and if one were to have the value, it would still equate to at least 0.5 soul points, wouldn't it? What does 0.5 soul points represent? Half a year of life. To spend 4 taels of silver for an additional 6 months of existence is indeed a worthy investment. Li Si's self-congratulatory rationale proved quite effective. Chapter 8. Teaching. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Li Si proceeded to the carpenter's workshop, hoping to purchase a peachwood sword. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that this particular carpenter did not possess any peach wood. The carpenter explained that peach wood was not suitable for large items due to its relatively soft texture, making it unfit for furniture. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Si sought out several other carpenters, only to be met with the same response. When he asked if he could place an order, he was informed that there was no peach wood available in the vicinity. How could that be? Li Si pondered, recalling from memory that peach wood swords were known to ward off evil spirits. Surely, they must be in high demand. Yet in this world, the protective properties of peach wood were entirely unknown. Carrying these questions in his mind, he made his way home, where he encountered a group of children waiting outside. Glancing at the sun, he noted that it was nearly the hour of Shin, and approached them, greeting, "You've come quite early." "Good day, sir," the children respectfully bowed. Li Si felt a tad uncomfortable at their formal gesture, yet he could not admonish them. It was unacceptable to discourage their display of respect. In this world, etiquette was held in high regard. Even the most academically accomplished individual would face disdain if they lacked understanding of propriety. Upon reaching the door, he unlocked it, and the children followed him inside. "You may wait here. I will be back shortly," he said as he entered the kitchen. Retrieving some partially burned charcoal from beneath the stove, he then began to inscribe upon the wooden planks he had purchased from the carpenter's shop. The words he wrote were from the poem Sympathy for Farmers by Li Xin of the Tang Dynasty. Under the midday sun, the hoe strikes the soil. Sweat drips into the earth beneath the crops. Who knows the meal on the plate is earned by the toil of countless grains. As the children watched, he stepped into the hall, placing the wooden board upon a chair, instructing the children to sit on the floor while he took a seat on a stool. Pointing to the wooden piece, he declared, "This is a poem about sympathy for farmers. The character sympathy conveys compassion and empathy. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied in unison. Then, "Do you know where our food comes from?" Li Si's expression brightened as he smiled and inquired. "From the market." Yu quickly responded, seemingly pleased with his cleverness. Casting a proud glance at his companions, "That is indeed one answer, but where does it come from before reaching the market?" Li Si chuckled lightly, acknowledging his response, though it was not the answer he sought. I know. A small, dark-skinned boy raised his hand enthusiastically. "It comes from the fields." This child was the offspring of a local farmer, and thus had some understanding of agricultural matters. Pleased with the boy's response, Li Si nodded appreciatively and asked, "Sunshi, is farming laborious?" "Very much so. My father leaves home before dawn and toils in the fields until noon, returning only when it is nearly dark. His back is now quite bent," Sunshi explained. Initially excited by the attention from Li Si, his tone turned somber as he continued. "Sunshi, your answer was excellent." Li Si commended him, offering a comforting remark for his mood. He then addressed the other children. "Every grain of food we consume is cultivated from the soil. It is only through the diligence of individuals like Sunji's father that we are able to partake in the bounty of grain. By consuming the food we have, we pay homage to the hard-working farmers. Do you understand?" "Yes," they replied in unison, with some children of the farming households shedding tears, for they had never before heard praise for farmers. In this world, the status of farmers is not particularly elevated. Although the societal hierarchy classifies individuals as scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the term farmers does not refer to impoverished laborers or tenant farmers, but rather to landowners. Hearing Li Si's commendation of farmers struck a chord with these children, as it was the first time they had encountered such words, deeply affecting them. "Let us study this poem together. First, listen as I recite it." Li Si said with a smile and began to recite. "The hoe digs grain under the midday sun. Sweat drips into the soil below. Who knows the meal on the plate? Every grain comes from hard work." His resonant voice filled the room, making the children feel the poem's rhythm. And in light of Li Si's earlier question, they found the poem truly exquisite and easily comprehensible. Afterward, Li Si guided the children in reading it several times, teaching them the characters and their meanings. The children were exceptionally well-behaved and earnest, for in this world, literacy is an extraordinary achievement. A person might only recognize a few dozen characters, and often, public documents are read aloud by a group piecing them together. Once the children had memorized the poem thoroughly, Li Si retrieved a sand tray from his study, teaching them to write their names in the sand. He then inscribed their names on small wooden tablets, advising them to practice writing at home diligently. Finally, he presented them with a wooden tablet inscribed with "Pity the Farmers," encouraging them to study and reflect upon it. He instructed them to return tomorrow during the hour of Shin and bade them farewell. After they departed, Li Si pondered deeply. Teaching these children had been a considerable contemplation for him. The original owner had previously initiated their education, and if he did not continue this effort, the reputation accumulated by the original owner might fade away completely, potentially breeding resentment. Reputation was of great importance to him, as it would serve him well in the future. Thus he did not mind imparting knowledge to these children. Moreover, he found great joy in enlightening them, especially as they held him in high regard and showed him respect. As he glanced at the sky, it was already the hour of Yu. Li Si made his way to a nearby tavern and ordered a dish, but feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he ordered a drink as well. The current beverage was a low-alcohol rice wine, yet he found himself slightly intoxicated, though his mind remained relatively clear. After finishing his meal, he walked home, hearing the sound of the watchman's bell ringing in the distance. The air was dry, and caution was advised against fire. The watchman chimed the bell 3 times at a measured pace, dispelling Li Si's inebriation. Observing the dimming street, he noted the foggy atmosphere, and the number of pedestrians dwindled. Night had fallen. With a soft sigh, Li Si hastened homeward. He estimated that with the setting sun, malevolent spirits might soon manifest. Although he desired to gain soul points, he felt unprepared at present. He needed to first ascertain the capabilities of the headless specter and then visit the house of the wealthy gentleman. He must not rush. He has over a year left, and in that time, it is certainly feasible to amass 200 soul points. He believes that as long as he remains steadfast and perseveres, he will undoubtedly thrive in this world. Upon entering the dwelling, Li Si retrieved a cloth pouch hanging from his neck and extracted a piece of dark-hued jade. With a mere thought, a delicately carved child appeared within the room. Chapter 9. The Power of the Decapitated Ghost. The decapitated ghost gazed blankly at Li Si, tilting its head slightly to the left. Li Si, as if hearing a crack, observed the delicate visage of the child slowly transform into a pallid hue, revealing the jagged wounds upon its neck, through which the spine and blood vessels were discernible. Yet, Li Si felt no fear. After all, the decapitated ghost had already entered into a pact with him, posing no threat whatsoever. He regarded the uneven gashes on the ghost's neck pensively. He recalled a rumor from Earth about ancient executioners who would not sharpen their blades, for no blacksmith would dare to assist them in this task. Believing the executioner's sword to be tainted with sin, stained with human blood, they feared that contact with it might bring misfortune upon their families. Likewise, the executioners themselves felt that their blades, having taken many lives, were burdened with grave sin, and thus preferred to strike multiple times rather than hone their instruments. It was said that when a certain gentleman was beheaded, a blunted general's sword was employed, resulting in over 30 strikes, leaving posterity to mourn for the agony he endured. Li Si observed this decapitated ghost, estimating it had endured at least a dozen blows to the neck. It was unimaginable that such a child, merely 7 or 8 years old, could have been subjected to such brutality. One could only fathom the extent of its suffering. As Li Si's thoughts drifted, the details of the decapitated ghost materialized in his mind. Decapitated ghost spirit level, low-level ghost abilities, ghostly light, etherealization, long tongue, current relationship, contracted. Soul strength, 20. Focusing on the term decapitated ghost, a line of text appeared. Decapitated ghost, born into a family of officials. He was born of his father's drunken liaison with a servant, and thus received little regard at home, remaining unknown to outsiders. Within his household, he was tormented by his elder brother and relatives. Although the household servants did not dare to bully him, they held him in disdain, fostering a deep resentment towards his father. When his father was apprehended for corruption and his family faced extermination, in a bid to aid the eldest son's escape, his father severed his tongue, compelling him to masquerade as his brother. During his imprisonment, he yearned for his tongue to regrow, wishing to reveal his true identity. Yet it never grew back before his execution. However, one day, his tongue did begin to grow, longer and longer. Upon reading this, Li Si understood why the decapitated ghost possessed the ability of a long tongue, and he sighed for the ghost's tragic past, recognizing the profound misfortune he bore. Simultaneously, he was astonished by the cruelty of the ghost's father, where even a tiger would not harm its offspring. This man treated his child as mere fodder. Shaking his head, he resolved to cast aside such distressing thoughts and redirected his focus to the phrase low-level ghost that lingered in his mind. Another line of text emerged. Low-level ghost, the lowest tier of ghostly entities capable of attacking humans, spirits, and demons. The higher the soul strength, the easier the attack. Those with formidable yang fire are impervious to intrusion. Current soul strength, 20. Upon reaching the conclusion of this narrative, Li contemplated the local folklore that spoke of 3 genuine flames residing within each individual. Should these flames extinguish, one becomes susceptible to the encroachments of malevolent spirits and the incessant hauntings of ghosts. Reflecting on the incident where he was fixated upon by a headless ghost the previous day, he recalled abruptly turning to his left, inadvertently extinguishing a lamp in the process. Yet, that seemed implausible. Merely dousing one lamp should not have rendered him vulnerable to such a specter. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he gazed at the ghostly entity capable of extinguishing lamps. A line of text materialized before him. Ghostly lamp. When a person turns, their head follows closely behind them. When the individual comes to a halt, or when the spirit catches up, its head will rest upon the person's shoulder or head, extinguishing one of their genuine flames and weakening their vital essence. Enlightenment dawned upon him. This was the truth behind his predicament. His attention shifted to the abilities of phasing and long tongue. Phasing, the fundamental ability of a ghostly entity, rendering it impervious to mundane weapons. Long tongue, a tendril steeped in resentment, capable of ensnaring and slaying humans, spirits, and demons alike. Li proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a thick piece of firewood from beneath the eaves, and addressed the headless ghost trailing behind him. Ensnare this piece of wood with your tongue. No sooner had he uttered these words than a flash of dead azure light flickered, and a tongue coiled around the wood in his grasp with astonishing speed, startling him. Upon steadying his gaze, he beheld a damp, lifeless azure tongue wound around the timber, its edges unervingly thin, resembling a blade. Recalling the earlier information regarding the long tongue's lethal capacity, he commanded, "Sever this wood." With a swift whoosh, the sound of slicing air resonated, and the piece of wood in Li's hand was instantaneously cleaved in two, one fragment soaring through the air before crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. He examined the smooth cut on the wood, instinctively touching his own neck. A chill coursed through him, raising goosebumps along his skin. Had he not hastily forged a pact with the headless ghost yesterday, he might have found his head relocated elsewhere. Exhaling slowly, Li endeavored to regain his composure, realizing that this piece of wood could hardly gauge the true prowess of the long tongue. With this in mind, he entered the kitchen once more and retrieved a chopping knife, directing the headless ghost, "Break this knife." A flash of dead azure light appeared once more, followed by the jarring sound of cutting. The upper half of the knife fell from his grasp, crashing onto the flagstone floor and producing a resounding clatter. Upon grasping the remaining half of the knife and attempting to engage with the headless ghost, he discovered that the knife could not make contact with it, as if the ghost were as intangible as air. Having tested this, Lee now possessed a clearer understanding of the headless ghost's capabilities. It was an entity that posed an insurmountable challenge to ordinary individuals, leading them to inevitable doom. The sole strategy was to ensure that none of his genuine flames were extinguished, thereby denying the ghost any opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities. Yet, who could have foreseen that a ghost would fixate upon him, necessitating constant vigilance? With a newfound awareness of the headless ghost's nature, Lee also came to terms with his own limitations. The power of the contract was formidable, while he remained but a feeble being. He intended to visit Zhang Yuanhui's residence in a few days to subtly gauge the depth of the supernatural occurrences there and to ascertain whether he could resolve the matter. In the meantime, he aimed to restore his physical condition. The recent encounter with the fox spirit had revealed to him that he possessed a certain degree of efficacy against malevolent entities, a realization attributed to the protective talisman he bore. This talisman not only shielded him, but also enabled him to inflict harm upon the demons he actively confronted. Of course, this was effective solely against lower-tier apparitions. When faced with higher-level entities, one could only await their demise. As Lee pondered these thoughts, the effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier began to resurface. With a mere thought, the headless ghost transformed into a flickering shadow and merged into the jade of death. He then retreated to his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed and swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the room, indicating a peaceful sleep. Having developed a certain level of self-defense, and having fortuitously acquired 2 points of soul value that day, coupled with the protection of his talisman, he succumbed to sleep without any apprehension. At that moment, a droplet of crystalline liquid descended from the beam above, landing on the edge of the bed beside Lee. He seemed to sense something, absent-mindedly scratching his face with his right hand before allowing it to fall back down, remaining in serene repose. Chapter 10. Aftermath. In a thatched cottage, a robust young boy was incessantly mumbling to himself. As the hoe digs under the midday sun, sweat drips onto the soil beneath the crops. Who knows the toil behind each grain upon the plate? The boy's fingers danced across the table, sketching something as he murmured persistently. "What are you doing?" always muttering, inquired a young man clad in a short-sleeved shirt. This was the very individual who had handed a machete to Li Si that day. "Father, I shall never waste food again," the boy declared earnestly to the young man. "Really?" The youth responded with astonishment, for he was well aware that his son typically exhibited little concern for his meals, often leaving leftovers behind. Each time food was wasted, he would chastise the boy with a bamboo rod, though the lesson never seemed to stick. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What did the teacher impart to you today, Chao Ming?" "Yes," Chao Ming affirmed with a nod. "The teacher taught me a poem." Understanding dawned upon the young man. He was quite familiar with Mr. Li, who often held lectures to enlighten the children without asking for any compensation. Even when offered money, he would graciously decline. Such selflessness was rare in this world, where many scholars looked down upon the common folk, let alone teaching their children. Chao Qing was a sensible man who recognized virtue, and thus he held Mr. Li in high esteem, which explained why he was the first to offer his machete today. "Now recite it for me," Chao Qing prompted, picking up a teapot and pouring a cup of water into a ceramic bowl, awaiting his son's recital. With this encouragement, Chao Ming straightened his posture and recited in the same manner as Mr. Li had taught in class. As the hoe digs under the midday sun, sweat drips onto the soil beneath the crops. Who knows the toil behind each grain upon the plate? Upon hearing his son's recitation, Chao Qing paused, savoring the simplicity of the verses. He found himself able to comprehend the poem, realizing that although it was straightforward, it resonated deeply. He could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Li is a scholar who truly understands the hardships of life." Meanwhile, in another corner of the county town, a family was gathered for dinner, the flickering candlelight illuminating the room. A corpulent man, his face bearing the marks of indulgence, was feasting heartily, while a smaller, plumper boy beside him watched intently. The boy was Yu Hu, and the large man was his father, the butcher Yu San. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen your father eat before?" Yu San felt his son's gaze upon him, which made him somewhat uneasy. "Nothing, father. Please continue eating," Yu Hu replied, slowly resuming his own meal, though he stole glances at his father. I'm done, Yu San suddenly declared, slamming his chopsticks onto the table in irritation, refusing to eat further. Seeing his father stop, young Yu Hu perked up and admonished. "Mr. Li said today, who knows the toil behind each grain upon the plate? Food is not easily obtained. How can you simply stop eating?" "Ouch," Yu San exclaimed, realizing that his son was trying to teach him a lesson. He settled down, gave a slight greeting, and smiled at Yu Hu, saying, I shall finish this meal today, but if you dare to waste food again, I will make you regret it. With that, he quickly devoured his meal, and soon enough, he had finished. Folding his arms across his chest, he leisurely regarded the little chubby boy, causing Yuhu to feel a wave of unease, rendering him unable to continue eating. Meanwhile, Yuhu's mother stifled a laugh but chose not to intervene. In the middle of the night, anguished cries echoed from the Yu household. Such dialogues were not uncommon in this county, and the poem Sympathy for Farmers began to gain recognition among the adults. A crowing rooster pierced the night sky. Li Si suddenly kicked his legs in bed as if jolted awake, and he promptly sat up. Groggy, he rose from his bed, stretched lazily, and then made his way to the backyard, where he picked up a willow branch to brush his teeth. Before long, he had finished his morning routine. Gazing up at the starry sky, Li Si couldn't help but sigh. He never anticipated that upon arriving in this world, he would shed his habit of sleeping in. It was worth noting that he had never risen this early before. Stepping outside and locking the door, Li Si began to stretch in front of his house. As there were hardly any passers-by at this hour, he intended to go for a run, dressed in the same casual attire he had worn the day before, which allowed for ease of movement. If he had been wearing his long robe, it would have been quite cumbersome. After completing his stretches, he began to jog through the city. Initially, his legs ached, but as he continued, the discomfort faded. After about 10 minutes of running, he felt a burning sensation in his lungs and struggled to catch his breath, prompting him to walk for a while. Shortly after, he resumed running, alternating between the two until dawn was approaching, at which point he found himself at the tofu shop. "Ah, Masterly, out so early." The shopkeeper greeted him upon seeing him approach, noticing his sweat-soaked appearance with a hint of surprise. "What have you been up to, Masterly? You seem quite drenched in sweat." "Oh, I went for a run. Uncle Zhou, please give me a bowl of tofu pudding, just like yesterday," Li Si replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and smiling. "Running?" The shopkeeper's brows furrowed in confusion at the term. Realizing that in ancient times, the concept of running was unfamiliar, Li Si quickly added, "I mean brisk walking for physical exercise." The shopkeeper nodded in understanding, chuckling as he went to ladle out the tofu pudding. "Masterly," a voice called from a distance, and an overweight man approached, his face a mass of jowls stretching into a smile as he greeted Li Si. "How have you been lately, Masterly?" Li Si felt a shadow loom over him and looked up at Yusan, smiling as he replied, "I'm feeling much better. Thank you for your concern, brother Yu." "Oh, no need for thanks, Masterly. I must thank you for your guidance with my son," Yusan said, presenting him with 2 pounds of pork belly. "Here. Take this to nourish yourself." Yusan chuckled softly and placed a bundle of lotus leaves wrapped around pork belly on the table before Li Si. "This is unacceptable." Li Si frowned, picking up the pork and handing it back to Yusan. "I never intended to seek any gain from teaching your son." This statement rang true. His motivation stemmed from a lack of entertainment in this world, prompting him to impart knowledge to the children rather than any desire for personal gain. "I naturally trust in your character, Mr. Li," Yusan nodded, but then added, "However, you imparting wisdom to my son is a favor. You would not wish for me to be the kind of person who does not repay kindness, would you?" Chapter 11. An unexpected guest even if you say so. "I shall not accept it." Li Si calmly extended the pork towards Yusan, stating, "If I were to accept your pork, what would other parents say upon hearing it? Should they also offer me pork? In this world, pork is a luxury that most families cannot afford. The high price of meat is one aspect. Additionally, the condiments required to prepare it are also costly. Most families can only indulge in meat once a month or even less frequently. Forget it. Consider this meat as purchased by me." Seeing Yusan hesitate to accept, Li Si placed the pork on the table and, from his sleeve, retrieved a handful of copper coins, counting over 100 pieces before thrusting them into Yusan's hands. Since he had inherited this body, he could not tarnish the original owner's reputation. In his rebirth, he wished to lead a life less materialistic than his previous one, opting instead for a more carefree existence. Furthermore, he was not in dire need of money but rather soul points. Money, at this moment, held little significance for him. Besides, should he later possess the ability to vanquish demons, wealth would come easily. For instance, there was a proclamation from Zhang Yuany's household that whoever could subdue the spirit haunting their home would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Even if he lacked such abilities now, he would surely acquire them in the future. How can it be like this? Yusan, holding the coins, displayed an expression of discomfort. At that moment, Uncle Zhou approached with a bowl of tofu pudding, jokingly chiding Yusan. "Why must you make things difficult for Mr. Li? You know his character. If he says he won't accept it, he truly means it. How about this? From now on, I will buy pork from you, and you shall select the best cuts for me." Li Si chuckled, providing Yusan with an easy way out. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Yusan's face brightened, and he replied, "Then I shall trouble you with my son in the future, Mr. Li. I have matters to attend to." and my wife is overwhelmed. Please do visit my home when you have the time." With that, he hurried off to his butcher shop. "Ah," Uncle Joe exclaimed, placing the tofu pudding on the table. Smiling at Li Si, "Looks like that butcher wants his son to become your disciple. So, Mr. Li, have you considered taking on any students?" "I currently possess no such abilities. I am far from being in a position to accept disciples," Li Si responded with a smile, spooning the tofu pudding into his mouth. Observing Li Si's reluctance to take on disciples, Uncle Joe shook his head with a chuckle and busied himself elsewhere. Once Uncle Joe departed, Li Si began savoring the tofu pudding, each spoonful sliding warmly down his throat, causing him to narrow his eyes in contentment. Before long, he had finished, leaving 5 copper coins on the table. After informing Uncle Joe, he picked up 2 pounds of pork and left. Exiting the tofu shop, Li Si headed towards the vegetable market, planning to purchase a greater variety of vegetables today. Dining at the inn had not quite suited his palate, and he intended to prepare a delightful meal for himself. Upon arriving at the market, he procured some greens, green peppers, and ginger, feeling satisfied as he made his way home. Today, he aimed to prepare garlic greens and stir-fried pork with green peppers, both simple dishes but among his favorites. After walking for a while, as Li Si approached his home, his steps came to a halt. He noticed a carriage parked in front of his door. This carriage was familiar to him. To be precise, it was recognized by its former owner, belonging to the Zhang family in the county. Considering the recent rumors he had heard, Li Si immediately deduced the purpose of their visit. It was undoubtedly related to his exploits in vanquishing demons. They had come to seek him out for his supernatural endeavors. Realizing this, Li Si promptly turned to leave, intending to evade any encounter. He thought to himself that it was of no concern to him, with his current weakened state. He could not guarantee whether he would subdue the spirits or become subdued by them. Presently, he possessed only a low-level spirit. And what if the Zhang family employed a mid-level or even a high-level spirit? Though he carried protective talismans, it would be reckless to tempt fate. If he were to be ensnared by a malevolent entity, it could lead to his demise within a month. "Sir Li, is that you?" At that moment, it seemed too late to escape, as a servant dressed in the garb of a retainer spotted him from a distance and called out. Li Si's steps faltered, and with a pained expression, he turned to face the approaching man. Observing the servant's robust physique and swift approach, he felt the fatigue in his own legs from the morning's exertions and wisely abandoned the notion of fleeing. "Sir Li, my master requests your presence," the servant said, bowing respectfully upon reaching him. "I have matters to attend to. I need to return home and prepare dinner," Li Si replied, lifting the vegetables in his hand as evidence of his claims. "Please do not put me in a difficult position, sir," the servant implored, his face displaying a look of desperation as he continued to bow. "I truly have urgent matters. I must marinate the meat and wash the vegetables, or I will miss the lunchtime," Li Si expressed, his countenance revealing his helplessness. He had no desire to visit the Zhang family. It was absurd to think of going unprepared, knowing nothing of the spirits they might wield. It would be akin to courting death, at the very least. He needed to strengthen his body and retrieve his peachwood sword before considering such a venture. "Sir Li, you are magnanimous. If I fail to bring you back, my master will surely punish me." The servant began to weep, dropping to his knees and bowing his head against the ground, the sound echoing in the air. Sighing softly, Li Si seized the moment as the servant continued to bow, stealthily slipping past him until he reached his own doorstep. It mattered little if the man were to knock his head against the ground before his door. That was his choice, not Li Si's. Should he follow the servant to the Zhang family and meet his doom? Inserting the key into the lock, Li Si pondered the moral coercion present in this world. How could one be forced to endure such humiliation simply for refusing to comply? His thoughts were interrupted by the realization that the sound of the servant's bowing had ceased. "Sir Li, what are you doing?" A suddenly low and hoarse voice emerged from behind him. Li Si turned around, only to see the servant's forehead streaming with blood, his face devoid of expression as he stared at him. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and Li Si felt a tremendous blow to his right cheek. His head buzzed, and his body crumpled to the ground. In the fading moments of consciousness, he heard a disdainful remark. "How shameless can one be?" The servant, casting an irritable glare at the onlookers, barked a reprimand and then hoisted Li Si, depositing him into the carriage. The bystanders exchanged glances, but upon witnessing the servant's bloodied and menacing visage, they were rendered speechless. With a command, the carriage began to move slowly, departing from the street. Chapter 12. The ruthless Zhang Yuan. While Li Xiangong, awakened. A feminine voice echoed as if from a distant realm. Li Si felt a persistent shaking, causing his head to spin. He mused to himself that the woman must be quite robust. He feared that if he did not awaken soon, he might be shaken to death by her. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a young maid, vigorously attempting to rouse him. He brushed her hands away and sat up in bed, pressing his palm against his throbbing right cheek, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the Zhang family. A blow to the back of his head could very well have sent him to the afterlife. The young maid bowed respectfully and said, Li Xiangong, my master has prepared a meal in the main hall and is awaiting your presence. Leave. Li Si shot her a cold glance. Having made a firm decision in his heart, should the Zhang household dare to threaten his life again, they would not only have to worry about their own ghosts, but also a vengeful specter. As for the servant who had harmed him, he had already sentenced him to death in his mind. Li Xiangong, please do not put me in a difficult position, the maid said, her face betraying her unease. What? Would you like to strike my left cheek as well? Li Si retorted with a cold laugh, his hand slowly reaching for the cloth pouch at his chest. He vowed never again to underestimate others. He had come to understand that this world was as perilous as the realm of spirits. Seeing the frost on Li Si's countenance, the maid felt a twinge of fear and quickly exited the room. With a sigh of relief, Li Si relaxed his hand and surveyed his surroundings, which far surpassed his own home. The bedding was exceedingly soft, likely made of silk, something he had never experienced in his previous life. The wooden bed exuded a faint, fragrant aroma. He could not identify the type of wood, but it was possibly sandalwood. The bed was draped with a green canopy, reminiscent of ancient mosquito nets. To his left stood a small wooden table adorned with a bronze incense burner and a tea set, from which wisps of fragrant smoke occasionally wafted. Truly, the life of the affluent was one of decadence. Li Si rose from the bed, stretched languidly, and approached the small table. He lifted the lid of the bronze burner and poured water from the teapot inside. The burner emitted a hissing sound, soon ceasing to release smoke. Setting down the teapot, Li Si moved to the window and opened it, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in, instantly making him feel more at ease. Peering outside, he discovered he was in a small courtyard. The area outside the door spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters, featuring a stone path leading from the entrance to a gate in the surrounding wall. To the left of the path was an exquisite stone table accompanied by 2 stone stools. Near the wall, beside the stone table, a patch of slender bamboo was perfectly positioned, its leaves casting shade over the table, with half of the bamboo reaching above the circular gate. On the circular gate in the wall, a plaque inscribed with the words Little Bamboo Garden could be seen. Get inside. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the room, and a portly middle-aged man entered, accompanied by 2 servants who were restraining a tightly bound man. This man was none other than the servant who had invited Li Si. Upon seeing Li Si, the bound servant cried out in anguish, Sir Li, spare my life. Do not kill me. Hearing the servant's pleas, the portly man, who was none other than the wealthy landlord, Zhang Yuanwei, noticed Li Si standing by the window and immediately wore a look of remorse. Mr. Li, he said, I sent this wretched creature to summon you, yet I had no inkling he would act so ruthlessly towards you. I feel a deep sense of guilt. With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the kneeling servant. Mr. Li, the wealthy middle-aged man, bowed slightly to Li Si, still present in the room, and pointed at the prostrate servant. With just a word from you, I shall have this scoundrel executed to assuage your anger. Li Si, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. He was acutely aware that the root of all this turmoil lay with Zhang Yuanwei himself. The servant was merely following his orders. To think that Zhang Yuanwei would so readily condemn a man who had served him, this revealed a chilling lack of compassion. Such thoughts flickered briefly in his mind. Li Si quickly feigned alarm, his expression shifting dramatically as he exited the room hastily. Oh, what a misunderstanding. I had no intention of refusing. I merely wished to place my vegetables down before coming over. I never anticipated he would become so agitated as to strike me. He helped the kneeling servant to his feet and earnestly addressed Zhang Yuanwei. I implore you, sir, do not take his life. He acted out of loyalty to you, and his intentions were commendable. Upon hearing Li Si speak on his behalf, the servant was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He realized the gravity of his actions in striking Mr. Li and felt utterly unworthy. Zhang Yuanwei's expression momentarily flickered with doubt, but it was quickly replaced by fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at the servant, exclaiming, You wretched creature! You struck Mr. Li and now seek his defense? I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness. While death may be evaded, the punishment for your crime remains unavoidable. With that, Zhang Yuanwei pulled a finely crafted dagger from his chest, approaching the trembling servant. Li Si gasped in shock and instinctively stepped back, realizing that this man kept the dagger at his side. Please, my lord, spare me. Have mercy. The servant cried, collapsing in terror at the sight of the blade. Hold him down. Zhang Yuanwei commanded the 2 men restraining the servant. They complied, pinning the servant to the ground, rendering him powerless. As the servant lay there, Zhang Yuanwei crouched down, gripping the servant's ear with one hand while using the dagger to slice forcefully along the edge of the ear. In an instant, the ear was severed, blood flowing profusely from the wound, filling the ear canal. The servant emitted a mournful sound, tears, saliva, mucus, and blood mingling on the ground. His lower garments were thoroughly soaked. Li Si was taken aback. As a modern individual, he had never witnessed such brutality. Moreover, This Master Zhang exhibited a chilling proficiency in the gruesome act of ear severing, as if it were a skill honed through countless trials. He immediately grasped the harsh realities of the social hierarchy in this world, realizing that Master Zhang had likely engaged in such deeds numerous times. Alas, how did it come to this? A look of sympathy welled up in Li Si's eyes as he shook his head and sighed. There was no need for concern. This was merely the consequence of inadequate service to the Zhang family. Master Zhang, seemingly alluding to something, then burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Mr. Li, you have yet to partake in lunch, have you? My meal is prepared. Would you do me the honor of joining?" "Certainly," Li Si replied, somewhat startled, hastily agreeing. He added, "This young brother must seek a physician without delay. His injuries should not be neglected. Not to worry, young heir. Take this wretched creature to see a doctor." Master Zhang commanded with a wave of his hand, before handing the severed ear to another individual. Chapter 13. A feast without joy. In the grand hall of the Zhang residence in Fomin County, 2 men and a woman were seated around an octagonal table. The men were none other than the esteemed Zhang Yuanwei and Li Si, while the woman was Zhang Yuanwei's wife, the charming Zhang Guo. Li Si observed that although Zhang Guo appeared to be merely in her early 20s, with fair skin and striking beauty, she lacked the ethereal allure of the fox spirit he had encountered previously. Yet, she possessed a delicate elegance, a true beauty in her own right. This was the first time he laid eyes on her, and he found it perplexing that such a youthful maiden would marry Zhang Yuanwei, who was over 20 years her senior. Such were the declining morals of society. Come, Mr. Li. This is a delightful soup made from free-range chicken sourced from Suanjia village yesterday, Zhang Guo said, rising to ladle a bowl of soup. Presenting it to Li Si with great courtesy. "Madam Zhang, please, there is no need for such formality." "I am quite overwhelmed," Li Si replied, appearing somewhat out of place in such an opulent setting, never having encountered such beauty before. He stood to accept the soup, though this demeanor was an act, a mere imitation of the original host to avoid arousing suspicion and to lower Zhang Yuanwei's guard. Not at all. We have invited you here, Mr. Li." As a matter of obligation, Zhang Yuanwei chuckled, clapping his hands. At once, a servant emerged from the back of the hall, bearing a tray. "Here are 500 taels of silver, which I hope you will accept as compensation," Zhang Yuanwei continued, his smile radiating warmth akin to that of a benevolent elder regarding a younger kin. "One should not accept rewards without merit. Your kindness is appreciated, but I must decline." Li Si thought to himself, sensing the precariousness of the situation. To receive such a gift often implied a hidden agenda. He rose, cupping his hands in refusal. "Please, Mr. Li, accept this silver. Otherwise, my husband will be quite displeased," urged Zhang Guo, her eyes sparkling with an alluring glimmer as she gazed intently at Li Si, making him feel increasingly uncomfortable. "This silver is yours to keep. It is settled then. I shall have a servant deliver it to you at the Shaozhu courtyard," Zhang Yuanwei said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. The servant promptly exited, and Zhang Yuanwei gestured toward the dining table, cheerfully proclaiming, "Come, let us enjoy the feast." "Then I shall not be rude," Li Si replied, feeling cornered by the circumstances. It was evident that Zhang Yuanwei was insistent, and refusal was not an option. With no alternative, he sat down to partake in the meal, pondering what ulterior motives Zhang Yuanwei might possess. As he lifted his chopsticks, Li Si was taken aback. He noticed that the spread before him consisted solely of meat dishes, chicken soup, roasted duck, steamed fish, stir-fried pork belly, and spicy beef, yet not a single vegetable graced the table. There was not a hint of green to be found. Li Si felt a strange sensation, a mixture of bemusement and disbelief. Was this not a quintessential example of the opulence of the wealthy, where the stench of excess overshadowed the plight of the impoverished? Suddenly, his expression shifted as he caught sight of something beneath the table. A delicate foot was brushing against his calf, its softness and slenderness palpable even through the fabric of his trousers. Gazing upon the delicate form of her jade-like foot, it resembled a freshly shelled egg, pure as white jade or milk, igniting a yearning within one's heart to grasp that slender foot and indulge in its beauty. Lifting his gaze, Li Si noticed a faint flush gracing the cheeks of the petite Zhang Guo, who was observing him with a semblance of a smile. Startled, Li Si instinctively recoiled. Did this woman possess some sort of madness? Her husband was nearby, yet she dared to entice him. Surely she could seek the affections of another man. He was no one's unwitting paramour. "Master, here is the dish you requested." A servant's voice interrupted Li Si's reverie as he placed a small dish upon the table. Li Si focused on the offering and beheld a plate of pig's ears, elegantly mingled with a soy sauce hue, cilantro, and a scattering of peanuts, presenting an enticing sight. "Come, do sample these pig's ears," urged Zhang Yuanwei, gesturing toward the dish. No, I have no taste for pig's ears," Li Si replied, memories of Zhang Yuanwei's earlier treatment of the servant flooding his mind, rendering the dish unappetizing. Though he was aware that they were indeed pig's ears, he could not shake the image of the human ear from his thoughts. Haha. You shall miss out on a culinary delight. The chef I hired prepares pig's ears to perfection, Zhang Yuanwei boomed with a hearty laugh, exuding a sense of generosity. He then addressed Li Si, "Dear Mr. Li, please do not stand on ceremony. Consider this your home. Your father once had many dealings with me. And if it pleases you, you may call me uncle. Then I shall rely on uncle's kindness henceforth," Li Si replied, seizing the opportunity to flatter. Knowing that a few compliments could earn him favor, whether he truly regarded the man as an uncle was a matter understood by both parties. Haha. Then I shall shamelessly call you my dear nephew, Zhang Yuanwei declared with evident delight, raising a nearby cup to his lips and draining it in one gulp. My son is quite diligent in his studies and looks up to you, dear nephew. I hope you will share your wisdom with him in the future, Zhang Yuanwei continued. Then turned to a nearby servant. By the way, where is Where? Have him come forth to greet my nephew. The servant, hearing Zhang Yuanwei's words, broke into a cold sweat, stammering, Young master. Young master has yet to rise. A cough escaped Zhang Yuanwei, his expression momentarily stiffening, before he sighed. What a forgetful father I am. My son has been frightened by apparitions and caught a chill. He has been resting in bed for the past few days. I hope you can forgive this oversight. Not at all. After I finish my meal, I will visit brother Zhang Yu, Li Si thought to himself with a smirk, though his visage remained one of concern, feigning belief in Zhang Yuanwei's words. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Zhang Yuanwei's face, before he gently advised Li Si. Yue is unwell. Your visit might expose you to his illness. It would be best to postpone your meeting. He had no intention of bringing Li Si to see his son, for the excuse he had crafted for Wei was merely a ruse. To introduce Li Si to Zhang Yu would result in an unbearable awkwardness. I have heard that yesterday, my esteemed nephew vanquished demons at the market? Zhang Yuanwei deftly shifted the conversation, also inquiring about a matter that piqued his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Si was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly chuckled and shook his head, saying, Yesterday, I merely drove away a fox clad in garments and beheaded a recently risen zombie. Anyone could have accomplished that. A flicker of skepticism crossed Zhang Yuanwei's eyes as he pressed further. Oh? Such feats are not within the grasp of ordinary individuals. And I have heard that it was you who frightened the fox away? That fox was not scared away by me, Li Si replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. He then chuckled softly, adding, The fox was merely unmasked by me, and, upon seeing the crowd, fled in fright. Chapter 14. The first whisper of Zhang's family ghost. Is this truly the case? Zhang Yuanwei's hand, which clutched a pig's ear, suddenly paused, and his smile became somewhat strained. Naturally, it is true, Li Si replied with utmost seriousness. At this moment, it was essential to assert his lack of prowess in vanquishing demons, even if it might offend Zhang Yuanwei. However, this was far preferable to being forcibly retained by him. After all, even the most overbearing Zhang Yuanwei would not dare to take his life. At most, he could only compel Li Si to stay, but even that would not last long. Zhang Yuanwei had previously treated his servants with impunity because he held their contracts of servitude, allowing him to dispose of them at will. Yet Li Si was a talented scholar, having distinguished himself in the imperial examinations, and was no mere servant to be so easily disposed of. What a predicament this was. Upon hearing Li Si's words, a look of distress washed over Zhang Yuanwei's face, and he let out a heavy sigh. Uncle, why the sorrow? Although Li Si was aware of the reason behind Zhang Yuanwei's expression, he feigned ignorance. Ah, this is indeed a family scandal, not meant for public ears. However, since I have acknowledged you as my nephew, I suppose it is permissible to share. Zhang Yuanwei sighed again, a cold snort escaping him. All of this turmoil has stemmed from that jealous woman. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanwei's tone was imbued with a deep-seated animosity. Li Si instantly understood. He had initially sensed something amiss with the Zhanggua family. How could a woman so much younger than Zhang Yuanwei be his legitimate wife? I had once been deeply enamored with Miss Gui and intended to take her into my home. Yet that jealous woman threatened to take her own life if I were to take a concubine. Zhang Yuanwei spoke through gritted teeth, as though he still harbored a profound loathing for that jealous woman. Naturally, I would not be coerced by her, and took a concubine anyway, who is now my wife. Guoqian. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanwei tenderly grasped the delicate, fair hand of Zhang Gua, who gazed back at him with affectionate eyes, evoking a sense of romantic intimacy. Meanwhile, Li Si felt the soft, jade-like foot of Zhang Gua brushing against his calf, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. And what transpired thereafter? Li Si subtly shifted his seat backward, evading the small foot beneath the table, and continued to inquire of Zhang Yuanwei. Following that, the jealous woman leapt into a well and ended her life. Zhang Yuanwei's tone was surprisingly flat, as if he were discussing the death of a mere acquaintance. Huh? On what grounds did she think she could prevent me from taking a concubine, simply because she bore me a son? Other families have multiple children, and she had the audacity to claim she secured our lineage with just one. She thought that by committing suicide, I would refrain from taking a concubine. Not only did I take one, but I also elevated her to the status of the main wife, Zhang Yuanwei sneered. Was that specter her? Li Si inquired. Indeed. Zhang Yuanwei's expression shifted from indifferent to furious, his voice tinged with resentment. I never imagined that even in death, she would seek to disturb the peace of my household. Showing no regard for the bond we once shared as husband and wife. Li Si inwardly scoffed. When had Zhang Yuanwei ever cared for his wife's feelings? He had not mentioned their marital connection at all when he spoke of his late wife's demise. From that moment onward, the household was beset by hauntings. With her cries echoing through the night, Master Zhang sighed and continued, stating that several servants had perished, all falling into the well. I reported the matter to the authorities, who sent over a dozen officers, but that very night, several more met their demise, and the officials ceased their involvement. Subsequently, I instructed the steward to spread the word. Whoever could subdue this ghostly entity would be rewarded with 1,000 taels. A few reckless souls, lacking any skill, attempted to confront the specter, only to die that same night, their bodies becoming wedged in the well. The servants struggled greatly to retrieve the remains. At this point, Master Zhang scoffed. I wonder if my esteemed nephew has any solutions? He cast a hopeful glance towards Li Si. Li Si's face reflected a look of dilemma as he sighed, stating, if my uncle wishes for me to pursue scholarly endeavors, I could manage that. But as for the art of exorcising demons, I possess no such knowledge. Indeed, Master Zhang nodded, his expression tinged with regret, seemingly in full agreement with Li Si's sentiment. My uncle, I too lament this situation. If only I had the means to vanquish this malevolent spirit, I would certainly do so for you. Li Si's countenance displayed a fierce indignation, as though he held a profound enmity towards the specter. Observing Li Si's fervor, Master Zhang's eyes conveyed a glimmer of understanding. It appeared that Mr. Li was indeed, as the rumors suggested, a man of discontented spirit, a gentleman of noble character, yet regrettably lacking the means to combat supernatural forces, rendering him of little practical use to himself. However, having entered the Zhang residence, it would be difficult to depart. Regardless of whether Li Si could subdue the spirit, he was bound to attempt it. Should he fail, he would meet his end within the Zhang household. At that moment, however, Li Si set down his bowl and chopsticks, bowing slightly towards Master Zhang, and said, Uncle, I am full. I shall visit you another day, and wish you success in finding someone to eradicate that ghostly presence. Master Zhang was taken aback by Li Si's words, his expression growing increasingly cold as he slammed his utensils onto the table and retorted. Is my hospitality to my esteemed nephew lacking? Certainly not, Li Si replied hastily. Then why do you wish to depart? Truth be told, I find your residence particularly pleasant, and the food delightful. However, I have prior engagements with some families in the county and must teach children at the hour of Shinda. Naturally, I cannot forsake my commitments. A look of regret crossed Li Si's face, as if he were particularly eager to remain in the Zhang residence. Upon hearing Li Si's remarks, Master Zhang's demeanor softened. This matter is simple. I shall have a servant notify the county that you may visit in a few days instead. Moreover, did you not express a desire to borrow books from my collection? This presents a perfect opportunity. Master Zhang beckoned to a servant, who approached, and he instructed, Fan Fu, go and deliver the message. Yes, my lord, the servant replied respectfully and departed. Witnessing Master Zhang's actions, Li Si felt a pang of unease. The old fellow was indeed determined not to let him leave. It seemed he was intent on dragging Li Si down with him. Reflecting on the memories of his predecessor, he sighed inwardly, recalling how the former occupant had sought to borrow books from the Zhang residence, only to be dismissed as a mere impoverished scholar, unceremoniously cast out. In the past, seeking to borrow books from the Zhang residence was an insurmountable task. After all, the current world is one dominated by knowledge, where books are predominantly held by landowners and certain families. Many individuals scarcely have the opportunity to access literature. Moreover, this era lacks the invention of the printing press. Books are primarily transcribed by hand. This circumstance elucidates why Li Si, in a moment of desperation, was willing to risk the humiliation of being expelled by the Zhang family to request a loan of books. At that moment, a flash of insight illuminated Li Si's mind. If the original owner's family was not affluent, how could their study possess 40 to 50 volumes? Chapter 15. The betrothal surly. The books and silver are placed upon the table. A maid entered, carrying over 20 volumes, alongside 500 taels of silver. Li Si responded, and then, as if struck by a thought, inquired, Is this the entirety of the books in the residence? Indeed, surly, the maid replied. Oh. Hearing this, Li Si nodded and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I wish to immerse myself in my reading. Once the maid departed, Li Si delved into contemplation, and an enveloping silence settled in the room. He pondered how it was possible for his family to possess 40 to 50 books when this grand estate held merely 20 or so. According to the original owner's memories, his parents were but ordinary folk. How then did they come to own such a spacious house in the city? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head, compelling him to clutch it with both hands, his fingers digging into his scalp. Ah! A muffled cry of anguish echoed within the chamber. At that moment, voices, one male, one female, resounded in his mind. Seer, your father has arranged a betrothal for you. Are you happy? Mother has brought you books. You will be able to study from now on. Do not hold it against us, dear child. Both your father and I seek what is best for you. By allying with the Nya family, our burdens will lighten. We are sorry, my dear child. Once you pass the examinations, you shall wed her. My unfortunate child. Run, flee. The oppressive cries gradually subsided, and Li Si lowered his hands from his head, realizing he was drenched in perspiration. Memories flooded back. The original owner's family had once been destitute. His father, a compulsive gambler, and his mother, merely an ordinary villager, lived in a home that could aptly be described as barren. Everything changed when he was 5. His father claimed he had secured a marriage proposal, after which they could afford a house, and the boy began to have books to read. He recalled the tragic fate of his parents, who had ventured to the Nya family to dissolve the engagement and did not return for 7 days, ultimately meeting their demise. The original owner had seemingly forgotten this grim episode. So, it was indeed the engagement that enabled him to study in comfort, that provided his family with a spacious home. A faint smile crept upon Li Si's lips, albeit tinged with reluctance and bitterness. The original owner had been sold by his parents, likely to a most undesirable fate, perhaps even to a ghostly union. Yet, this was no longer the original owner's concern. It was now his own affair. This betrothal belonged to him. However, he realized there might be a way out. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he recalled a phrase from the earlier conversation. Once he passed the examinations, he could wed. Thus, if he simply refrained from pursuing the imperial exams or failed to succeed, he could evade this fate. The provincial examinations were scheduled for August, and it was only May now. 3 months remained. There was no need for haste, nor was there cause for panic. After all, in 3 months, he might very well find himself in a position to easily extricate himself from this predicament. Li Si exhaled deeply, his thoughts finally aligning. And with that clarity came a sense of relief. Now, he pondered how he might escape this estate alive. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, startling him. Li Xiangong, are you all right? Came the voice of a maid from outside. I'm fine. I just tripped, Li Si called back. Very well. If you need anything, do not hesitate to summon me. My name is Xiaolan. With that, the footsteps faded into the distance. Once the sounds had completely subsided, Li Si began to peruse the books laid out on the table, discovering that most were texts of the 4 books and 5 classics. Finding himself with little else to occupy his time, he selected one and began to read. Oddly enough, he soon became engrossed. Captivated by the profound wisdom contained within the text, as he contemplated its meaning, he found it truly remarkable. It was the original owner's memories that facilitated his understanding. Otherwise, he would have found such readings obscure and incomprehensible. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded once more, accompanied by the tolling of a distant bell, jolting Li Si from his literary reverie. It was already the hour of Su. He was taken aback, realizing he had been absorbed in reading for 5 or 6 hours without any awareness of time passing. Knock, knock, a voice chimed from outside. Li Xiangong. It's Xiaolan. The master and mistress have gone out, and I brought you your meal. Very well, please bring it in, Li Si replied. A charming young woman entered, carrying a tray, the same woman who had previously awakened him. Set the food on the table, Li Si instructed, clearing a space by moving his books aside to accommodate the tray. As Xiaolan placed the tray down, Li Si furrowed his brow slightly. It contained 2 vegetable dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice, entirely vegetarian, devoid of any meat. This was a stark contrast to the midday feast, which had boasted an array of meat dishes. Something felt amiss. A flutter of unease gripped his heart, and seizing the opportunity while Xiaolan arranged the dishes, he discreetly retrieved a bagua mirror for a glance. To his relief, Xiaolan appeared as an ordinary person within its reflection, not a ghost. He sighed inwardly and then inquired, Are you aware of the haunting at Zhang's estate? Upon hearing Li Si's sudden mention of the haunting, Xiaolan's hands trembled slightly, causing some broth to spill. Of course, I know, she replied, her complexion paling, fear shimmering in her eyes. Then why do you still remain in Zhang's estate? Li Si asked, realizing this was a pressing question. If the estate was haunted, why did its inhabitants not flee, fearing for their lives? Li Xiangong, you worry too much. Xiaolan forced a smile, then added, the haunting mainly occurs in the Chihuahua courtyard. As long as one avoids that area, there is nothing to fear. A look of realization suddenly flickered in Li Si's eyes, and with a faint smile, he said, Then there is no issue. You may leave. All right, Master Li. I shall return shortly to fetch the dishes, Xiaolan replied, stepping back. Li Si then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Initially engrossed in his studies, he had not felt hunger, but now his stomach growled with a fierce longing for sustenance. Just as he was savoring his meal, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if something were watching him from behind, stealing a glance out the window with the corner of his eye. He noticed that the paper covering the window had inexplicably developed a hole. Through this breach, a bloodshot eye locked onto his gaze. Chapter 16. The female corpse. Lacey felt a chill run down her spine as she pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing to eat her meal. However, with a mere thought, the headless ghost materialized within the room. The moment the ghost appeared, Lacey felt a sense of reassurance and safety. She commanded the headless ghost to follow her, gritting her teeth before abruptly standing up and striding towards the door. She opened it and turned sharply to glance at the wall beside her. What she saw beyond the wall sent shivers down her spine. The cold wind swept through, revealing an emptiness outside, as if no one had ever lingered there. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? A fleeting doubt crossed her mind. But she quickly dismissed it, for she could still vividly recall the visage of those deep crimson eyes that had left an indelible mark on her soul. Was it the lady who had jumped into the well? Lacey pondered as she stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, which remained bright, the sunset's afterglow yet to fade. She seated herself at the stone table to the left, the chill of the stone bench gradually calming her tumultuous thoughts. Did Xiaolan not say that the ghost could not leave Chihua courtyard? The thought of Xiaolan's words ignited a flicker of doubt within her, prompting her to mutter, could it be that Xiaolan deceived me? Or is this indeed Chihua courtyard? At this realization, a wave of goosebumps surged across her body. She glanced towards the wooden sign by the round door and exhaled slowly. The characters etched upon it bore the weight of history, unlikely to have been inscribed recently. Upon further contemplation, it seemed impossible. After all, the former wife of the wealthy gentleman had perished by jumping into a well, and this courtyard had no well to speak of. Lacey chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. Rising, she exited through the round door, gazing upon the classical courtyard bathed in the sunset's golden light. Undeniably, although the character of this gentleman was questionable, his estate was quite splendid. Yet, at that moment, Lacey sensed an air of eeriness about the manor. She looked around, only to find the estate enveloped in silence, devoid of any presence. Could it be that everyone had vacated the manor for the night, leaving her alone? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. While it could be comfortable to dwell in such a vast estate alone, it was also a rather terrifying prospect. Moreover, she realized that there was likely a ghost residing within the manor alongside her. Suddenly, she noticed something peculiar near the courtyard wall. Some branches had been placed there, seemingly to obstruct the line of sight. An unsettling premonition stirred within her as she approached, revealing that these branches concealed a round door. The wooden sign beside it bore the words Chihua Courtyard. As she had suspected, the chilling realization dawned upon her, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Finally, she understood what had been observing her from outside her window. It was that ghostly entity. It turned out she lived in proximity to this apparition, and she knew that tonight she would inevitably confront it. The ghost had undoubtedly set its sights on her. If she did not deal with this entity, her night would surely be restless. Clear a path for me, Lacey commanded the headless ghost that accompanied her. The ghost, upon hearing her directive, extending his tongue, he coiled it around a branch, deftly pushing the limb aside to clear a normal pathway. This creature proved to be far more effective than a machete. In the future, it would be more prudent to utilize it as such while ascending the mountain. A thought flickered in Lacey's mind, and he envisioned himself traversing the mountainside, the headless specter's tongue sweeping away the obstacles ahead. He shivered at the beauty of the image, too disturbing to contemplate further. Shaking his head, he dismissed these errant thoughts and stepped into the Chihua garden. Upon entering the Chihua garden, he noted that its arrangement was quite similar to that of the bamboo garden. Save for a well situated opposite the stone table, across the pathway, it appeared to be the very well from which the former wife of the steward had leapt. A silent caution arose within him as he cautiously approached the well. Standing beside it, he discerned that this haunted well bore no distinction from an ordinary one. It was not deep, merely a water source typical of a household. Leaning in to peer down, he caught a glimpse of the clear, rippling water illuminated by the setting sun, along with the graceful aquatic plants swaying beneath the surface. Aquatic plants. Lacey squinted, inhaling sharply. What he beheld was not plants at all, but rather strands of human hair. At that moment, a pair of icy, slender hands brushed against his waist. Before he could react, a sudden force propelled him forward. Ah! Lacey gasped in horror as he fell into the water. As he plunged, he thought he heard a wretched scream echoing in the air. Splash! The water erupted around him. Kill her! As he sank, he commanded the headless specter. Being unable to swim, he plummeted like a stone to the bottom. Upon reaching the well's depths, he navigated through the water and arrived at the source of the hair. Finally confronting the pale, bloated face beneath it. Their eyes locked, mere centimeters apart, he could clearly see the malevolence that glinted within her gaze. Lacey's mind buzzed. Nausea rising within him, he could not expel it underwater, and his face flushed crimson. This was no ghostly apparition, it was her corpse. He realized that the one who had pushed him was undoubtedly the owner of this lifeless body. Eliminate the low-level ghost and drown the spirit, gaining 10 soul points. A message resonated in Li Si's mind. Recognizing that the headless specter had vanquished the drowned ghost, he commanded it to rescue him without hesitation. A slender, azure tongue descended from the well, winding its way around his waist. Li Si, observing the delicate appendage, feared it might constrict him like a wooden plank. Thus, he instructed the specter to refrain from pulling him up just yet, cautiously touching the icy tongue, discovering it to be surprisingly supple. Relieved, he commanded the specter to draw him upwards. As the tongue began to lift him, he sensed a growing lack of oxygen in his lungs and urged the headless specter to expedite his ascent. As Li Si was halfway through the ascent, he felt something entwining his ankle. Peering down, he realized that from his vantage point, nothing was discernible. Without hesitation, he urged the headless specter to exert more force. And soon he felt as if his legs were burdened by a heavy weight. Could it be the hair of that female corpse entwined around my legs? A thought struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. Was he ascending while tethered to a corpse? The image of the corpse's unblinking eyes flashed through his mind, prompting him to kick violently, attempting to dislodge the weight. Strangely, with that kick, he felt a significant release from his feet. With the newfound lightness, he felt a surge of relief within, as the headless specter swiftly pulled him upward. As he crawled over the edge of the well and landed on solid ground, a profound sense of ease washed over him. However, he soon sensed an unsettling sensation beneath his feet, discovering that black hair was tangled around his damp trousers. And he was, to his horror, stepping on a pallid scalp. Chapter 17. The memories of Madame Zhang. Li Si felt a wave of nausea as he gazed at the scalp beneath his feet. Sitting by the well, he endeavored to suppress his discomfort, gradually untangling the strands of hair from his foot. Each touch of the cold, soft scalp sent a shiver through him. After a considerable time, he finally freed the hair. Sighing with relief, he picked up the hair entwined with the scalp, and upon closer inspection, he felt even more repulsed. With a casual toss, he discarded it back into the well. At that moment, a thought struck him. He hastily retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, discovering that the protective talisman remained miraculously dry. The realization that it had not absorbed a single drop of water lifted a heavy weight from his heart. Thankfully, this talisman seemed impervious to moisture for reasons unknown. Otherwise, his danger level would have significantly increased. Would you like to access the memories of the drowned ghost? Suddenly, a message echoed within his mind. Just as Li Si was about to wring out his clothes, this information jolted him, causing him to pause. He recalled that in that particular game, ghosts could obtain soul points and memories by consuming other ghosts. In essence, when a ghost controlled by the player devoured another ghost, it would yield soul points and memories. Curiosity ignited within him, and he yearned to understand how this memory retrieval functioned. Resolute in his decision, he focused his thoughts and chose to inquire. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and a familiar scene materialized before him, the Zhang residence. He found himself amidst a bustling crowd, surrounded by vibrant red silk and lanterns, the atmosphere brimming with joy as congratulatory voices echoed. A wedding was underway. Observing his hands, he recognized himself. However, as he gazed beyond the wedding festivities, everything else appeared shrouded in obscurity. As he stepped into the wedding scene, he witnessed a man and a woman bowing to heaven and earth. The man was none other than the youthful visage of Zhang Yuanwei, and the woman he had recently seen as a corpse was the former Madame Zhang. It became apparent that this was the moment of their union. Out of the high hall, a figure with a blurred face proclaimed loudly. Zhang Yuanwei and Madame Zhang bowed to their esteemed elders seated above, bowed to each other as husband and wife. With this call, the couple began to reciprocate their bows. Li Si observed the radiant joy upon their faces, a picture of utter bliss. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to fade into a haze. Li Si felt as though he were lost in a realm of chaos. She has given birth. A joyous voice resonated through the air. Li Si sensed the chaotic world brightening, and at that moment, he found himself within the Qihua courtyard, surrounded by a throng of people. Among them was a young man pacing anxiously, none other than the youthful Zhang Yuanwei. Upon hearing the jubilant announcement, he could no longer contain himself, hastily striding towards the inner chamber with determined steps. At this moment, Li Si also stepped inside, where he beheld the youthful Zhang Yuanwei striding confidently to the bedside, urgently inquiring of the faceless midwife standing nearby. "How is my wife? Is she well?" The midwife, smiling, replied, "Both mother and child are safe. This is the first time I have assisted in such a smooth delivery." At this juncture, Zhang Yuanwei disregarded the infant cradled by the midwife and grasped the hand of the pallid woman in bed, expressing heartfelt concern. "You have endured much, my dear. One child is sufficient for us. We shall not have any more." The woman lying in bed gazed at Zhang Yuanwei, her eyes reflecting warmth. Observing this, Li Si felt a twinge of confusion. His encounters with Zhang Yuanwei today did not align with this visage. Earlier, Zhang Yuanwei had seemed to wish for the swift demise of his former wife, harboring a desire to see her utterly destroyed. As Li Si pondered, The surroundings shifted once more. Zhang Yuanwei, Zhang Furen, and the midwife vanished like bubbles, yet he remained within the Chiwa courtyard. This meat is exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful. An excited voice resonated from outside. Li Si ventured out to discover Zhang Yuanwei seated at a stone table in the courtyard, indulging in a dish with great relish. He felt perplexed. Was this not the memory of Zhang Furen? Why was Zhang Yuanwei alone? Casting his gaze around, Li Si suddenly noticed a hole in the window of the room. Approaching, he saw an eye fixated on Zhang Yuanwei from within the aperture. Could this be Zhang Furen? A hypothesis formed in Li Si's mind, yet doubt lingered. Why was Zhang Yuanwei dining while Zhang Furen secretly observed? Why did they not share the meal together? Li Si drew closer to Zhang Yuanwei, inspecting the food before him, which appeared to be the usual braised pork. However, upon closer examination, an icy chill surged from his tailbone to his forehead. A wave of nausea overwhelmed him, as if he might vomit. The surrounding scenery began to fade, while the sound of Zhang Yuanwei chewing echoed in his mind, creating a dull buzz. How could one consume such meat? A flash of pale lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap, as raindrops fell to the ground, as if heaven could no longer bear witness. My lord, please, no. My lord. A wailing voice reached Li Si's ears. Turning towards the source of the cries, he beheld a corpulent Zhang Yuanwei clutching a frail woman, making his way to the well. The woman struggled desperately, yet Zhang Yuanwei's grip was as unyielding as stone. Upon reaching the edge of the well, Zhang Yuanwei unhesitatingly cast Zhang Furen into its depths. Witnessing this, Li Si instinctively dashed to the well, peering inside. He saw Zhang Furen plunge into the water, only to begin swimming upwards. Evidently, she was adept at swimming and in no immediate peril. In that moment, Li Si suddenly sensed something flit past him, plunging into the well. He turned his head but found nothing. Peering once more into the well, he gasped in horror as a grotesque figure emerged, its body a ghastly collage of blood and flesh. The creature appeared emaciated, its movements revealing glimpses of its entrails and bones, gliding eerily upon the water's surface. It approached Madame Zhang, seizing her head with a hand that dangled with strips of flesh, forcefully pressing downward. Upon witnessing this monstrous being, Madame Zhang was seized by terror and struggled desperately, splashing water around her. Yet, it was to no avail, for the creature's grip was as unyielding as iron. Only after Madame Zhang fell silent did the fiend release its hold, its hollow gaze drifting toward the well, as if it had caught sight of Li Si. A chill ran through Li Si as he met the creature's eyes, feeling an unsettling familiarity wash over him. Chapter 18. Escape from the Zhang residence. After withdrawing from Madame Zhang's memories, Li Si returned to the Zai's Wei Yuan, rummaging through the wardrobe and fortuitously discovering a suitable outfit. This clothing had evidently been left behind for some time, likely belonging to a previous exorcist who met their demise here. Fortunately, there were spare garments available. Otherwise, given his frail state, he would easily succumb to the chill of the wind. In this realm, falling ill could prove fatal, especially considering the poor medical standards. Once he changed his attire, Li Si was not inclined to linger within the Zhang residence. He had initially believed there was only one recently deceased spirit, however. He soon learned of another, far more formidable one. Moreover, Zhang Yuanwei revealed himself to be duplicitous. He previously claimed that his wife had taken her own life. Yet it was he who had murdered her. No wonder his former wife had transformed into a vengeful ghost, causing unrest within the Zhang household. It was indeed fitting for him. Why hadn't that spirit claimed his life? Go up, Li Si commanded the headless spirit, gesturing towards the ceiling. The spirit merely shook its head in response. Li Si was momentarily at a loss for words. This headless ghost could traverse walls but could not ascend to the roof. Stepping back, he assessed the towering wall and realized he would not be able to scale it. Then I shall exit through the main gate, he contemplated, making his way out of Zai's Wei Yuan and heading towards the entrance. As he walked, despite the protection of the talisman and the headless spirit, a sense of unease lingered in his mind. After all, the headless spirit was merely a low-level ghost. The talisman could only guard against low and mid-tier spirits, unable to withstand attacks from more powerful entities. Furthermore, the talisman's responsiveness was somewhat sluggish, and the headless spirit was not particularly intelligent. Had it been otherwise, he would not have fallen into the well previously. Thankfully, the spirit had merely given him a shove rather than stabbing him with a blade. In this world, he was not particularly strong. He preferred to capture spirits in places where death had recently occurred, opting to develop cautiously rather than confront malevolent entities head-on. After all, one's life is singular. This is no game. Death is final, and one's soul may be consumed by spirits, resulting in eternal damnation. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a rustling noise that heightened Li Si's senses. Turning towards the sound, he discovered it was merely the wind rattling the window. The window of the room had not been properly secured, causing it to sway back and forth against the doorframe. Li Si exhaled in relief, but soon felt a sense of unease. He had glimpsed something unusual. Approaching the window for a closer look, he saw a large communal bed with several individuals lying on it. He recognized them as the servants of the Zhang residence. So they had retired this early, no wonder the house was so quiet. However, something felt amiss. Peering closer, he noticed both men and women on the communal bed, all dressed, but without any blankets, which was decidedly peculiar. He found it hard to believe that the Zhang residence could not provide separate quarters for men and women. At this moment, Li Si found himself surprisingly calm. If these individuals were indeed strange entities, he would first gather some soul value. He opened the door and stepped inside, gazing at these people with a sense of oddity. They appeared to be fully alive. He lifted the Bagua mirror towards them and, upon looking into its reflection, noticed that their appearances had not altered, which clearly indicated that they were normal humans. Approaching one individual, he reached out to check for breath, confirming that the person was indeed breathing normally. He then checked the breath of another nearby individual, who also exhibited signs of life. This unequivocally demonstrated that they were living beings. However, Li Si's expression soon paled slightly, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He extended both hands to check the breath of the two individuals simultaneously and then discovered the peculiar anomaly. The heaviness and frequency of their breaths were exactly the same. As he made contact with one of them, a thought flickered in his mind, and information materialized in his consciousness as he had anticipated. You have encountered a low-level half-ghost entity, which is intertwined with other spirits, and due to its low rank, a contract cannot be established. Could these truly be spirits? Doubt crept into Li Si's mind. If they were indeed such entities, why could the Bagua mirror not reveal their deathly visage? Suddenly, he recalled a story from his past life, about a person who had died without realizing it, only to awaken to the truth upon being told, "You are already dead." It was at that moment that the individual would recognize their own demise, and their body would begin to decay like a long-dead corpse. Perhaps these half-dead individuals were in a similar predicament. No wonder a contract could not be formed, as they were neither fully alive nor entirely deceased. It was thus unsurprising that the Bagua mirror failed to reveal their deathly forms, for they had not truly passed away. Exhaling deeply, Li Si exited the room, feeling an urgent need to leave this Zhang residence, as it grew increasingly strange. He felt as if the entire estate were ensnared in a web, tightening around him, suffocating him. He had no intention of harming these individuals, for in a certain sense, they could still be considered alive. To take the life of a living person was beyond his capacity at that moment. Perhaps he might take a life in the future, but certainly not now. Li Si swiftly made his way towards the entrance of the Zhang residence, the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any presence. The night cast an unsettling and sinister glow upon the estate. He soon arrived at the front door, where he had previously noticed that it was barred with wood. Unlike the modern locks of contemporary society, approaching the door, he struggled to lift the wooden barrier. He felt compelled to do this himself, fearing that the headless ghost might inadvertently awaken the bizarre entities within. Additionally, he was wary of the possibility that, while handling the wood, something strange might suddenly attack him, and the headless ghost might not react in time. "Li Xianji, where are you going?" Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind him, startling Li Si and nearly causing him to drop the wood he was holding. Li Si, feeling somewhat stiff, placed the wooden object on the ground. As he turned around, he was met with the sight of Master Zhang, accompanied by two robust servants, grinning at him from the steps below. A sense of trepidation stirred within him, and he discreetly retrieved the Bagua mirror, directing it towards Master Zhang, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on the mirror. A wave of relief washed over him. This Master Zhang was not a ghost. At worst, he might be a mere zombie. However, Li Si was acutely aware that this Master Zhang could be even more terrifying than a ghost, as some spirits were merely as muddled as the living dead. Yet, this Master Zhang had a notorious penchant for consuming human flesh. The thought of him gorging himself at the dining table sent a shiver down Li Si's spine. Could it be that this fellow intended to kill him and serve him as a delicacy? With this unsettling notion, a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed Li Si's mind. Chapter 19. Who is the Zhangguo clan? Li Si swiftly dismissed his impulsive thoughts, for he understood that disturbing the ghostly entity would spell certain doom for him. "Uncle, I am not accustomed to sleeping here. I wish to return home to rest." Li Si respectfully addressed Zhang Yuanwei, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Oh." Zhang Yuanwei acknowledged with a nod, but soon smiled and said, "It is quite late. Returning now would be perilous. It would be wiser to stay for a few more days." He commanded his two servants, Yang De, Yang Er, "Escort my esteemed nephew to the Zayas Wei Yuan." Li Si's expression gradually hardened. He had initially contemplated leaving the Zhang residence and devising a long-term plan. However, under Zhang Yuanwei's relentless pressure, he realized that escape was futile. Zhang Yuanwei clearly intended for him to meet his demise. He clenched his hand within his sleeve, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet his countenance remained unchanged. "Surly, please accompany us back." The two servants approached him, addressing him directly. Li Si glanced at the servants, offered a faint smile to Zhang Yuanwei, and bowed slightly. Thank you, uncle. I appreciate your kindness, and I am grateful to you two brothers for your assistance. With that, Li Si proceeded towards Zai's Wei Yuan, the two servants trailing behind him. In the shadows, unseen by the servants or Zhang Yuanwei, a sinister expression flickered across Li Si's face, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. You wish for me to remain? Then I shall remain to gather the corpses of your entire family. Zai's Wei Yuan seated at the tea table, Li Si perused a book, the flickering candlelight casting his visage in a constantly shifting light and shadow. From Zhang Yuanwei's demeanor, it was evident that he had become a target. Thus, escape was no longer an option, especially given the 3-meter-high walls surrounding the estate. His frail body could not scale them. Though he appeared engrossed in the text before him, Li Si's thoughts were far from the pages. Instead, he pondered how to survive within the Zhang residence. First and foremost, a stealthy escape was impossible, for the gates were closely guarded. And Zhang Yuanwei's demeanor suggested he was under constant watch. The notion of enlisting the help of the headless ghost to murder his way out had crossed his mind. But that was an utterly unfeasible endeavor. For if he were to take a life as a mere scholar in a world rampant with demons and malevolence, he would undoubtedly face a death sentence at the hands of the authorities, with no hope of survival. Even the assistance of a lowly ghost would prove futile. Moreover, he sensed that should he provoke a commotion, the eerie entity responsible for the drowning of Zhang Yuanwei's late wife would surely emerge to claim his life. As Li Si contemplated, he became increasingly convinced that the strange happenings within the Zhang residence were intricately linked to that enigmatic being. The memory of the entity in the well lingered in his mind, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. Yet he had never encountered it before. Why then did it feel so familiar? This peculiar being resembled a gaunt skeleton, its form draped in scant flesh. The skeletal frame did not appear to belong to a man. If it were a man, the bones would be more robust. Recalling the woman, Li Si's mind drifted to that delicate, milk-like foot beneath the dining table, and he could still remember its warmth and smoothness. The thought sent a shiver through him. Yet he quickly shook his head, dispelling any impure thoughts. Engaging in such matters concerning another man's wife was something neither the original owner nor he would entertain. However, his body suddenly stiffened, and he abruptly rose from his seat, a look of horror crossing his face. He was struck by the realization that the eyes of Guoshi, gazing at him, were eerily reminiscent of those belonging to the grotesque creature. He found himself seated alongside that very monstrosity, which had even brushed against him with its foot. What added to Li Si's discomfort was the unsettling stirrings he felt at the dining table. He recalled that in the memories of the former Madame Yuan, there was no mention of this Guoshi, not even a shadow of her presence. If Madame Zhang had any recollection of the matter, it would surely have been noted. It was evident that this Guoshi was the very creature that defied reason. Had it not been for the vivid impression left by those eyes, he could never have imagined such a captivating and enchanting woman as the embodiment of that flesh and bone monstrosity. Coupled with the recollection of Yuan's ghastly appetite for human flesh, Li Si's stomach twisted. Could it be that Yuan had devoured this Guoshi's flesh, and now she had come seeking vengeance? The strength of this ghostly entity was uncertain to Li Si, yet he hoped his fortune would not be so bleak. After all, high-level spectral beings were not as common as cabbages, unlikely to cross his path so readily. He decided to regard this Guoshi as a mid-level specter. If it were indeed a high-level entity, he would simply await his demise. Should it be a low-level ghost, treating it as a mid-level would suffice. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a flicker of intent, a small inkwell appeared in his hand. This was the spectral enhancement liquid from the system's marketplace, valued at 12 soul points, capable of augmenting a specter's soul value by 10 points. This purchase had drained his resources entirely. Having only slain 2 spectral beings, a zombie worth 2 points and the recently defeated drowned ghost, valued at 10. The 12 soul points were thus expended. As the inkwell materialized in Li Si's grasp, the headless ghost lurking in the corner abruptly turned its head toward him, drool spilling from the corners of its mouth. Observing the ghost's movement, Li Si chuckled. It seemed the enhancement liquid held a fatal allure for spectral beings. Come here, he beckoned to the headless ghost. It grinned widely, drool soaking its garments, as it ominously glided toward Li Si, appearing truly terrifying. Had it not been for the faint connection he felt with the headless ghost, he might have feared it would devour him whole. When the headless ghost approached, Li Si uncorked the inkwell. Greed flickered in the ghost's eyes as it opened its mouth, desperately inhaling the air, saliva flowing freely, akin to a junkie craving their fix. Strangely, as the headless specter drew in its breath, a dark substance resembling both liquid and gas flowed from the inky bottle, transforming into a slender stream that rushed towards its mouth and nostrils. In no time, the contents of the bottle were entirely absorbed by the specter, causing the vessel to become transparent and vanish without a trace. Once it had consumed the essence, a look of indulgence spread across the specter's face as it occasionally licked its lips with a thick, coarse tongue. Li Si also noted that the spirit's form had become more substantial. Where it once exuded an ethereal quality, it now bore a resemblance to a corporeal being. Chapter 20. The ghostly veil. Li Si gazed at the headless ghost, and a thought flickered in his mind, causing the ghost's information to reappear within the recesses of his consciousness. Headless ghost spirit level. Low-level ghost abilities. Ghostly lantern. Etherealization. Long tongue. Enhanced. Current relationship. Contracted. Current soul strength. 30. There was little difference from before, save for the enhancement noted beside the long tongue and the increase in soul strength from 20 to 30. Focusing his mind on the term long tongue, a surge of information flooded Li Si's brain. Long tongue enhanced. A long tongue entwined with resentment, capable of ensnaring and slaying humans, spirits, and monsters, with amplified damage against ghostly entities. To Li Si's delight, the enhanced long tongue ability of the headless ghost would augment damage to other spirits, precisely what he required as he prepared to confront the ghostly entity of the Zhonghua family. At that moment, however, the headless ghost regarded Li Si with an eerie gaze, its tongue slowly extending toward his eyes. What is this? Li Si furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively retreating a bit. Yet, feeling the bond of their contract, he chose not to withdraw further. Trusting that the headless ghost would not harm him, he reasoned that its actions must have purpose. Sensing the moist, slippery tongue upon his face, Li Si instinctively closed his eyes, fearing that saliva might drip into them. The tongue danced near his eyes, and soon he heard a soft thud as something fell to the ground. A lightness enveloped his head, as if a burden had been lifted. Once the task was complete, the ghost swiftly withdrew its tongue from his face. Li Si wiped his face clean, erasing the foul, slimy residue, and opened his eyes. Instantly struck by a newfound clarity, his vision sharpened, even alleviating his nearsightedness, allowing him to see the room distinctly. However, he had little time to ponder this revelation. His gaze fell to the ground, where two somewhat decayed hands lay quietly on the muddy floor. What is this? A shiver coursed through his body, his teeth chattering as he gingerly touched the area around his eyes, struggling to believe that he had been concealing two hands there throughout the day. Taking a deep breath, he cleared the tumultuous emotions and began to rationally contemplate the situation. What were these hands? What purpose did they serve? He crouched down to inspect the hands. Now partially decomposed, their surfaces a sickly green, with patches of flesh already peeled away, revealing dark red muscle beneath. In the palms, two holes were precisely formed, allowing a person to peer through to the other side. What is this? Li Si speculated, suppressing his discomfort as he extended a finger toward the decayed palm. Upon making contact with the cold, soft skin, a surge of information blossomed in his mind. Ghost hand, companion spirit, a companion entity of the ghostly veil spell. When a ghost uses the ghostly veil on a passerby, the ghost hand will cover the person's eyes, enabling them to see only what the ghost wishes them to perceive. Hidden effect. Once the spell is dispelled, the individual's vision will experience a significant enhancement. Li Si's suspicions were confirmed, sending a chill through his entire body. Upon entering this residence, everything he perceived was merely a facade conjured by ghostly entities. In truth, he had never truly glimpsed the genuine aspect of this abode. It was no wonder that, although the servants had become mere corpses, the Bagua mirror failed to reveal the deathly visage of these specters. He had previously believed that these undead beings were merely half alive and did not qualify as true ghosts, hence the mirror's inability to reflect their morbid forms. Taking out the Bagua mirror, Li Si approached the window and discreetly angled the mirror towards the servant stationed at the entrance of the small bamboo courtyard. Fortunately, after removing the ghostly hand, his eyesight had significantly improved, allowing him to discern the subtle differences in the two servants outside. For instance, the servant on the left occasionally scratched at his neck, revealing numerous minute cavities. At times, 2 or 3 white maggots wriggled within these orifices. His scratching action had inadvertently severed one of the emerging maggots, leaving half of its body struggling in the hollow of his neck, with a clear, viscous fluid splattering the surrounding area before it ceased to move. Witnessing this gruesome sight, Li Si could scarcely contain himself, bile rose in his throat, and his face turned pale. The other guard, however, appeared less grotesque, resembling a normal person aside from some decay, with patches of skin peeling away to expose raw, red flesh. This, at least, was more palatable to Li Si, far less repugnant than the first guard's revolting wriggling maggots. He now realized that since his arrival at the Zhang residence, he had never truly seen it for what it was. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he directed the Bagua mirror towards the remnants of the afternoon meal. Observing the food to be quite ordinary, he breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that he might have consumed something unsanitary. After all, legend spoke of ghosts preparing meals with maggots and leaves. Yet, it seemed that the undead residents of this house were oblivious to their own demise, continuing to live as if nothing had changed. Consequently, their sustenance appeared to be akin to that of the living. Li Si closed the doors and windows, glanced at the books on the desk, but found he could not focus, so he moved to extinguish the lamp. As for how to deal with the Zhang Guoshi, He had no effective plan and would have to await tomorrow to test the waters, allowing the headless ghost to remain in the corner as a makeshift air conditioner. He burrowed into the comforting embrace of his bedding. Relishing its softness, he resolved that once he escaped the Zhang residence alive, he would acquire such luxurious bedding for himself. For this silk comforter was simply exquisite. As he lay enveloped in this delightful warmth, he soon found himself drifting into a drowsy slumber. Not long after, a singular eye reappeared on the tattered window paper. However, this eye was not the bloodshot one belonging to the drowned ghost, but rather a bright and slightly alluring gaze. Suddenly, the eye froze, slowly shifting its focus towards the beam of the ceiling. Upon making contact with the beam, a look of terror flickered in those clear, enchanting eyes. After the manifestation of fear, the expression in that eye became vacant, gradually withering away. A soundless, heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the night sky. And that eye vanished from the window. Drip. A droplet of crystalline liquid fell from the beam, landing on the floor. In the corner, the headless specter lifted its gaze towards the beam, its usually impassive visage now suffused with terror, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 21. The eerie dream in a dimly lit space, Li Si wandered aimlessly, oblivious to his own identity, origins, and destination. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to move forward, relentlessly, until fatigue overcame him. Yet, after an indeterminate span of time, Li Si felt no weariness. Instead, a sense of tedium began to creep in. It was then that he pondered his existence, who he was, what name he bore, and the reason for his incessant march. After a prolonged contemplation, a name surfaced in his mind. Li Si. Is this truly my name? Why do I bear such a name? I think, therefore I am. Henceforth, I shall be known as Li Si. Suddenly, a childlike voice resonated through the obscurity, and a frail boy's silhouette materialized ahead. Upon seeing the boy, Li Si felt an urge to rush forward and greet him, but as he approached, the child vanished into thin air. Who are you? Why am I here? Frustration welled up within Li Si, prompting him to shout into the void. Why ponder the world? Passion illuminates the cold river. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed from another direction, strong and resonant. Turning towards the source, Li Si beheld a gaunt figure intently engrossed in reading at a desk. He approached the slender form, yet, like the boy before, it too disappeared without a trace. Who are you? I demand to leave. Li Si felt on the brink of despair, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon him. Creak. A shrill sound pierced Li Si's ears, disrupting his cries. He turned towards the origin of the noise, discovering a wooden bed that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The jarring creak emanated from that very bed. With mounting exasperation, Li Si approached it, noting with curiosity that this bed did not vanish like the previous figures. He circled the bed, still hearing the unsettling noise from beneath it. Leaning closer, he discerned that the sound was not produced by the bed itself, but rather from beneath it, as if something was gnawing at something else. A look of hesitation crossed Li Si's face, yet he soon crouched down, reaching for the bedspread and slowly lifting it. At that moment, the piercing creak ceased. As if the entity below had sensed his presence, the sudden silence tightened Li Si's chest, and his hand froze mid-motion. A fleeting expression of doubt crossed his features. But he steeled himself, resuming the removal of the bedspread. As the fabric was drawn back, Li Si found the space beneath the bed shrouded in darkness, obscuring his view. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a corner, where he discerned a figure. The silhouette seemed to sense him as well, gradually lifting its head, revealing a delicate face illuminated by the shadows. Gazing upon this visage, Li Si was struck with a sense of dread. It was unmistakably his own face staring back at him. At that moment, Li Si discerned the object of consumption in the hands of the figure before him, a slender humerus. This bone was certainly no relic of a wild beast. Was this person, so akin to himself, feasting upon human flesh? Li Si abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his neck. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. He exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and rose from his bed. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Has Master Li awoken? A feminine voice called from beyond the door. Yes, I am awake. Li Si replied, using a piece of jade to gather the headless specter still lingering in the corner, before walking to the door to open it. Standing outside was the maid from the previous day, who had brought him his meal, named Xiaolan. She greeted him with a smile, holding a basin and toiletries. Master Li, please wash up. The master and mistress are currently awaiting you in the hall for breakfast. Very well, Li Si responded, taking the items from Xiaolan's hands. After freshening up, he followed her out of the small bamboo courtyard and into the grand hall. Inside, Zhang Yuanwei and Madame Zhang were enjoying their breakfast, appearing quite affectionate with one another. Yet, upon Li Si's approach, they resumed their serious demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. How did you sleep last night, dear nephew? Was there anything amiss? Zhang Yuanwei inquired, sipping his tea with a congenial smile. Nothing of note transpired. All is well. Thank you for your concern, uncle, Li Si replied. taking a seat at the table and smiling back at Zhang Yuanwei. "Oh, was there truly nothing peculiar yesterday?" Zhang Yuanwei asked, feigning nonchalance. A hint of surprise in his tone. Li Si smirked inwardly, yet feigned curiosity as he regarded Zhang Yuanwei, furrowing his brow in contemplation before affirmatively stating, "Indeed, nothing occurred." Zhang Yuanwei regarded Li Si with a knowing smile, saying, "As long as nothing happened, that is good. Now, let us eat, lest the food grows cold." Li Si chose to ignore the enigmatic smile of Zhang Yuanwei and began to partake of the meal. Although the inhabitants of this place were deceased, the dishes they prepared were quite palatable. As for the prospect of consuming something unsavory, Li Si had dispelled the ghostly veil, thus discerning that the food before him was entirely ordinary. Suddenly, he paused momentarily, his eating motion slightly stalling, but quickly resumed as if nothing had occurred. If one were to glance beneath the table at that moment, they would observe Madame Zhang's delicate foot brushing against Li Si's calf. At that juncture, a thought flickered in Li Si's mind, and information materialized in his consciousness. Dismemberment spirit, severely wounded, spirit level, low-level spirit abilities, veil of deceit, an inadequately evolved ghostly barrier. Etherealization, human skin, deception current status, uncontracted current soul strength, 98 merely a low-level spirit, Li Si exhaled. Yet he found it troublesome that this spirit's soul strength had reached a formidable 98 points. This can be regarded as the most formidable low-level ghost he has encountered thus far. It is noteworthy that the headless ghost, upon their first encounter, possessed merely 20 points. And even after enhancement yesterday, only reached 30 points. In stark contrast, the strength of this dismembered ghost's spirit body astonishingly attained 98 points, which is more than 3 times that of the headless ghost. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, this dismembered ghost appeared to be in a severely injured state. Li contemplated the specific details of this ghost's abilities, but as his thoughts focused on the skills within his powers, Zhang Guoshi's delicate foot had already departed from his calf. Instantly, a sense of melancholy washed over Li, not due to the loss of that supple little foot, but rather because he had failed to acquire the information regarding the skills of the dismembered ghost. Chapter 22. Painting a skin, painting a tiger. But not painting a bone, however, Li Si was not distressed, for he felt he had gleaned a portion of vital information, from which he could surmise what he sought. Firstly, he had confirmed that this Guoshi was indeed the spectral entity from the lady's memory. He had already experienced the skill known as ghostly veil, which obscures a person's vision, inducing illusions that only allow them to perceive the phantasmagorical as dictated by the specter. The skill of phantomization was also possessed by the headless ghost. It was a unique ability of the ghosts, rendering ordinary blades utterly ineffective against them. As for the human skin, it was akin to the skill depicted in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, capable of concealing a ghostly form, allowing it to blend in with the living. The skill of deception was equally comprehensible. It must have been a means to mislead these individuals into believing they were still alive, a skill that commanded the dead. Thus, it appeared that this ghost was not beyond subjugation. Yet, aside from confirming the effects of ghostly veil and phantomization, his understanding of the human skin and deception remained conjectural and unverified. Li Xianggong, what are you pondering? Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted Li Si's train of thought, jolting him back to reality. "Oh, I was just reflecting on what Uncle Zhang mentioned earlier, mulling over whether anything peculiar had occurred at Shaozhu Yuan. But no matter how much I ponder, I cannot recall anything strange," Li Si replied, a hint of vexation in his tone. "Then perhaps it is best not to dwell on it." Zhang Guoshi giggled lightly, then continued, "I heard from my husband that you wished to return home yesterday?" Li Si glanced at Zhang Yuanwei, who sat expressionless, sipping tea, and smiled. "Indeed, such was the case yesterday. I felt somewhat out of sorts staying here, hence my desire to return home." "Oh," Zhang Guoshi nodded, then smiled brightly. "Since you find it uncomfortable to stay here, you may return home and come again another day. What do you think, my lord?" She turned her gaze towards Zhang Yuanwei, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. "Very well," Zhang Yuanwei, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. "There's no need for that," Li Si chuckled lightly, then said, "It was merely that I had trouble sleeping yesterday. However, I slept exceedingly well last night, and I quite enjoy staying here. Surely, neither Uncle nor Madame Zhang wishes to expel me?" He looked towards Zhang Guoshi and Zhang Yuanwei, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Not at all," Zhang Guoshi replied with a forced smile, her bright, enchanting eyes fixed on Li Si as she gently suggested, "But Li Xianggong, do you not have matters to attend to? Perhaps it would be best to return sooner." Captivated by the brilliance of Zhang Guoshi's eyes, Li Si felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, on the verge of acquiescing, when a flash of light from the talisman at his chest jolted him back to clarity. "Ah!" A cry of anguish pierced the air. Startled, Li Si turned toward the source of the scream, only to find Zhang Guoshi collapsed upon the table, blood seeping from her lips. Realization dawned upon him. It must have been Zhang Guoshi employing her deception skill against him. only to be thwarted by the protective talisman he bore. Madame Zhang, are you all right? Li Si rose to approach Madame Zhang with a demeanor that radiated concern. Do not come any closer, Madame Zhang exclaimed in terror upon hearing his intention. At that moment, Master Zhang appeared dazed, his expression a mixture of confusion as he gazed at the two, utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. Very well, I shall not approach. Madame Zhang, do take care of your health, Li Si said, gradually retreating while wearing a worried expression. He then sat on a stool, picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks, and remarked with a playful smile, this dumpling looks exquisite, but the meat inside seems rather unappealing. With that, he sliced open the dumpling skin with his chopsticks, extracting the filling and consuming it. Upon hearing his words, Madame Zhang, who had ceased her bloody retching, seemed to grasp something, her bright autumn eyes reflecting a vengeful gaze that appeared most terrifying. Oh, the meat of the dumpling is indeed meant to be encased in the skin to enhance its appearance, otherwise, it loses its appeal, Master Zhang interjected, now regaining his wits and smiling at Li Si. Indeed, Li Si chuckled before adding, I recall an intriguing tale. I wonder if you both would be interested in hearing it. Master Zhang hesitated, his mind preoccupied with his wife's condition. Seeking a physician was of utmost importance. Do share, came the raspy voice of Madame Zhang, effectively quelling Master Zhang's uncertainty. Noticing their willingness, Li Si nodded and began. I once heard a tale of a scholar who encountered a mysterious woman in a forest. This woman claimed to be fleeing from danger, and the enamored scholar brought her home to live with him. However, after some time, his health began to deteriorate. One day, a ghost hunter noticed the darkness clouding his brow and informed him that he had been ensnared by a spirit. Li Si paused to sip his tea delicately. And then what happened? Master Zhang inquired, evidently intrigued, completely oblivious to the darkening expression of Madame Zhang as she glared at the two men. After taking a sip, Li Si continued, the scholar, half in disbelief, decided to secretly observe the woman one night from outside the window. To his horror, he witnessed her skinning herself. As she peeled back her skin, a ghastly, green-faced demon emerged from within. To the scholar's terror, this demon was male. Li Si shook his head slightly, suppressing a chuckle. Ha! I have never encountered such a humorous tale, Master Zhang exclaimed, initially taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. This story is indeed quite amusing. Li Si, taking another sip of tea, replied calmly, however, if such a fate befell oneself, it would not be amusing at all. For instance, Madame Zhang is quite beautiful, surpassing even the woman in that tale. Have you ever considered that Madame Zhang might actually be a malevolent spirit? Her? Zhang Yuanwei remained oblivious to the shift in Li Si's address. Pointing at the sullen-faced Zhang Guoshi, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, how can this be? Guo Qian is my lawfully wedded wife. She cannot possibly be a ghost. My dear nephew, do not jest. As the saying goes, it is easy to paint a tiger's skin but difficult to depict its bones. One may know a person's face but remain unaware of their heart. Li Si, sipping his tea with indifference, retorted with a cold smile, if you are unaware of your own death, how can you discern whether your wife is a specter? Chapter 23. The Duel with the Ghost. Am I dead? Zhang Yuanwei gazed at Li Si in astonishment upon hearing his words, quickly transforming his surprise into anger as he scolded, Li Xinzi, I have treated you as a distinguished guest. Why do you speak so disrespectfully and curse me to death? Oh, Li Si chuckled softly, then casually remarked, perhaps you should reflect on this, uncle. Zhang Yuanwei opened his mouth to respond but suddenly seemed to recall something, a series of memories flooding his mind. His complexion turned ashen as he muttered, am I dead? How could this be? Is it truly possible? I am dead. With each utterance, flesh decayed from his face, and by the end, he was howling, his blood and flesh peeling away, his robes falling apart. At that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the bizarre ghostly figure from Li Si's memories of the previous Madame Zhang, albeit with even bulkier bones. Finally, Zhang Yuanwei glared fiercely at the perpetually sullen Zhang Guoshi, roaring, wretched woman, you have brought about my demise. With that, he lunged at her. However, as he charged forward, Zhang Guoshi, who had remained motionless until then, suddenly rose, her hand shooting out like lightning to grasp Zhang Yuanwei's throat, rendering him immobile. Her other hand clutched his face. Zhang Guoshi held Zhang Yuanwei captive, her gaze fixed intently on Li Si as she spat through clenched teeth. I want you to leave. Yet you refuse to go. With a violent yank, she wrenched his head from his body and carelessly tossed both the corpse and the head aside. I had intended to leave. Li Si leisurely sipped his tea, then looked up, nonchalantly stating, but you all refused to let me. Then depart now. And I shall spare your life, Zhang Guoshi said darkly, her eyes flickering with malice and apprehension. I no longer wish to leave. Li Si replied with an air of indifference, then turned to Zhang Guoshi with a serious expression, playfully adding, I am quite curious to see what you, a shameless wretch, will do next. I have skin. Zhang Guoshi shrieked, her emotions spiraling out of control upon hearing Li Si's words. It seemed she had shouted too forcefully, as the skin on her face split open, revealing the flesh and bone beneath. TSK, TSK. Li Si clicked his tongue, pointing to his own face and laughing. Normal skin does not tear like that. Look at mine. He punctuated his statement by gently brushing his fingers against his fair skin. He felt no pity for Zhang Guoshi. Regardless of her past, the fact remained that she had taken many lives. Zhang Guoshi glared at Li Si with resentment and jealousy, unable to contain herself any longer. Her skin slowly began to peel away, revealing the horrifying and grotesque form that Li Si had previously encountered. Die. The dismembering ghost howled. Saliva and viscous fluid spraying as the skin she had just shed surged toward Li Si as if it were alive. In an instant, darkness enveloped Li Si as his body was ensnared by the human skin, which began to coil around him like a constricting serpent, intent on reducing him to pulp. As Li Si felt a surge of pressure, the fabric pouch on his chest flickered with a gleam, and the human skin ignited as if set ablaze. My skin. A horrific scream echoed from a short distance away, as the dismemberment specter, clad in terror, lunged towards Li Si. At that moment, the human skin had already been consumed by flames, leaving only a heap of ashes on the ground. The dismemberment specter approached Li Si, incredulously touching the ashes beneath its fingers. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the ashes into the air, scattering them away. The specter raised its head, fixing a venomous gaze upon Li Si, and hissed through gritted teeth, I shall peel your skin off. Suddenly, a lifeless, bluish tongue pierced through the specter's chest. A young boy, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, stood beside Li Si, his tongue having penetrated the specter's heart. The specter, in disbelief, stared at the writhing tongue embedded in its chest, utterly unprepared for such an intrusion at that moment. It never anticipated that Li Si would have an ally. Ah! The specter shrieked, decisively yanking the tongue out and hastily fleeing to the side. Under Li Si's command, the headless specter swiftly lashed out with its tongue, severing one of the specter's legs. However, the dismemberment specter continued to escape in a particular direction, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Kill him, the specter howled, prompting the Zhang family's servants to emerge, expressionless, surrounding Li Si. Kill. Li Si commanded coldly to the headless specter. In that moment, whether the Zhang family were ghosts or humans mattered not, he was determined to eradicate them completely. He had previously vowed to collect the corpses of the Zhang family, and he intended to honor that promise. Now was the time for the hidden dagger to reveal itself. Upon receiving Li Si's order, the headless specter pursued the dismemberment specter, its tongue twisting in the air. Within moments, over 20 human corpses were reduced to fragmented pieces. Li Si followed closely behind the headless specter, traversing several courtyards until he finally spotted the dismemberment specter. At that moment, the specter was clutching a young boy. Its face twisted with malice as it glared at Li Si. Release that, Li Si began, attempting to prevent the specter from harming the boy. However, upon seeing Li Si, the boy reacted as though he had encountered a sworn enemy, glaring fiercely and baring sharp teeth in a savage roar. Another ghost. Li Si was momentarily taken aback. Shaking his head, he then instructed the headless specter, eliminate them all. Suddenly, the dismemberment specter's expression shifted, realizing that escape was no longer an option. Had her human skin still been intact, she might have had a chance to flee or even easily eliminate the young ghost. But reality held no such alternatives. Her skin had been subdued by Li Si's protective talisman, and compounded by the injuries sustained the previous night, she was no match for the headless specter. As her eyes gradually softened, she knelt on the ground, cradling her child, and bowed her head 3 times in desperation, pleading, Li Stinkong, though I have taken many lives, my child is innocent. He has never harmed anyone. I implore you to spare him. If he has indeed never taken a life, I would naturally grant him mercy. Li Si replied, slowly approaching the corpse-slicing specter, coldly declaring, however, you must die. With that, a shadowy figure pierced through the air, driving straight into the heart of the specter, beginning to writhe within its insides. The specter, enduring the agonizing torment of its tongue traversing its own entrails, embraced the boy and gently stroked his head, eyes filled with affection. Ah, before long, the specter could no longer withstand the agony coursing through its body and let out a howl, frantically striking its own form, shards of bone scattering to the ground. Sensing its imminent demise, the specter halted its movements, turned to Li Si, and with great difficulty uttered, beware of the beams. Yet before it could say more, the specter emitted a final, anguished scream, its flesh and bones finally torn asunder by the headless ghost, disintegrating into a heap of fragmented meat upon the earth. Soon thereafter, the flesh and bones began to decay, transforming into blackened ash. A gust of wind swept through, carrying away the sins along with the ashes, leaving only a boy standing in the open space, gazing vacantly at the direction in which the ashes had flown. Chapter 24, Reflection upon vanquishing the lowly spirit known as the dismembered ghost. Li Si accrued a remarkable 98 soul points. An influx of information surged into his mind, igniting within him an exhilarating sensation akin to sudden wealth. This marked the highest accumulation of soul points he had achieved in this realm. Suddenly, the boy standing before him pivoted, his blood-red eyes fixated on the perpetrator of his mother's demise, seemingly poised to lunge forward. Subdue him, Li Si thought. Still pondering the dismembered ghost's earlier words, the boy's fierce gaze compelled him to command the headless ghost to restrain him, lest chaos ensue. As his order was given, a shadowy figure enveloped the boy, leaving only his head exposed, from which he emitted a series of anguished howls directed at both Li Si and the ghost. Approaching the boy, Li Si gently caressed the crown of his head. With a mere thought, information materialized in his consciousness. Fetal ghost, half human, half ghost. Half demon, spirit classification, low-level spirit abilities, humanity. Phasing, spiritual enlightenment, current status, uncontracted. Soul body strength. 5. The fetal ghost exists in a state of limbo. Protected through deception by his mother, compounded by the invasion of spiritual energy, resulting in his hybrid form. Humanity possesses human traits, intellect remains untainted by spiritual forces. Preserving his consciousness. Phasing, a fundamental ability of spectral entities, rendering him impervious to mundane weapons. Spiritual enlightenment. Those in proximity to him experience accelerated cognitive function, facilitating learning and gradual enhancement of intellect. Li Si was astonished to discover that this boy was indeed a half-human, half-ghost, half-demon entity, with the spiritual enlightenment ability capable of augmenting others' intelligence. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered into a contract with the fetal ghost. Upon sealing the pact, the boy's gaze softened. His cries ceased, and he nuzzled against Li Si's palm with affectionate intent. A query regarding the dismembered ghost's memories materialized in Li Si's mind. With a deliberate thought, he opted to explore this inquiry, eager to unravel the intricacies of the events surrounding the Zhang family. As he selected the query, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself standing before the grand entrance of the Zhang estate. At that moment, a middle-aged man escorted a young woman toward the interior of the estate. "My dear," the man murmured affectionately, "Master Zhang is quite generous. If you yield to him, we shall live comfortably." He spoke soothingly to the young woman, attempting to console her. The woman's features bore a striking resemblance to those of Zhang Guoshi, albeit her complexion lacked the latter's radiance, rendering her appearance relatively ordinary. Yet, Li Si recognized her as Zhang Guoshi, for it was in this moment that her eyes sparkled with a rare brightness. The man accompanying her was none other than the butcher Gao, whom Li Si was familiar with. Previously, the butcher business in Fomin County had been shared between the Gao and Yu families, but Gao's enterprise had faltered, leading to his eventual downfall and the Yu family's ascendance to dominance. As Li Si listened to Gao's words, his fists clenched tightly, filled with an overwhelming desire to confront him and unleash his fury. He had never encountered such a repugnant individual who would force his wife to submit to others. Yet reason dictated that these events had already transpired, and he was utterly powerless to alter them. "Ah!" The butcher suddenly cried out in pain, releasing his grip on Zhang Guoshi's mouth. The butcher gazed incredulously at his bloodied palm, furious as he exclaimed, "You shameless wretch! How dare you bite me?" Spitting blood onto the butcher's face, Zhang Guoshi glared at him with her arched brows and gritted her silver teeth, retorting, "You spineless creature! Profiting from selling your wife is hardly an accomplishment. If you dare to take me inside, I shall surely kill you." Hearing her words only fueled the butcher's rage, and he struck her face with a resounding slap, thunderously rebuking, "What of it? You, a mere woman, earning silver for our family, you're nothing but a harlot. I even redeemed you from the brothel. Now you merely return to your former profession, and the money is tenfold what you earned before. You ought to be grateful." Upon hearing the butcher's words, Zhang Guoshi's complexion turned ashen, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, and her once bright eyes dulled. Let me go. I shall enter on my own," she coldly laughed, devoid of any emotion, breaking free from the butcher's anxious grasp and heading toward the Zhang residence. "Qianer." I spoke in haste, my foul mouth, the butcher chuckled nervously, following her while fanning his own face, "Consider it a mere slip of the tongue, and do not hold it against me." "Gao Shan," Zhang Guoshi turned her head, her tone neither warm nor cold. "You are correct. I, Guoqian, am indeed a wretched creature born in a brothel. My body has long been sullied, and I bear no concern for this occurrence. But you should ponder. What kind of man are you?" At that moment, the world began to blur, everything becoming ethereal and indistinct. "You killed her. You actually killed her." A terrified scream pierced the air, and Li Si's vision gradually regained clarity. Turning to the source of the cry, he saw the butcher, now trembling in fear, pointing at Zhang Yuanwei, who was leisurely seated at a stone table, sipping tea. Beside them lay Zhang Guoshi's lifeless body, her complexion pale with evident bruises from a handprint on her neck. "What are you panicking for?" Zhang Yuanwei, seemingly impatient, drawled languidly. "She was merely a courtesan. Why fear? What shall we do?" The butcher, drenched in sweat, appeared utterly disoriented. Are you not a butcher? Sell her like pork. Later. Report to the authorities that she ran off with a man, and it will be as if nothing ever happened. Zhang Yuanwei chuckled, offering a cruel solution. What about my payment? The butcher glared at Zhang Yuanwei, his body hunched and trembling. You shall receive double. Zhang Yuanwei took a sip of tea, dismissively smiling. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanwei's words, the butcher's trembling limbs ceased, and a gleam of ambition sparkled in his eyes as he erupted into a hearty laugh. Then it is settled. I have long desired to rid myself of that wretched woman. With that, he made to seize Zhang Qian, when suddenly Zhang Yuanwei interjected, before you take her away, remember to leave some behind. My dog has yet to be fed. Yes, yes, the butcher hastily replied upon hearing this. Li Si furrowed his brow. Suddenly recalling the offense that had befallen the butcher, he had been apprehended for selling contraband meat. Fortunately, he had been discovered early in his illicit trade, allowing Zhang Qian's body to be preserved for burial. It was said that after the butcher's arrest, he succumbed to the harsh conditions of prison, his wounds festering into a grave illness that claimed his life. At that moment, Li Si felt a darkness envelop him, finding himself in a graveyard. Chapter 25. The tender mother and child Li Si comprehended that he remained ensnared within the memories of Zhang Guoshi. Yet, he was perplexed. Had she not already perished? How could memories persist? Was this merely the recollections of her as a ghost? As he pondered this, a pale skeletal hand emerged from the earth, still adorned with remnants of flesh and blood. Gradually, an arm, a head, a torso, and legs followed, revealing a blurred silhouette standing in the graveyard. This was the specter of Zhang Guoshi after her transformation into a ghostly entity. The indistinct figure surveyed her surroundings, then turned her gaze to her own nebulous hands, suddenly wailing, "Where is my skin? Where is my skin?" As her lament echoed, a piece of human skin surfaced from the ground, enveloping her form, and she gradually morphed into a delicate beauty. At that moment, a thought struck her. She reached with her right hand towards her abdomen. In the skin there seemed to sense her touch, revealing an aperture. She inserted her hand within, rummaging for a while, then smiled sweetly as she extracted a lifeless infant from her womb. Upon seeing the deceased child, her once grotesque visage softened slightly, and she gently cradled the infant, continuously caressing it while uttering soothing sounds, as though the child were still alive. If one were to disregard the dark void in Zhang Guoshi's abdomen and the dead infant, the sounds could easily be mistaken for a tender mother doting upon her child. To Li Si's astonishment, as Zhang Guoshi comforted the infant, her sunken eyes gradually filled out, transforming into remarkably bright orbs. At that moment, the supposed dead child's tiny feet twitched suddenly, and a pair of ashen eyes slowly opened. Zhang Guoshi, while tending to the infant, began to drift towards a specific direction, which, in the hazy expanse, faintly revealed the semblance of a county town. Li Si then bore witness to Zhang Guoshi's manipulations within the Zhang household, inciting suspicion and leading the residents to turn against one another in a bloody frenzy, culminating in Zhang Yuanwei personally slaying his wife and subsequently torturing himself. She further employed her deceitful abilities to make these individuals believe she was still alive, allowing the Zhang residents to appear unaltered to outsiders, save for a change in the lady of the house. It seemed Zhang Guoshi had developed a penchant for killing, even divulging the house's ghostly happenings, enticing Zhang Yuanwei to offer a substantial bounty, resulting in numerous deaths. As the body count rose, her mental clarity sharpened. It remained uncertain whether the killings restored her sanity or if it was a consequence of the spectral powers from the fetus within her. At that moment, Li Si also realized that Zhang Yu had long been tortured to death by Zhang Guoshi, and the servants had been deceived into believing that Zhang Yu still lived. Witnessing this, Li Si lost interest in the unfolding events. He was already aware of what transpired next and wished not to squander any more time. Sensing the presence of 23 newly deceased souls nearby, he contemplated whether to guide them towards reincarnation. Just as Li Si exited Zhang Guoshi's memories, he suddenly received a piece of information. What could this be? A stirring occurred within his heart as he beheld the restless spirits gradually drifting around the Zhang residence, those souls belonging to the servants and maids of the household. Approaching Li Si, these ethereal beings gazed at him with eyes filled with hope, exchanging fervent whispers amongst themselves. Yet no sound escaped their lips. Some of the spirits yearned to approach him, but hesitated in the presence of the headless ghost and the specter of the unborn, too fearful to advance. At that moment, Li Si felt a peculiar sensation within his palm, as an influx of information flooded his mind. Rebirth. You possess the ability to guide these souls to reincarnation, granting them a chance to begin anew. A spark ignited within Li Si's consciousness. He lifted his hand towards the gathering of spirits, sensing that with a mere thought, he could draw them into the cycle of rebirth. Upon witnessing Li Si raise his left hand, the faces of the souls illuminated with joy, and they collectively knelt before him, bowing their heads in reverence. Without hesitation, Li Si acquiesced to the impulse within his mind, and it felt as though a magnetic force emanated from his hand, drawing the souls in the courtyard towards him, until they vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a stream of information poured into his consciousness. Guided the soul of Yang Er to reincarnation, earning 1 soul point. Guided the soul of Wang Lan to reincarnation, earning 1 soul point. Guided the soul of Han Guang to reincarnation, earning 1 soul point. This act of guidance resulted in a total of 23 soul points. Li Si was momentarily taken aback. The acquisition of 23 soul points was beyond his wildest expectations. This was an occurrence he had never encountered in his previous experiences with the game, owing in part to his relatively short tenure. After the initial shock, elation followed, revealing to him yet another avenue to gain soul points in this realm, albeit one that yielded modest returns. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Li Si's mind. A rapid method to accumulate soul points. However, he swiftly cast aside this notion, preferring to face an eerie demise rather than resort to such means. To survive in such a manner would render him no different from a beast, akin to the infamous Zhang Yuanwei. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the solitary figure of Zhang Yuanwei standing despondently in the open space. It would indeed be a pity to squander a soul point. A hint of regret colored Li Si's words as he regarded Zhang Yuanwei, whose eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Yet, a coldness overtook Li Si's expression as he enunciated deliberately, "But I would much prefer to ensure you shall never attain rebirth." As his words hung in the air, a shadowy, deathly tongue flickered past, and the headless ghost beside him let out a belch. "Let us be on our way. It is time to fulfill our promise to collect the bodies." Stretching languidly, Li Si felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, with the 2 spirits trailing closely behind. He commenced the task of tidying the courtyard of the Zhang residence, fortunate that the dismembered remains lay within the confines of the hall, making the process relatively straightforward. He endeavored to piece together the bodies to the best of his ability, arranging them within the hall's courtyard. During this grim task, it brought him both joy and sorrow to realize that he had lost any sense of reverence for the corpses before him. The silver lining lies in the absence of fear, for it equips one with greater resilience in the face of terrifying circumstances. Yet, this also carries a tinge of sorrow. He feels increasingly estranged from his former self, drifting further away from the essence of normalcy. Once he has arranged everything, he senses that his body is nearly exhausted. Subsequently, he ensnares the 2 specters within the Jade of Death and, burdened by fatigue, he makes his way to the entrance of the Zhang residence, preparing to push the door open and step outside. At that moment, he happens to hear a series of knocks accompanied by a cacophony of shouts, among which are calls demanding the surrender of Lord Li. Chapter 26. Request. Upon opening the door, Li Si was greeted by a gathering of individuals standing at the entrance, including 2 constables. It seemed that after being knocked unconscious the previous day, his neighbors had sought the authorities. This thought warmed Li Si's heart. "Lord Li, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed," exclaimed a young man dressed as a hunter, rushing forward with uncontainable excitement. Li Si recognized him as Chao Qing, a local huntsman known for assisting him with a hatchet during a grim task. Chao Qing's son, Chao Meng, was currently under Li Si's tutelage. Others, including Yusan and Uncle Zhou, also approached, expressing their concern and inquiring whether Li Si had suffered any grievances while at the Zhang residence. Li Si mustered his spirits, replying politely to each of them with a smile, before stepping forward to address the 2 constables. "Gentlemen, I have resolved the peculiarities regarding the Zhang family. You may enter and investigate," Li Si said, gesturing respectfully towards them. The constables, visibly astonished and incredulous, offered their apologies before hastily entering the Zhang residence. Curiosity piqued, the others followed suit. As the crowd dispersed inside, Li Si settled on the threshold, preparing to rest against the door frame. However, it was not long before panicked shouts erupted from within the Zhang household. A group of individuals emerged, retching in distress, their gazes towards Li Si filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Eventually, the 2 constables, their faces pale, approached Li Si hesitantly. "Lord Li, this matter is of great significance. We kindly ask that you refrain from wandering about your home in the near future, as we may need to seek your testimony," they said. "Very well," Li Si nodded, preparing to take his leave. "Mr. Li." Suddenly, as he turned to depart, he was called back by none other than the hunter. "Chao Qing." Li Si turned to face Chao Qing, noticing that amidst the retching crowd, only he appeared composed, exhibiting remarkable fortitude. "Chao de good. Did you call me for something?" Li Si inquired with a smile. "I have an ungracious request, and I hope you will grant it," Chao Qing replied, a look of reluctance crossing his face. Li Si felt an urge to roll his eyes, understanding that an ungracious request often meant it should remain unasked. Yet, knowing Chao Qing's character, he refrained from such a response and instead encouraged him. "Please, do not hesitate to speak. Sir, I must embark on a journey soon. May I ask if my son could stay with you for a while?" Xiao Qing said, his expression tinged with embarrassment. I'm willing to compensate you for this. As he spoke, he began to reach into his pocket for money. Send your son over. There is no need for payment, Li Si replied with a smile. After all, he felt rather lonely living alone, and he had taken quite a liking to Chow Meng. That's simply one to do, Xiao Qing insisted, growing anxious as he attempted to press the money into Li Si's hands. Upon encountering Xiao Qing, Li Si felt a twinge of recklessness within himself. Had he chosen not to accept the offering, it was likely that Xiao Qing would remain unsettled. Reflecting on this, he smiled and graciously accepted the gesture. He examined the offering, which, while not abundant, was certainly substantial for a hunter. At that moment, another hunter approached, having observed the conversation between Xiao Qing and Li Si, and inquired, Brother Qing, have you found the tiger? Xiao Qing, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile. It was then that Li Si recalled from the original memories that Xiao Qing was a highly skilled hunter from the county, known for his prowess. He often ventured beyond the city limits to hunt formidable beasts such as wild boars and leopards. However, one fateful day, he encountered a fearsome tiger measuring over 5 meters in length. He managed to slay one of the tiger's cubs and injure the mother tiger's front leg, yet, to his dismay, the cunning creature escaped despite being surrounded by numerous hunters. Though Xiao Qing had not given the incident much thought, he was unaware that the tiger had gained a sense of vengeance, lying in wait near his home. When Xiao Qing left to hunt, the tiger stealthily entered his abode and devoured his elderly parents and wife. Upon returning, Xiao Qing found only his son cowering in the cupboard, trembling in fear. The tragedy plunged him into profound sorrow, solidifying his resolve to abandon hunting and dedicate himself to raising his son. Simultaneously, his heart brimmed with a deep-seated animosity towards the tiger, and he began to diligently search for its whereabouts. Clearly, he had now tracked down the creature and was intent on seeking retribution. Stay alive, Li Si said as he placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Qing's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Sometimes, there is no need for excessive words between men, a few well-chosen phrases suffice. He was not a scholar of this world, and his speech was not overly ornate. After Li Si departed, more individuals from the Zhang residence began to gather, although this matter no longer concerned him. Given that the corpse had clearly been deceased for quite some time, and as Li Si had only arrived at the Zhang residence the previous day, no one would suspect him of the deed. At this juncture, Li Si was at the market, purchasing vegetables for the third time. His first encounter involved a fox spirit lamenting, after which he severed the head of a walking corpse and spent all his money on firewood. During his second visit, he successfully acquired vegetables but was ambushed at his doorstep and struck with a blunt object. Having grown somewhat skeptical of misfortune, he returned to the market to procure more supplies. He first visited the Yu family's butcher shop, purchasing half a pound of pork belly, followed by a selection of hot peppers, greens, ginger, garlic, and a treat of osmanthus cake. Similar to his previous shopping experience this time, the kind vendor gifted him some freshly foraged black fungus. Upon returning home, nothing untoward occurred. Li Si began to prepare the ingredients, slicing the pork belly into thin pieces and marinating them with coarse salt and soy sauce. He then washed the ginger, garlic, greens, and hot peppers, chopping the ginger and garlic into shreds or mashing them, and cutting the hot peppers into small chunks. Once all preparations were complete, Li Si poured lard into the pot. After it reached a boil, he added the marinated pork and diced green peppers, briefly frying them. He then transferred the lard into a clay jar. Afterward, Li Si tossed in scallions, ginger, and garlic into the pot, followed by the whittier mushrooms, the previously fried green peppers, and the pork belly. He added various seasonings and dried chili peppers, and thus, a delightful dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers was created. Subsequently, he incorporated minced garlic into the mixture, sought it until fragrant before adding the prepared greens. In no time, the second dish, garlic greens, was also completed. He then retrieved the steamed rice from another stove and brought both dishes to the dining hall. To be candid, the 2 dishes he had prepared were exceptionally good, particularly the stir-fried pork with green peppers. The vibrant green of the peppers, the golden hue of the pork, the fiery red of the dried chilies, and the deep black of the whittier mushrooms blended harmoniously, evoking a sense of comfort and stimulating the appetite. As Li Si sat at the table and began to eat, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in his eyes when the thin slices of meat touched his palate. He realized that his favorite activity in this world was cooking, primarily because the cuisine here was rather lackluster, savoring the flavors reminiscent of his past life. He was acutely aware that he had been granted a second chance at life. Chapter 27. Counting the harvest after finishing his meal. Li Si took the death jade from his pocket, summoning the headless ghost and the fetal ghost. The 2 children stood before him, leaving him momentarily speechless. What had he become? A daycare? Not only were these 2 little spirits in his care, but today, Xiao Qing's son would also be staying at his home. That meant there would be 3 children in the household. Setting aside his helplessness, Li Si began to tally his gains from the Zhang residence. He had vanquished a low-level ghost, the drowned ghost, earning 10 soul points. He had also eliminated a low-level ghost, the dismemberment ghost, acquiring 98 soul points. Additionally, he had helped 23 souls find peace, granting him another 23 soul points, including the 2 soul points earned from dispatching a zombie previously. He had accumulated a total of 133 soul points over the past few days. Previously, he had expended 12 soul points on Ghost Enhancement Liquid and 5 points to contract the Fetal Ghost, leaving him with 116 soul points. Looking at the system's marketplace, he noticed that he had purchased 4 out of 9 available items, leaving 5 remaining. These items included the Yang Fire Peachwood Heart Sword, the 8 trigrams Purple Yang Mirror, a year of lifespan, the Xin Gui Record, and a longsword. The Yang Fire Peachwood Heart Sword and the 8 trigrams Purple Yang Mirror were exorbitantly priced at 3,000 and 1,500 soul points respectively. As for the year of lifespan, he could wait to gather the necessary 200 points for that purchase. However, at this moment, a year of lifespan did not represent a high cost-performance ratio for him. He needed to enhance his abilities to eliminate ghosts and ensure his own safety, rather than prolong his life. Despite his current lifespan of only 1 year and 2 months seeming brief, he was uncertain if he would even survive to that point. Li Si's gaze turned towards the 2 remaining items he could afford, the Xian Gui Record, currently on special for 2 points, and a longsword, also on special for 1 point, totaling just 3 points. Fortunately, both items were exceptionally discounted. After purchasing them, he would still have 113 soul points left. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as the 2 items vanished from the marketplace. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing the teachings of the Xian Gui Record. A jet-black longsword appeared silently on the table before him. After absorbing the information from the Xian Gui Record, Li Si turned his attention to the longsword. He observed that the scabbard was entirely black, glimmering slightly in the sunlight, its surface adorned with a layer of fine, smooth black scales. Strangely, the sword lacked a handguard. The grip was wrapped in black fabric, and the pommel featured a simple circular ring devoid of embellishment. As he gazed at the longsword, a look of delight danced in his eyes. Men often harbor an inexplicable affection for weapons, and this sword resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. Lifting the longsword, he immediately sensed its weight, approximately 2 kilograms, resting heavily in his hand. However, he quickly realized that he was currently unable to wield the sword. Even lifting it with one hand proved to be a considerable challenge. As he grasped the longsword, Li Si gently drew it outward with his right hand, causing the gleaming silver blade to reflect the sunlight directly into his eyes, prompting him to instinctively shut them. Simultaneously, he felt a chilling sharpness against his neck, raising goosebumps along his skin. It was as if a sword were poised at his throat, ready to sever his head with ease. Only when he swiftly sheathed the sword did that unsettling sensation begin to dissipate. Letting out a long breath, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing he had genuinely felt the specter of death looming over him. In that moment, he understood the disparity between the system's sword and those forged in the blacksmith shop. It was hardly fitting to refer to it merely as a longsword. Placing the weapon on the table, he stroked his chin, furrowing his brow, and mused, "Perhaps I shall name you the Black Sword." His attention then shifted to the 2 specters standing nearby, both of whom gazed back at him, their 6 eyes meeting his own. It dawned on him that the Headless Ghost and the Fetal Ghost deserved names. Initially, he had believed that the spirits in this world lacked any semblance of intelligence, and thus he had not considered bestowing names upon them. After all, he had always refrained from renaming creatures during his gaming escapades. However, following the events at the Zhang residence, his perspective had evolved, and he resolved to name them. "You shall be called Xiaoduan, and you shall be named Xiaoyu," he declared with a smile. The name Xiaoduan suited the Headless Ghost perfectly, while Xiaoyu was a nod to Zhangyu, which he had encountered at the Zhang estate. As for their future names, he decided to leave that to them, once their intellect developed fully. At that moment, the panels of the Black Sword, the Headless Ghost, and the Fetal Ghost underwent a silent transformation. Black Sword, a longsword belonging to the ancient swordsman Luo Yiqiu, a rare treasure in the current world. Current holder, Li Si. Headless Ghost, Xiaoduan, Ghost rank, low-level spirit. Abilities, Ghostly Light, Phasing, Long Tongue. Current relationship, contracted. Current soul strength, 30. Fetal Ghost, Xiaoyu, Ghost rank, low-level spirit. Abilities, Humanity, Phasing, Spiritual Light. Current relationship, contracted. Current soul strength, 5. Li Si immediately sensed this information, and his curiosity piqued. He directed his perception toward other items, only to discover that the attributes of the talisman had also changed. Talisman, a protective charm inscribed with an unknown red liquid, preventing harm from low-level spirits and below to the bearer, becomes ineffective after 30 days of wear. Remaining time, 16 days. 12 hours, 23 minutes, and 29 seconds. Clearly, this time had diminished significantly. Li Si's expression shifted, oscillating between hope and dread, as he realized that this was undoubtedly due to the attack from the dismemberment ghost, which had depleted the talisman's duration. He had initially entertained the notion of venturing out soon, reassured by the talisman as protection. But now he understood that such plans were no longer feasible. With that thought in mind, Li Si wasted no more time. He promptly stored Xiao Duan and Xiao Yu away, retrieved a wooden peg from the cabinet, and hung the longsword in his study. He then hurried into the courtyard, eager to commence his practice of the techniques from the Xian Gui Lu. He had yet to practice martial arts. Thus he naturally felt an undeniable curiosity towards the Xian Gui record. Simultaneously, the Xian Gui record promised to transform Li Si's frail body, enabling him to navigate this world with greater ease. From the information gleaned from the Xian Gui record, he discerned that it was a discipline focused on cultivating energy and combat. This technique bore a resemblance to Tai Chi, which Li Si had encountered in his previous life. Yet it diverged in significant ways. While Tai Chi emphasized the nurturing of life, the Xian Gui record prioritized lethality. This martial art comprised two components, the practice of techniques and lethal moves, featuring a total of 49 deadly techniques alongside a singular set of practice moves. Each of the 49 techniques was exceedingly treacherous, targeting vital points with the sole intent of taking lives. If mastered, the efficiency of these techniques in killing could be deemed terrifying. However, Li Si intended to practice them gradually, as he had no aspiration to become a master of murder. He merely wished to acquire skills for self-defense. Moreover, he possessed spiritual guardians that would make it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to harm him. Rather than investing time in mastering the 49 techniques to confront malevolent spirits, he reasoned it more prudent to contemplate ways to enhance Xiao Duan's abilities. Upon receiving the information about the Xian Gui record, he recognized that the techniques would prove ineffective against spirits and even against monsters, as both possessed their own forms of supernatural abilities. When engaging with him, spirits and monsters would not resort to direct confrontation but would instead employ their arcane arts. Furthermore, nearly every spirit possessed the ability to become ethereal, rendering direct combat futile. Chapter 28. Qiao Ming speaks of his father Li Si practiced the Xian Gui Lu in the courtyard, his movements fluctuating between rapid and slow, occasionally stumbling. Yet he quickly gained proficiency. After repeating the routine twice, he was able to execute the movements with precision. Before long, he effortlessly completed the entire set, which had become deeply ingrained in his memory. All that remained was the need for consistent practice to enhance his mastery. At this moment, Li Si was drenched in sweat. Having shed his garments, he felt a renewed vitality coursing through his body. Following his practice of the Xian Gui Lu, he sensed a powerful energy flowing within his limbs, invigorating him further. However, he soon realized that his stamina had reached a point of depletion, making it unsuitable for continued practice. After rinsing himself with water, Li Si donned his clothes and made his way to the entrance, aware that the neighborhood children had been informed to come and learn today. He welcomed them with a smile, sharing the osmanthus cake he had purchased that morning, and began his teaching for the day. During the lesson, he placed Xiao Yu in the corner, and to his astonishment, the children seemed to exhibit an unprecedented level of intelligence, quickly grasping everything they were taught. The atmosphere of learning became remarkably relaxed. Li Si taught with ease, and the children absorbed knowledge effortlessly. This session extended from the afternoon Shen hour until the Yu hour, lasting nearly 4 hours. When Li Si announced the conclusion of the day's lesson, the children felt a sense of longing, having learned much during their time together. Particularly captivating was Li Si's method of storytelling through examples, which mesmerized them. Even those attending private schools found his teaching style refreshingly novel. In stark contrast to their usual rote memorization under their instructors, it is worth noting that Li Si himself was a student teacher, having always aspired to become an educator. During his time at school, he diligently contemplated teaching methods, preparing himself for a future as an exceptional teacher. Though his teaching skills were not yet highly refined, they surpassed the rigid pedagogical approaches prevalent in this world. Once the children departed, only one child remained, Qiao Ming, the son of Qiao Qing. Despite his tender age of 7 or 8, Qiao Ming was robust, resembling a boy of 11 or 12, already possessing a hint of muscle. "Why don't you stay here for the day? Please take a seat while I prepare dinner," Li Si said with a smile, before retreating to the kitchen to reheat the leftover dishes from lunch. As Li Si busied himself in the kitchen, he inadvertently noticed Qiao Ming silently tidying up the courtyard, and he shook his head in resignation. Having lost his mother in childhood, Qiao Ming had witnessed the tragic demise of his mother, grandfather, and grandmother at the jaws of a tiger. Such experiences had evidently altered him, rendering him more mature than his peers. Consequently, Li Si accepted Qiao Ming's initiative to clean the courtyard, recognizing that it provided some solace to the precocious child as spirit. He covered the stove with a wooden lid and stoked the fire within, then stepped out of the kitchen. Li Si sat on the stone steps, calling out to the still busy Chow Ming, inviting him over. As Chow Ming approached, Li Si regarded the somewhat shy boy with a gentle smile and spoke softly. Chow Ming, tell me about your father. I am quite curious about him. Indeed, Li Si had developed a slight interest in Chao Qing, for during the zombie hunt, while others were distracted, he was the only one who offered his knife to Li Si. Moreover, raising a child alone and nurturing him to be so sensible indicated that he was no ordinary man, especially in a world where many merely raised children without teaching them. My father? Chow Ming was taken aback, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of light that quickly dimmed, and he stammered, Do you know about my family situation, sir? Observing the boy's reaction, Li Si recognized that he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject, so he smiled and said, I know a little. I heard your father is quite an accomplished hunter? Upon hearing this, Chow Ming's eyes sparkled once more, and he proudly declared, My father is the most formidable hunter in Fomin County. Oh? Li Si's interest was piqued, and he continued with keen curiosity, What makes your father such an exceptional hunter? My father can catch prey every day, and he has even slain tigers and wolves. No one else in Fomin County can do that, Chow Ming exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and admiration for his father. However, my father no longer hunts. With this statement, Chow Ming's enthusiasm waned, and he looked up at Li Si, saying, Sir, I do not harbor any resentment toward my father. He is a traditional hunter who never kills pregnant animals or young ones. That incident was entirely accidental. The young tiger mistook my father for prey and tried to attack him. At that moment, my father, not being cautious, accidentally killed the young tiger. When the mother tiger sought revenge, my father, feeling guilty, did not kill her. He only shot her front leg to scare her away. No one anticipated that the tiger had gained intelligence and harbored a grudge, following my father back. As he recounted this, Chow Ming's eyes grew red, and tears nearly spilled forth, clearly recalling his deceased family member. All right, do not dwell on it too much. I believe your father will surely vanquish that tiger this time, Li Si said, gently patting Chow Ming's shoulder to offer comfort. Afterward, he refrained from saying more and entered the kitchen. After a while, he emerged with a pot of freshly cooked rice and reheated leftovers, bringing them into the living room. The two washed their hands and sat down to enjoy dinner. When Chow Ming tasted a thin slice of pork belly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, it's delicious. Then eat more, Li Si replied with a smile, adding some meat slices to Chow Ming's bowl. Thank you, sir. Chow Ming's eyes reflected gratitude. The two then continued to eat in silence, and the hall was momentarily enveloped in tranquility. This situation brought a sense of comfort to Li Si, who preferred a tranquil atmosphere where food was consumed in silence and sleep was undisturbed. After finishing the meal, Chow Ming began to quietly clear the table. Allow me to handle this. You may go to my study and read, Li Si said with a smile as he took the dishes from Chow Ming's hands. To his surprise, Chow Ming firmly grasped the plates and earnestly replied, Sir, my father instructed me to assist you as much as possible while I am in your home. I feel the same. If I were to stay here without contributing, I would feel deeply uneasy. Hearing the young boy express such sentiments caused Li Si to pause, and he sighed softly. Very well, then wash the dishes. Your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. He understood Chow Ming's feelings well, having lost his mother. The boy was more sensitive than many might realize. If he were not allowed to contribute in any way, it would only render him uncomfortable in this environment. As for why Li Si could discern Chow Ming's mindset, it was because he himself had been an orphan abandoned by his parents in a previous life, sharing a kinship with Chow Ming and their experiences. Chapter 29. Someone beneath the bed. Li Si instructed Chow Ming on the location of the dishwashing utensils before making his way directly to the study. In the study, he began to rearrange some clutter, pushing items into a corner to create a spacious area. He then ventured into the yard, retrieving various wooden planks and strips from a corner to bring back to the study. Before long, he had constructed a rather unsightly wooden bed using these dry materials. The planks and strips were remnants from his parents' old bed, which had been left idle for some time. Although lacking in certain components, it was still functional. Li Si sat upon the bed and gently rocked from side to side. While it creaked a bit, it showed no signs of instability. Its appearance may have been less than appealing, yet it was sturdy enough, and Li Si nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved bedding and a pillow from the wardrobe in his bedroom and returned to the study to make the bed. With his meticulous arrangement of the bedding, he managed to cover the rough edges, and by the time he laid the sheet on top, the bed appeared significantly more presentable. Suddenly, a distant sound of a night watchman's drum echoed through the air, accompanied by the watchman's call. The air is dry, beware of fire. It was the hour of the dog, around 7 o'clock in the evening, a time traditionally reserved for rest in ancient times. Li Si felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. In this world devoid of electric lights with the sun having set, it was nearly as dark as the rural areas of the real world. At that moment, Xiao Ming had finished washing the dishes and was seated at the table practicing his calligraphy. Upon seeing Li Si approach, he hurriedly wiped the water stains away with his sleeve. "You will be staying in the study from now on. I have prepared the bed for you," Li Si said with a smile as he reached Xiao Ming. "What?" Xiao Ming reacted with a hint of panic upon hearing that he would be sleeping alone in the study. It was well known that he had always shared a bed with his father at home. "What's wrong? Are you afraid to sleep alone?" Li Si inquired playfully, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Xiao Ming, eager to mask his unease, straightened his posture and declared, "How could that be? I have been sleeping alone for quite some time." "Very well, then. You shall reside in the study." Li Si nodded before retreating to his bedroom and closing the door. Li Si could discern the fear in Xiao Ming's expression regarding the prospect of sleeping alone, yet he could not allow him to share his room, as there were matters he preferred to keep private. After Li Si entered his bedroom, Xiao Ming's small face betrayed a look of trepidation as he glanced toward the direction of Li Si's room. Appearing to want to voice something but unable to find the words, caught in a moment of hesitation. After much contemplation, he reluctantly made his way to the study. Seeing Xiao Ming head towards the study through the crack of the door, Li Si felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though the boy exhibited signs of fear, he still displayed considerable courage. Upon contemplating this, he smiled faintly and turned to lie down on the bed. He was utterly exhausted from the day's events, having engaged in a fierce battle with the dismembering fiend in the morning, which had drained much of his mental energy. Following that, he had to move corpses, instruct the children, and practice the enigmatic Xian Gui Lu. At this moment, he was physically and mentally depleted. As he reclined on the bed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. "Li Si, Li Si, Li Si." A series of indistinct, hollow voices, neither distinctly male nor female, gradually stirred Li Si from his sleep. "Who was calling me?" He tried to shout, only to be startled to discover that he could not control his voice. The words were lodged in his throat, unable to escape. A sense of panic surged within him as he attempted to move his body, only to realize with horror that he was utterly powerless over it. In that moment, he became aware that he was confined within a closed space, the ceiling appearing rough, likely made of wood. Beneath him lay an assortment of pelts and bones, alongside the desiccated remains of chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs littering the ground. Although he could not detect any odors, a wave of nausea washed over him. Yet, fear was absent. After all, he had just pieced together more than 20 corpses that morning. How could he possibly fear these animal remains? However, he soon felt an alarming realization as his body moved involuntarily, gliding not like a normal person but rather as if he were a ghost. Li Si watched in astonishment as he floated out of the cramped space, his gaze gradually rising to eye level, akin to that of an ordinary person. At that moment, he recognized the surroundings. The table, stool, and window were all painfully familiar. This was unmistakably his own bedroom. Suddenly, as his gaze shifted backward, he spotted a figure sleeping soundly on the bed. As he had anticipated, it was none other than himself. What in the world was happening? If the person on the bed was indeed himself, then what was he at this moment? Li Si's mind was in utter disarray. The eerie presence fixated on his own slumbering body for what felt like an eternity, causing Li Si to wrestle with a growing sense of dread. Just then, its gaze shifted toward the door. In an instant, Li Si found himself gliding through the door into the hallway, where an unsettling sensation washed over him as the eerie presence fixated intently on the direction of the study, slowly making its way there. What could this strange entity possibly desire? As that thought crossed his mind, he recalled the corpses of the cats, dogs, chickens, and ducks he had seen beneath the bed. Was this entity no longer satisfied with consuming these small creatures? It craved human flesh. Specifically, it sought to devour Xiao Ming. No. Li Si let out a piercing scream, his eyes snapping wide open as he bolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. It was then that he realized it had merely been a dream. Exhaling deeply, he allowed his body to relax, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though a lingering uncertainty gripped his heart, how could a dream feel so vividly real? Upon this realization, his hand instinctively reached for the bedsheet, and without hesitation, he lifted it, peering beneath the bed. What he discovered startled Li Si. The space underneath was filled to the brim with the corpses of chickens, ducks, dogs, and cats. A sight eerily reminiscent of a nightmare. Previously, the sheet had concealed the grim reality, and the desiccated remains, lacking moisture, had emitted no discernible odor. However, once the sheet was lifted, a foul stench assaulted his senses, nearly inducing nausea. For days, an ominous presence had lingered beneath his bed. He suddenly recalled his arrival in this world, that night spent tossing and turning for hours, unable to find comfort, initially attributing it to an adjustment to the new environment. Yet now, it dawned on him that it was this malevolent entity at play. That very night, this sinister being had been hiding beneath his bed. This was bad. Xiao Ming was in danger. In a sudden rush, Li Si sprang from the bed, flinging open the door and racing towards the study. Chapter 30. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. Upon reaching the threshold of the study, he opened the door to find the room utterly desolate, with only Chow Meng peacefully slumbering on the bed, occasionally emitting faint snores. Witnessing this, Li Si exhaled a sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing. He then retrieved the Bagua mirror from his pocket, scanning the room, but found no trace of that peculiar object. Realizing that this enigmatic entity was absent, he prepared to return to his own quarters for rest. However, midway through his steps, he paused as if an idea struck him. He turned back to the desk, igniting a candle with a fire stick. Settling into a chair, he casually picked a tome from the bookshelf behind him and began to read by candlelight. Xiao Duan and Xiao Yu were also released from their confines, and the air in the room, once stifling, now felt surprisingly pleasant and cool. Xiao Meng, who had been tossing and turning in bed, sank into a deep slumber as the air grew cooler, completely unwilling to budge. Suddenly, a resounding crow of a rooster pierced the softly glowing morning, soon followed by a chorus of crows. Xiao Meng, awakening from his slumber, rubbed his bleary eyes and glanced toward the study, catching sight of Li Si practicing calligraphy at the desk. "Awake, are you?" Li Si, hearing the commotion from the bed, paused his writing and turned to Xiao Meng. "I have brought you some tofu pudding," placed it on the table in the hall. Xiao Meng was taken aback. He had not anticipated his master rising so early and bringing him such a treat. Without hesitation, he sprang from bed to don his clothes, promptly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master. What time is it?" "It is just past the hour of the rabbit. Remember to wash up before breakfast. The toiletries are by the water tank," Li Si instructed, returning to his calligraphy. As Xiao Meng exited the room, curiosity compelled him to glance at the rice paper on the desk, where he beheld characters inscribed with such precision and strength that they seemed to penetrate the very paper. Unable to contain his admiration, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Wonderful!" Yet, fearing that Li Si might disapprove of being watched while practicing, he reluctantly left the study, glancing back 3 times. The wildfire may not be extinguished, yet spring winds breathe life anew. Shortly after Xiao Meng departed, Li Si paused his pen, a contemplative expression gracing his features. In his previous life, he had dabbled in calligraphy, but only at a rudimentary level. However, the original owner possessed remarkable proficiency in this art. With the memories of the original owner now at his disposal, Li Si had also inherited his calligraphic skill. From the previous night until the dawn of this day, Li Si had pondered the nature of that mysterious object, which reminded him of the dream he had experienced in the Zhang residence, the one in which a figure bearing his exact likeness gnawed on human bones beneath the bed. That figure was none other than the original owner. Indeed, a person who had been betrothed by his parents posthumously, trading his own future for their wealth and privilege. No matter how benevolent his parents were to him, it could not alter the cruel reality of their nature. As for their quest to dissolve the peculiar engagement, it was indeed a matter of concern. However, it was universally acknowledged that releasing oneself from a pact with such a bizarre entity was an impossibility. From the memories of the original owner, it became evident that the dissolution of the engagement was not the true objective of his parents. Their real intention was merely to acquire greater wealth. In other words, from beginning to end, he had been sold by his own parents. Thus, even the most tranquil of souls would harbor resentment in such circumstances. Consequently, he was filled with profound hatred for his parents, for the Nye family with whom he was betrothed, and most importantly, for himself. This deep-seated animosity led him to visit the temple as the autumn season approached. As for whether he sought the guidance of a sage or merely burned incense to beseech the Bodhisattva for divine intervention, Li Si could not recall with clarity. His acquisition of the original owner's memories was inherently fragmented and, therefore, lacked intricate details. However, one fact was unmistakably clear: the original owner was dead, and his spirit lingered beneath the very bed where Li Si slept. Furthermore, Li Si was acutely aware that the original owner had lost his sanity, having transformed completely into a malevolent spirit with a voracious appetite for the living. The insatiable hunger he experienced in his dreams was unlike anything a human intellect could withstand. It was conceivable that he had once subsisted on small animals, but it was entirely possible that, as suggested by his dreams, he would eventually turn to consuming children. This thought filled Li Si with a sense of sorrow. Having gleaned some memories of the original owner, he understood him well. Despite harboring resentment towards his parents, the original owner had remained true to himself and did not succumb to self-destructive behavior as a result of his parents' actions. How else could he have imparted knowledge to the local children and garnered the respect of the community? Yet, such a virtuous individual could transform into a voracious demon after death. It was imperative to locate him. Li Si murmured softly to himself, unwilling to allow this malevolent spirit to roam freely, as he bore some responsibility for this predicament. Had he discovered the spirit sooner, perhaps it would not have been allowed to escape. Contemplating this, Li Si found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself and felt compelled to venture out in search of the spirit. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that aimless searching would yield no results. Based on previous circumstances, it appeared that the original owner had a lingering attachment to this residence, as he preferred to hide beneath the bed rather than seek refuge elsewhere. The bones discovered beneath the bed indicated that, perhaps due to his diminished strength, he had only been able to consume animals. Thus, it was now essential to remain within the confines of this house and to alert the local children and their parents to the impending danger. This was Li Si's foremost task. With this resolution in mind, he set aside his brush and exited the study, only to find that Chow Meng had finished his bowl of tofu pudding and was preparing to wash the dishes. "Chow Meng, wait a moment," Li Si called out, stepping into the bedroom to retrieve 2 jars. He approached Chow Meng with a look of exasperation, saying, "I need to transport these 2 jars to Fenghe, and it would be difficult for me to carry them alone. Please assist me with one." Each jar weighed approximately 20 pounds, while one person could manage a single jar. Attempting to carry both was quite cumbersome, which was why Li Si sought Chow Meng's help. "Of course, sir," Chow Meng replied with delight as he eagerly lifted one of the jars. Observing Chow Meng's exuberance, Li Si couldn't help but shake his head and smile inwardly. Although this child exhibits a certain precocity, he remains merely a 7 or 8-year-old. Soon after, the two ventured out of the door and made their way towards Southgate Street. Approximately 2 miles beyond the southern city gate flows a great river known as the Feng River, which is also the destination of Li Si. Along the way to the Feng River, those who encountered Li Si greeted him, a testament to the former owner's reputation combined with Li Si's recent exploits in vanquishing demons. Li Si returned their salutations politely, yet inwardly sighed, reflecting on the fact that these people were unaware that the gentle Mr. Li had transformed into a monstrous being, capable of lethal violence at any moment. After exiting the city gate, the pair walked for about 20 minutes until they reached the Feng River. At this point, Li Si began to feel a certain fatigue in his arm, while his companion, Chow Meng, appeared unaffected. Li Si marveled silently at Chow Meng's physical endurance and felt a twinge of shame regarding his own stamina, yet he quickly cast aside that embarrassment. After all, this body was not his own, so its weaknesses held no significance for him. "Let's set the jar aside," Li Si said to Chow Meng, before making his way alone to the riverbank. Chapter 31. The first encounter with the city god. The river's current was swift, and the wind by its banks was naturally strong. When Li Si arrived at the riverbank, the gusts billowed his long robe. He opened the jar and scooped a handful of white powder, then slowly spread his fingers, allowing the powder to scatter into the air, drifting down to the surface of the great river. In a short while, the white powder that settled on the water was washed away by the waves, vanishing from sight. This powder was made from the bones of small creatures he had kept under his bed the previous night. He had instructed the headless ghost to grind these bones into a fine dust. After the grinding, there were approximately 80 pounds of bone powder, of which about 40 pounds had been discarded into the latrine by the roadside. Now, only these 2 jars remained. As for the feathers and fur, he had incinerated them in the stove. The reason he did not dispose of all the bone powder in the latrine was that he feared an excessive amount might attract attention from those collecting the night soil. Thus, he had brought Chow Meng to the riverside to disperse the remaining ashes. Li Si did not intend to pour them directly into the river. He preferred to toss them by handfuls, as a direct pour might result in the wind scattering the powder all over himself. Moreover, this act of scattering the ashes felt comforting to him. He wished for all his troubles to dissipate like the drifting bone powder. "Sir, what is this?" Chow Meng, curious, reached toward the other jar, eager to take a look. "Chow Meng, do you believe in your master?" Li Si did not answer his question directly, continuing to scatter the white powder. While observing the powder swirl away, he turned back to Chow Meng and inquired. Chow Meng's eyes displayed a hint of hesitation, but his expression soon solidified with resolve as he earnestly replied, "I naturally trust you, master." Li Si chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "These powders are merely ashes." Upon hearing this, Chow Meng recoiled as if bitten by a snake, suddenly withdrawing his hand and stepping back in fright. Witnessing Chow Meng's reaction, Li Si could not suppress a mischievous grin and laughed heartily. "Do not be afraid. It is simply powdered bones of chickens and ducks, nothing human." Relieved by Li Si's words, Chow Meng exhaled, still tinged with lingering panic. "But, master, how could you possess so much chicken and duck bone powder?" "Ah, that tale is rather long. You shall understand in due time." Li Si continued to sprinkle the bone powder, seemingly lost in thought before turning to Chow Meng again. "By the way, how long will your father be gone this time?" Chow Meng hesitated at the mention of his father, then replied, "My father usually returns on the same day he goes hunting, though occasionally he may be away for 10 days or even half a month. I believe he will be back in no more than half a month this time." "I will trouble you during this period," Chow Meng said, a blush of embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Li Si shook his head with a smile, his expression softening as he said, "In truth, it is no trouble at all. Your presence here brings me great comfort. It is nice to have company at home." He gestured toward the 2 jars, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Upon hearing Li Si's response, Chao Meng scratched his head, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Before long, Li Si had thoroughly scattered the bone powder and washed the 2 empty jars in the river, planning to take them back, as he had no intention of discarding them. They could be repurposed for pickling vegetables. The 2 then proceeded towards the county town. Upon reaching Fomin County, Li Si first visited a tailor's shop to order several garments. Acquiring a few sets of short attire and some fitted clothing, he was not particularly fond of his long robe, which hindered his mobility. The convenience of shorter outfits appealed to him. Naturally, he also purchased a few items for Chao Meng, who was both surprised and flattered, repeatedly insisting he did not want them. However, Li Si insisted, and the garments were gifted to him, while Chao Meng felt a bit shy upon receiving the clothes. His eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude towards Li Si. After obtaining the clothing, Li Si proceeded to the blacksmith shop where he had previously ordered a dagger. He paid 3 taels of silver and informed the blacksmith that he no longer required the peculiar blade. With the acquisition of the black sword, he found little use for other weaponry. Nevertheless, he had initially ordered the dagger with the intention of keeping it close at hand, as the black sword, measuring nearly a meter in length, lacked the element of concealment. In contrast, the dagger perfectly compensated for this shortcoming, serving as a precautionary measure. With the dagger in hand, Li Si returned home with Chao Meng, only to find a middle-aged man waiting at his doorstep. This man was Lu Qin, the county scribe, whom Li Si recognized. Upon seeing Li Si, Lu Qin approached with a broad smile. "Ah, Mr. Lu, do you seek me for something?" Li Si greeted him without much enthusiasm. Although Lu Qin appeared respectable and dignified, Li Si harbored reservations about it due to a past encounter in which Lu Qin had deceived his previous incarnation. Lu Qin had once boasted of possessing a rare and valuable book, acquired from a merchant for 50 taels, trusting Lu Qin's reputation as the county scribe. The previous owner examined a few pages and was delighted by the profound insights, ultimately purchasing the book. However, upon closer inspection, the text was disjointed and incomplete, resembling a rough draft rather than a proper manuscript. When the previous owner confronted Lu Qin, he adamantly denied any wrongdoing. Faced with Lu Qin's formidable stature, the previous owner felt powerless and resigned to his misfortune. This experience was the root of Li Si's disdain for Lu Qin. He questioned the man's integrity. "Haha, can I not come to see you without reason?" Lu Qin chuckled, but then his tone shifted as he continued, "However, I do have a matter to discuss with you. Mr. Li, the county magistrate has instructed me to inform you that if anyone inquires about the Zhang family incident, you must assert that robbers broke in and slaughtered the entire household. Under no circumstances should you mention anything supernatural." Lu Qin glanced around before lowering his voice to speak. "Indeed, I understand." Li Si nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that it is preferable to minimize issues and render them inconsequential. Otherwise, inciting panic among the county's populace would only exacerbate the situation. "Yes, your understanding is commendable." Lu Qin smiled broadly, clearly pleased with Li Si's perceptiveness. By the way, Li Si recalled the matters concerning the original owner, a worried expression crossing his face as he remarked, "Recently, there have been frequent disturbances caused by malevolent spirits in the county. It is imperative that the citizens remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, Lu Qin chuckled heartily and then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, reassured, "Do not fret, Sir Li. The city god shall return tonight." Chapter 32. Cultivating Virtue Before Martial Arts. After Lu Qin departed, Li Si ushered Chao Meng into their home. Upon returning, the 2 first washed their garments and hung them out to dry in the courtyard. As Li Si tended to the clothes, his mind wandered back to Lu Qin's words, "The city god has returned." What could that possibly mean? Could it be that divine beings actually exist in this world? Contemplating this, he began to grasp the situation. He had often wondered why supernatural entities were so prevalent here while people continued to live their lives as if nothing were amiss. The recent encounters with various demons and spirits were indeed due to the absence of a city god to safeguard Fomin County. Before Lu Qin had mentioned the city god's return, both the original host and Li Si had assumed that the city god was merely a figment of folklore, never anticipating that this deity would serve as a protector of the county. With this realization, Li Si felt a sense of relief. Although the city god had been neglectful and had recently strayed, at least he had returned, alleviating concerns over the safety of the children. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he turned to Chao Meng, who was wringing out the clothes beside him, instructing, "Chao Meng, please step out and procure half a gene of pork ribs and a gene of vegetables." As he spoke, Li Si wiped his damp hands and retrieved a small pouch of coins from his sleeve, handing it to Chao Meng. Chao Meng, taken aback by the sudden offer, quickly set down the laundry to accept the coins, nodding earnestly, "Yes, sir, I shall go at once." With that, he exited to purchase the groceries. Once Chow Meng had departed, Li Si resumed his task of drying the garments. The weather had been splendid lately. Aside from the day he had first arrived in this world, the sun had consistently shone brightly, and the clothes would be ready to collect by afternoon. He recalled a rather tragic tale of a person whose parents had wished for his demise from a tender age, leading him to harbor resentment towards them. Yet, simultaneously, he respected them for giving him life, raising him, and providing him with an education. This individual found himself in a profound quandary regarding how to confront his parents. Truly, he was pitiable. As Li Si continued to dry the clothes, he muttered to himself, "Yet, this individual is not deserving of pity." Just then, a shadow flitted through the crack of the back door. After all, this person had become a ghost, resorting to consuming human flesh. Such a malevolent being hardly warrants sympathy. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, Li Si turned, brandishing the bagua mirror as a gust of chilling wind surged towards the entrance, heralding the approach of Xiao Duan. However, upon bursting into the hall, Xiao Duan came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. Li Si swung open the door, gazing into the vacant hall, his expression darkening. He had previously suspected that the original host might be nearby and had cautiously probed, only to discover that he was far more cunning than anticipated. Fleeing at the first sign of danger. This was troublesome. With a sigh, Li Si retracted Xiao Duan and returned to the courtyard to continue hanging the clothes, treating the earlier incident as a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, within his heart, he was anything but tranquil. He understood that this attempt to draw out the original host might result in his never returning home, making future captures all the more difficult. Simultaneously, the original host's cunning nature left Li Si secretly alarmed, realizing that his power might be nearing that of the severed corpse ghost, perhaps even surpassing it. This was the wisdom he had gleaned from his interactions with spectral beings. The more deceitful and clever the ghost, the more formidable its strength. Such was the case with that Zhang Guoshi, while his contracted companions, Xiao Duan and Xiao Yu, were rather feeble, resembling two simpletons. With this thought, Li Si let out a sigh. After drying the laundry, he began practicing the Xian Gui record in the courtyard, his movements as fluid as flowing water, his form akin to a dragon gliding through the depths. As he executed the techniques within the Xian Gui record, he felt an exhilarating release. As if the tragic clouds surrounding Zhang Guoshi and the original host's suffering dissipated with each strike. In this world, although entities like the headless ghost and the severed corpse ghost instilled fear in him, what truly evoked greater dread and fury were individuals such as the butcher gal, Zhang Yuanwei, and the original host's parents. Were it not for such people, the world would certainly be devoid of many grotesque creatures like the headless ghost and the severed corpse ghost. It is the malice of humanity that begets these specters. As Li Si reveled in his practice of the Xian Gui record, Chow Meng had returned from the market, standing in a daze as he watched the agile figure in the courtyard. After completing a set of the Xian Gui record, Li Si was drenched in sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked, yet he felt a burgeoning strength within his lean muscles. "Sir, do you possess martial skills?" Chow Meng asked, still in a state of astonishment. At this moment, Li Si noticed Chow Meng beside him but remained silent, merely picking up a towel to wipe his brow. After drying off, he turned to Chow Meng and inquired, "Would you like to learn?" Chow Meng, upon hearing this question, nodded vigorously. "Sir, I wish to learn." "Do you know what one must study before learning martial arts?" Li Si smiled slightly as he approached Chow Meng, taking the ribs and vegetables from his hands, and seated himself on the stone steps to begin washing them. What must one learn before practicing martial arts? Chow Meng was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated such a question. Isn't learning martial arts simply about practicing? Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through Chow Meng's mind, and he blurted out, "It's learning the techniques." Li Si chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied gently, "That may be true for others, but not in my case." Martial practitioners, brimming with youthful vigor, can easily become impulsive, and such impulsiveness may lead to unforeseen consequences. Seeing that Chow Meng still appeared somewhat bewildered, Li Si smiled and continued, "Everyone has moments of anger and frustration, during which they may act rashly. Take that Yu Hu, for instance. Doesn't he often get into fights?" Li Si asked, pinching away the withered parts of a vegetable before turning to Chow Meng. "Indeed," Chow Meng responded promptly, as he was quite familiar with Yu Hu's character, knowing that he often engaged in brawls over trivial disputes with his peers, frequently sustaining injuries. "Do they not get hurt?" Li Si continued, still smiling. "Yes." Upon hearing Li Si's words, Chow Meng immediately nodded in agreement. Noticing his response, Li Si ceased his actions, raised his head with a serious expression, and inquired, "If they possess martial arts skills, are you aware of the potential consequences?" Under Li Si's intense gaze, Chow Meng felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet he mustered the courage to ask, "What consequences?" There will be fatalities, Li Si replied coldly. At this statement, Qiao Meng's heart raced, and he expressed his disbelief. People will die? Indeed. When one wields deadly weapons, the intent to kill arises, and thus one must approach such matters with caution and gravity, Li Si remarked. Placing the cleaned vegetables and pork ribs into the basket as he rose and entered the kitchen, he continued, if you wish to learn martial arts, devote yourself to your studies. When I believe you are ready, I shall teach you. The voice of Li Si echoed from the kitchen. Then paused momentarily before resuming, if I ascertain that you are unfit to learn, I shall refrain from instructing you. Chapter 33, The City Goddess Passage at Noon Today. Li Si prepared a sumptuous meal of braised ribs, garlic greens, and egg drop soup. After finishing their meal, both he and Qiao Meng felt a lingering desire for more, which struck Li Si as peculiar. His appetite seemed to have grown larger than in the past. He soon realized this was due to his recent martial arts training and physical activity. However, he was taken aback by Qiao Meng's capacity for food, which rivaled his own. Amused yet exasperated, he thought to himself how this young boy was indeed a ravenous eater. Nonetheless, it was a good sign, indicating that Qiao Meng possessed robust health. As for any concern over expenses, Li Si felt none, for wealth had become a mere trifle to a man whose life expectancy was limited to just over a year. Living in a constant state of uncertainty, this fleeting existence and the looming specter of death had also granted Li Si a liberating perspective on many matters, fostering a sense of nonchalance. Once Qiao Meng had finished tidying up the dishes, Li Si retreated to his study to indulge in reading. Although the variety of texts here paled in comparison to those of his previous life, the philosophical and ethical teachings held significant merit. Thus, he found solace in books, which constituted one of his few pastimes in this world. After Qiao Meng completed his chores and noticed Li Si engrossed in his reading, he took a small bowl to the main hall's table to practice his calligraphy. Meanwhile, he pondered the profound words Li Si had shared with him earlier, finding them somewhat elusive, particularly the phrase regarding possessing a sharp blade that aroused murderous intent. Such concepts were beyond the comprehension of a child of merely 7 or 8 years. In this serene environment, the two continued their studies until the afternoon sun blazed high in the sky, signaling the arrival of children waiting outside. Upon witnessing their eager faces, Qiao Meng went to the study to inform Li Si. Disrupted from his reading, Li Si glanced at the sky and recognized that it was time for lessons. He instructed Qiao Meng to tidy up the clothing and then stepped out to welcome the children. After pouring some tea for the eager young ones, Li Si, as he had done the previous day, placed Xiao Yu in a corner and began teaching them the 100 family surnames, drawing from the historical anecdotes he had recently encountered. He illustrated notable figures associated with various surnames and recounted their remarkable deeds and amusing tales. The children were captivated by Li Si's storytelling, unwittingly absorbing dozens of characters in the process. Thanks to Xiao Yu's extraordinary cognitive abilities, these characters were swiftly imprinted in their minds. Little did Li Si know that he was not the only one enthralled by the lesson. Atop his roof, a man clad in a red leather coat was equally engrossed. When Li Si announced the conclusion of the class, the man's face, pale as death, betrayed a flicker of anger. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, he broke into a sinister smile, gradually dissipating into nothingness. After dismissing the children, Li Si urged them to return home safely and, once they departed, took Qiao Meng to a nearby tavern for dinner. With the hour approaching 7 in the evening, there was no time left for grocery shopping, and they had no choice but to dine at a local establishment. They ordered a serving of roasted chicken and stir-fried greens, and the two of them settled down in the restaurant to dine. Sir, the dishes here are not as delectable as yours, Qiao Meng remarked in a hushed tone after finishing a chicken leg, casting a furtive glance to the side. Just eat your food. Why say so much? Li Si shot him a glare, placing another chicken leg in his bowl. Upon receiving Li Si's disapproving stare, Qiao Meng felt a twinge of embarrassment and fell silent, focusing on his meal. After their repast, Li Si settled the bill and prepared to leave, only to once again hear the sound of the night watchman. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. The air is dry. Take care with fire, echoed the watchman's voice from afar. It was the hour of Su. A flicker of worry crossed Li Si's eyes, and without hesitation, he began to lead Qiao Meng homeward. Upon returning home, Li Si instructed Qiao Meng to take a bath, while he himself busied with the bagua mirror, inspecting every corner of the room, but finding nothing amiss. It appeared that the original inhabitant had truly forsaken this place. He let out a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt a sense of helplessness. Had the original owner still been present, he would have had little confidence in confronting him, relying solely on talismans for any hope of retaliation. However, the talismans came with numerous limitations. Not only did they react sluggishly, but if the specters chose to strike him with blunt instruments rather than their arcane sorcery, he could easily meet his demise. Of course, Li Si had never tested this theory, but the day the servant struck him with a stick, The talisman had shown no response whatsoever. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the servant being a half-human, half-corpse entity, or if the talismans truly failed to guard against physical harm. Furthermore, even if they could defend against malevolent spirits, that depended on the spirits being the aggressors. Otherwise, they served little purpose. This was also the reason behind his earlier provocation of the Zhang family. In fact, when he spoke of the original owner's vulnerabilities earlier that day in the courtyard, he had harbored this intention. Yet, he had not anticipated that the original owner would prove so cunning, fleeing at the mere sight of Li Si. This indicated that the original owner was likely a malevolent spirit on par with the dismembering specters. The thought of a doppelganger of himself wandering freely sent a complex swirl of emotions through Li Si, solidifying his resolve. He must eliminate this entity, even if it meant diminishing the talisman's efficacy further. He could not allow this spirit to continue its nefarious deeds. He refused to let the former inhabitant become a malevolent creature thriving on human suffering. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, and the air seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Li Si's expression shifted, and he turned to glance out the window, only to find the street eerily empty, devoid of any presence. At that moment, a cold shiver ran down his spine, as an overwhelming sense of terror washed over him. Akin to a mouse encountering a den of cats, with the imminent threat of being devoured, Li Si instinctively crouched beneath the window, too frightened to look further. His heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, every hair on his body standing on end. Simultaneously, the pouch at his chest began to tremble uncontrollably, seemingly gripped by an equal fear. Meanwhile, in a perspective unseen by ordinary mortals, a towering figure, 3 to 4 meters tall, moved silently through the deserted street. This figure is exceedingly corpulent, with the flesh upon its abdomen enveloping the legs, resembling a colossal, ambulatory toad. Chapter 34. The eerie sound. This entity seemed to sense something, coming to a halt. Beneath its bumpy skin, a pair of elongated pupils quivered slightly as it gazed toward Li Si's home. After a brief moment of observation, it withdrew its gaze and continued its forward march. Despite its considerable bulk and heavy footfalls, it emitted not a whisper of sound. As this colossal figure receded into the distance, Li Si felt an alleviation of pressure. However, he was left feeling utterly drained, drenched in cold sweat. What manner of creature is this? Li Si murmured softly to himself, even questioning the efficacy of his talisman for protection. In the aftermath of his whisper, he recalled Lu Qin's words from that morning. The city god was set to return tonight. A flicker of conjecture ignited within him. If the city god was indeed returning, it was improbable that any malevolent spirits would dare enter the county. Thus, the entity he had just witnessed could very well be the city god. Yet, a lingering uncertainty gnawed at him, for he felt that the being which had just passed was not a divine spirit, but rather a terrifying apparition. Surely, it must be an illusion. Li Si licked his parched lips. If that had truly been a specter, this county would likely transform into a desolate city of the dead. Sir, what troubles you? Are you unwell? In the wake of his shower, Chao Meng approached the hall and noticed Li Si slumped on the floor, his attire disheveled, and rushed over with concern. Seeing Chao Meng appear perfectly normal, Li Si pondered briefly before responding, "You should return to your rest. It's best to retire early." After speaking, he rose unsteadily and made his way toward the backyard, stripping off his clothes. Li Si scooped a ladle of cold water and poured it over himself from head to toe. The icy water quelled his anxious heart, bringing a sense of calm. With the city goddess' arrival, it was indeed a fortuitous event. From the previous encounters with Xiao Duan and Xiao Yu regarding the city god, it was evident that the city god exerted a suppressive influence over demons and spirits. Thus, Li Si no longer had to worry about the resurgence of malevolent beings haunting the county. A period of tranquility awaited him. Yet, an unease lingered in his heart. For this city god imparted a most peculiar aura. With a shiver coursing through him, Li Si ladled another scoop of cold water over his head. Other matters could be addressed later. Overthinking at this moment would yield no benefit. After bathing, Li Si washed his clothes and hung them up to dry. He then checked the study, only to find Chao Meng fast asleep. Shaking his head slightly, he placed Xiao Duan in the study to guard Chao Meng. Although he suspected the city god had returned and that the spirits had mostly fled, it was wise to remain cautious. Li Si then proceeded to his bedroom, where he lay down upon the bed, intending to sleep. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself restless, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. His mind incessantly replayed the dreams of the previous night, the corpses of the animals beneath his bed, and the chilling presence he had encountered that night. Taking a deep breath, Li Si turned his gaze once more to the beam. He had been attentive to it since the reminder from the dismembered spirit, yet he had failed to uncover any strange occurrences from yesterday to today. Even when using the Bagua mirror, it revealed nothing. Doubts crept into his mind, leading him to suspect that the spirit was deliberately misleading him to foster anxiety. However, he dismissed this notion, recalling the spirit's final moments. He chose to place his faith in it. A spirit that, even in death, clung to the memory of its child, must possess a fundamentally good nature. Moreover, as he bore the spirit of her son within him, she had even less reason to deceive him. There must be something peculiar about the being. Yet recent observations yielded no findings. Perhaps the spirit had sensed the impending return of the city god and fled. With this thought, Li Si resolved to set aside the matter for the time being, pledging to remain vigilant. Furthermore, he intended to refrain from leaving the county. Awaiting the next market update in hopes of acquiring some beneficial items, a protective talisman would be particularly welcome. Lost in such thoughts, he soon drifted into slumber. While that night, no liquid dripped from the beam. Meanwhile, in a shadowy grand hall, a man clad in a red leather coat stood trembling at its center, shivering uncontrollably. During his absence from the county, had anything transpired? A deep, resonant voice echoed from the darkness above. The man in the red coat, filled with dread, gazed upward at the imposing figure cloaked in shadows and stammered, "Have you heard? The Zhang family has issued a bounty. If one can assist in slaying that ghostly entity, a reward of 1,000 taels awaits." The voice, rich and profound, seemed oddly out of place against the man's quaking form. "Master Lu, one should not venture there. I've heard that several who went to the Zhang residence have met their demise. Li Xiangong is a man of true righteousness. Even the fox demon revealed its true form upon his reprimand. I previously suspected that woman was no good, and indeed, she was a demon. Bah. Have you heard? Today, Li Xiangong beheaded a zombie. Quite impressive, indeed. Hiki. Li Xiangong is remarkable, I tell you. Do not speak of this outside. That ghostly entity in the Zhang residence was slain by him. Following this, a myriad of voices flowed from the lips of the man in the red coat. Some were the charming tones of young women, others the sharp rebukes of fiery women. Alongside the musings of idle men and the chatter of women, each voice vivid and lifelike, as if the speakers were present, recounting their tales. These words unveiled the recent events surrounding the Zhang residence, the lament of the fox demon, and the incidents involving zombies. So much has transpired? A voice emanated from a lofty chair, followed by a contemplative pause, accompanied by a thoughtful murmur. Li Xiangong, how intriguing. In the 7 days following Li Si's experience, life unfolded with an extraordinary tranquility, so profound that it instilled within him a sense of illusion. As if the demons and specters he had encountered were mere figments of imagination. Yet, the black sword hanging in his study, the jade of death clasped against his chest, the Xian Gui Lu echoing in his mind, along with the presence of Xiao Duan and Xiao Yu, undeniably affirmed the authenticity of his experiences. During these days, he rose early each morning to engage in physical training with Chao Meng, spent afternoons teaching local children to read, and utilized his leisure time to practice the Xian Gui Lu and delve into various books. His frequent engagement in teaching local children stemmed from a passion shared with his predecessor, an endeavor he found deeply fulfilling, as he felt a profound desire to contribute something meaningful to the world. Each day was filled with purpose and satisfaction. However, he harbored concerns over Chao Meng's father, who had yet to make an appearance. Today, however, an unexpected visitor arrived. Chapter 35, The Death of Chao Qing. A series of knocks echoed through the air, accompanied by the voice of a man calling out, "Is Master Li at home?" At that moment, Li Si was in the backyard washing rice, and he called out to Chao Meng, who was practicing calligraphy in the hall. "Chao Meng, please go and answer the door." Upon hearing this, Chao Meng swiftly wiped the water stains from the table with his sleeve and hurried to the door. He opened it to reveal a middle-aged man clad in rugged attire, prompting him to exclaim, "Uncle Luo, you have come to see the master." The young man standing outside was Luo Yi, a hunter from Fomin County, with whom Chao Meng had frequent dealings, hence his recognition. Upon seeing Chao Meng, Luo Yi opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained, his gaze shifting uneasily. "Is Master Li at home?" Luo Yi inquired, disregarding Chao Meng and peering into the house. "Oh, yes, he is here." Chao Meng was taken aback, sensing something unusual about Uncle Luo today. "Brother Luo, what brings you here?" Li Si, wiping his still damp hands with a handkerchief, looked at Luo Yi with curiosity. Luo Yi's lips moved as if to speak, glancing at Chao Meng before hesitating. "It is not convenient to talk here. May we speak privately?" Seeing Luo Yi's demeanor, Li Si felt a pang of foreboding regarding the impending conversation. He smiled at Luo Yi and said, "Is it about the matter we discussed yesterday? I happen to need to speak with you as well." Luo Yi appeared startled but then nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Relieved by Luo Yi's swift response, Li Si turned to Chao Meng and said, "I need some green onions and garlic for my dish. Could you fetch some for me?" Chao Meng, observing the two men's expressions, sensed the tension dissipating and replied, "Of course, master." With that, he stepped out. Once Chao Meng was out of earshot, Li Si cut to the chase, guiding Luo Yi towards the study. Has something happened to Brother Chao? Luo Yi wasted no time, stating bluntly, Chao Qing is dead. Upon hearing this, Li Si halted. Though he had anticipated the news, the confirmation of Chao Qing's death felt surreal. Such a vibrant life extinguished so abruptly. What of his body? Li Si inquired as he led Luo Yi into the study, pouring him a cup of tea as they sat down. After taking a sip, Luo Yi's tumultuous emotions settled somewhat. When Li Si asked about the body, he hesitated. The body is still on the mountain. On the mountain? Li Si furrowed his brow, hesitating. Why has it not been brought back? We could not retrieve it. Luo Yi sighed, continuing. The hunter who brought news of Chao Qing's demise said that his body was hung by that demon tiger on a tree at the edge of a cliff, and the tiger still prowls near the corpse. None of us dared to approach. It is a pity for my brother. He met such a restless end. At this point, Luo Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Li Si felt a deep sorrow. A man had perished, and his body lay unreturned, exposed to the wilderness. At the same time, a sense of concern for Chao Meng enveloped me. Now that his last relative has departed, what path lies ahead for him? During my interactions with Chao Meng, I have grown fond of this child. He is remarkably understanding, evoking memories of my younger self. My purpose for this visit is to bring Chao Meng to my home. Although my household is not particularly affluent, accommodating one more person is feasible. I have no offspring of my own, and I intend to raise him as if he were my own flesh and blood. Luo Yi gazed earnestly at Li Si, clearly indicating his sincerity. This matter shall be set aside for now. Refrain from discussing it with Chao Meng in the immediate future. After taking a sip of tea, Li Si pondered for a moment and then declared, I must retrieve Brother Chao's body. Li Xianggong, you absolutely must not. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Luo Yi became somewhat anxious and hurriedly advised that demon tiger has already attained a level of cultivation beyond that of ordinary beings. It lingers around Chao Qing's remains, awaiting our arrival. Though I have heard of your capabilities in subduing demons and vanquishing evil, is it truly worth risking your life for his corpse? After all, the deceased has already departed, yet we must continue to live our lives meaningfully. Luo Yi, persistently urging, began to break into a cold sweat. I hold a deep fondness for this child, Chao Meng. Li Si took a sip of tea and sighed, stating, I will not allow his father's corpse to hang on the cliff, exposed to the wilderness. As Luo Yi attempted to persuade her further, Li Si raised her hand to halt him, resolutely declaring, I have made my decision. There is no need for your counsel. Today, I shall make some preparations. Tomorrow, could you guide me on the path I should take? Li Si turned to Luo Yi and inquired. Seeing that Li Si could not be persuaded, Luo Yi, feeling helpless, replied, I will take you there tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Luo, Li Si said with a smile. Luo Yi sighed. Then a look of concern crossed his face as he asked, What about that boy, Chao Meng? Let us refrain from informing him, Li Si suggested thoughtfully. After a brief pause, considering his impending trip into the mountains and the inconvenience it would cause in caring for him, he added, After lunch today, let him go to your house on his own. At that moment, as if struck by a thought, he rummaged through his sleeve and pulled out some silver coins. Handing them to Luo Yi, Take this silver. But how can I accept this? Upon encountering Li Si offering him money, Luo Yi immediately declined. Though his family was not affluent, he did not wish to accept Li Si's funds without merit. Observing his refusal, Li Si inwardly nodded in understanding. At the same time, he forcefully pressed the silver into Luo Yi's hand, smiling as he remarked, As I am, after all, a teacher to Chao Meng. It is only fitting that I assist my student. Luo Yi was about to refuse once more when Li Si shot him a stern glance and said, What I am giving is for him, not for you. Why do you refuse? Upon encountering Li Si in such a manner, Luo Yi could only resignedly accept the silver. Letting out a long sigh as he expressed, Then I shall thank you on behalf of my deceased brother. With this conversation concluded, the two agreed upon a time for their departure the following day, after which Li Si bid farewell to Luo Yi. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chao Meng, who had purchased garlic, ginger, and scallions, returned. Sir, what did Uncle Luo discuss with you? Upon encountering Li Si, Chao Meng inquired somewhat nervously. There's nothing of particular concern. Li Si smiled gently and replied, I have been practicing martial arts recently and require some medicinal herbs as assistance. I inquired about them yesterday, and he has come today to give me a response. He has already made arrangements with Luo Yu to keep this matter from Chao Meng for the time being, and they have prepared their reasons. Oh, Chao Meng sighed with relief, then asked, Did Uncle Luo mention any news about my father? Indeed, Li Si affirmed with a nod. Continuing, Your uncle said that your father returned the day before yesterday, but after gathering what he needed, he hurriedly ventured back into the mountains. Upon hearing this, Chao Meng felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, and he sighed, I truly hope nothing has happened to my father. Fear not. A person of virtue is always safeguarded by destiny, Li Si replied, a fleeting glimmer of concern flickering in her eyes before she composed herself. Come. Let us prepare the meal. Very well, sir, Xiao Ming responded. The two then set about preparing lunch, and once the meal was ready, they placed the dishes on the table and began to eat. During the meal, Li Si turned to Xiao Ming and said, I shall be away for a few days. This afternoon, you should visit your uncle Luo and stay with him from now on, as there will be others to look after you there. Xiao Ming, taken aback by this, revealed a hint of reluctance in his eyes but ultimately responded maturely, All right, I will heed your advice, sir. Furthermore, Li Si seemed to recall something and instructed, This afternoon, please inform Yu Hu and the others that they need not come from today onward. We shall discuss things further upon my return. Understood, sir, Xiao Ming replied. Chapter 36, Illusion After Xiao Ming departed. Li Si commenced the preparations at home for his journey into the mountains. The essentials for such an expedition primarily included provisions like dried food and rice, along with clothing, fire-starting materials, and so forth. According to Luo Yi, the location where Chao Qing's corpse was suspended was at least a day's journey away, indicating that he would undoubtedly need to reside in the mountains for some time, necessitating thorough preparations. Once Li Si had organized his clothing and rice, he sensed that something was still lacking. After some contemplation, he decided to venture out. He intended to purchase a set of rain gear and ropes, ensuring that he would be better equipped to handle any sudden downpours. These items were not available at home, thus he had no choice but to seek them elsewhere. As Li Si was out for a while, a man clad in a crimson leather coat unexpectedly appeared atop the roof. His eyes reflected a look of confusion as he listened intently from his perch, before gracefully descending into the courtyard below. He hunched his slender frame and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the absence of others, he began to stealthily wander about the courtyard, pausing intermittently to perk up his ears. When silence enveloped the area once more, he resumed his circling. After pacing through the back of the courtyard, he paused, leaning his ears towards the main hall. Hearing no sounds, he cautiously approached the hall, where he spotted a sack of rice and neatly packed clothing, instantly arousing his curiosity. He leaned closer to sniff the contents, only to feel a twinge of disappointment as he moved away, redirecting his steps towards Li Si's bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he meandered around for a moment before appearing to stumble upon something intriguing. He pulled back the bedspread and cautiously crawled beneath the bed. Once beneath the bed, the spread fell back into place, enveloping him in darkness. A flicker of delight crossed his deathly pale face as he grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth. His eyes fixed intently on the bedspread, seemingly attempting to see through it. He remained motionless in this manner for approximately half an hour, but eventually, his smile began to wane. He emerged from beneath the bed and exited the bedroom. Crossing through the hall, he entered the study. Inside, the man in the crimson leather coat scanned the room. His gaze landed upon the bookshelf, and he approached it, rifling through the volumes with a look of disdain marring his pallid features. He reached out as if to tear the books apart, but suddenly hesitated, recalling something. His action stilled, and he cautiously brushed the dust off the tomes before placing them back. Subsequently, he resumed his exploration of the house, his eyes betraying an anxious demeanor, with glistening drool beginning to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, he rummaged through the kitchen, seemingly still in search of something elusive. Frustration began to manifest in his eyes, turning them a shade of crimson, while his gaunt face contorted in a grotesque manner, saliva streaming forth. Abruptly, he opened his mouth, lined with sharp teeth, and proclaimed loudly, Let it be known that Zhao Wuqing, son of the Marquis of the Northwest, during the envoy's visit from the distant realm, engaged in a poetic duel with the talented Qian Shaoqing of the remote country, presenting the peace-endless longing of Qingqiu, which filled him with pride. Once, in a game of chess with the crown prince, frustration overcame me, and in a fit of rage, I struck the board against his head, inadvertently causing the loss of the Duke of the Northwest's title. The man clad in a crimson leather coat spoke within the chamber, his voice unmistakably that of Li Si, as if he were indeed present within the room. He spoke for approximately half an hour, and sensing something amiss, he abruptly fell silent and floated lightly up to the roof. After a while, Li Si returned, opening the door to place the purchased raincoat, ropes, and various sundries upon the table. The shopping expedition had consumed considerable time, while procuring vegetables in the raincoat was relatively straightforward. Finding a quality fire starter proved to be a challenge. His previous fire starter had been rather ordinary, and the paper within had nearly burned away, leaving him anxious about lighting a fire in the mountains, which would undoubtedly lead to troubles. After an extensive search, he finally located a shop selling fire starters, thus accounting for the prolonged duration of his outing. Li Si settled beside the table, poured himself a cup of water, and took a sip while contemplating the events of the day. He had firmly resolved to retrieve Chao Qing's corpse and had no intention of altering this decision. Though danger loomed, he felt prepared to face it. With the protective talisman still active, hesitating now would only hasten his demise. The incident at the Zhang residence had taught him that even in avoidance of conflict, troubles could still seek him out. One must learn to secure their own fate. With just over a year of life remaining, he had no retreat left. He was determined not only to recover Chao Qing's remains but, should the opportunity arise, to slay the demon tiger as well. With this thought, Li Si focused his mind on the marketplace, where the flame sun peachwood heart sword, the Bagua Zhang mirror, and the year of life remained on display. The items in this marketplace were exceedingly useful, and he had been coveting them for days. However, he could not afford any of them, especially the year of life, which, even with 200 soul points, he would not redeem. For several days, these items had remained unchanged in the marketplace, the only variation being the refresh time at the bottom. Li Si glanced at the final line of text. Next product refresh time. 2 days, 23 hours, 09 minutes, and 11 seconds. Only 3 days remained. He murmured to himself, feeling both anxious and hopeful. The anxiety stemmed from his mere 113 soul points, fearing that the refresh would yield items like the flame sun peachwood sword, which were beyond his means. Conversely, he felt hope for the emergence of useful and affordable items that would bolster his resolve to survive in this world. A protective talisman would be particularly fortuitous. Remembering the talisman, he immediately sought to assess its status. Talisman, a protective charm inscribed with an unknown red liquid, preventing direct harm to the wearer from high-level spirits and below. It remains effective for 30 days post-wear. Remaining time, 9 days, 7 hours, 10 minutes, and 23 seconds. Li Si felt a tumult of emotions within him. This talisman had aided him immensely, whether against the fox demon or the dismemberment specter, transforming peril into safety. Regrettably, this talisman would become ineffective after 9 days. Contemplating this, he lost interest in perusing the marketplace and instead made his way to the bedroom. What was destined to occur would inevitably come. There was no need for excessive pondering. Such thoughts would only serve to deepen his distress, which seemed futile. Upon entering the bedroom, Li Si reclined on the bed and closed his eyes. After a while, however, he abruptly opened them, rolled over, and crouched on the floor. He swiftly pulled back the bedclothes, his left hand grasping the Bagua mirror directed towards the space beneath the bed. Simultaneously, a small boy clad in simple garments appeared beside him, his tongue elongated and poised for an imminent attack. Yet, upon gazing into the Bagua mirror, he found nothing within its depths. Was it merely an illusion? Li Si exhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and stowed away the Bagua mirror along with the small boy. Returning to the bed, he had just experienced an inexplicable difficulty in finding slumber, as though a ghostly presence lurked beneath the bed. Yet it was evident that this time it was merely a figment of his imagination. Chapter 37, The Mountain Path After Shedding His Garments. Li Si prepared to retire for the night. Having previously inspected beneath the bed, he felt considerably more at ease. Knock, 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 knock. A series of rhythmic sounds echoed, accompanied by the watchman's calls. The air is dry. Be cautious of fire. Upon hearing the noise, Li Si recognized the time, approximately 7 o'clock, and soon succumbed to sleep. As he drifted into slumber, a pair of boots gradually emerged from beneath the eaves, revealing the silhouette of a man in a red coat. A sinister grin spread across his lips, exposing a mouthful of sharp teeth. This man stealthily entered the bedroom, positioning himself at the edge of Li Si's bed, holding a pair of blood-streaked eyes fixed upon him. His countenance increasingly morphed into a grotesque visage, saliva oozing from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the floor. Approximately half an hour passed before sounds emanated from outside. Knock, 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 knock. Another round of watchman's calls resounded in the distance. The air is dry. Be cautious of fire. Upon hearing the watchman's voice, the malevolent expression of the man in red gradually softened. He slowly approached Li Si, tucking him in as though caring for a beloved family member. He then glided through the wall, vanishing from sight. Li Si, lying in bed, felt a twinge of warmth, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned over, pressing the blanket beneath him, and instantly felt more comfortable, the furrow in his brow relaxing. A night passed without incident. In the early hours of dawn, a knock resonated at the door, accompanied by Luo Ye's voice. Surly, are you awake? Awakened by the commotion, Li Si glanced out the window. Noting the darkness of the night still enveloping the sky, he called back to Luo Ye outside. Please wait a moment. I shall rise shortly. As he donned his attire, he made his way to the door and opened it. There stood Luo Ye, clad in sturdy garments, holding a lantern that, however, remained unlit. Brother Luo, is it so early? Li Si yawned, casting a weary gaze at Luo Ye. It is no longer early. It is nearly the hour of the tiger, Luo Ye replied, his voice tinged with urgency as he glanced around anxiously. Li Si inwardly sighed. Nearing the hour of the tiger implied it was still before 3 o'clock. And yet Luo Ye had arrived at such an early hour. Brother Luo, do come in. I shall freshen up, and we can depart shortly, he invited. ushering Luo Yi inside before heading to wash up. Surely, there is no need to rush. Take your time. Luo Yi managed a faint smile, standing by as he awaited his friend. As Li Si rinsed his mouth, he rolled his eyes internally. If there were truly no urgency, why had Luo Yi come seeking him before the hour of the tiger? It was well known that the kingdom of Wei enforced a curfew. Should one be caught outside before this hour, they would receive 30 lashes with a whip. Only after the hour of the tiger were travelers permitted to roam freely. After rinsing, Li Si gathered provisions, a raincoat, a change of clothes, and a clay pot, swiftly packing them into a travel chest. He paused momentarily, then entered his study to retrieve the black sword, securing it to the chest. Having completed his preparations, Li Si slung the travel chest over his shoulder, ready to depart with Luo Yi. Sir Li, please wait a moment. However, Luo Yi appeared somewhat anxious and promptly restrained him. Li Si, puzzled, was about to inquire why he was being prevented from leaving when a voice echoed in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of a gong announced the call for early rest and early rise. The watchman's shout resonated through the night. Suddenly, Li Si understood. Luo Yi was waiting for the curfew to be lifted before venturing out. He realized that Luo Yi had meticulously timed his arrival to coincide with the curfew's end. It is the hour of the tiger, my dearly. Let us depart, Luo Yi said, his face tinged with regret as he produced a fire stick, blowing gently until it ignited. He then used the flickering flame to light the lantern. After stepping outside, Li Si turned to lock the door. But he noticed a hesitant expression on Luo Yi's face. Li, have you truly considered this? It is perilous to venture into the mountains, he cautioned, meeting Luo Yi's gaze. Li Si replied calmly, Brother Luo, I have made my decision. Seeing the seriousness in Li Si's demeanor, Luo Yi sighed and shook his head. Then let us proceed. With that, he headed towards the city gate, and Li Si followed closely behind. At that moment, the night was indistinguishable from the day, shrouded in tranquility, with no one else on the street save for the two of them. Upon reaching the city gate, it opened slowly, admitting a stream of farmers carrying baskets into the city for the early market. In this scene, Li Si and Luo Yi seemed somewhat out of place, as they were the only ones departing the city. Occasionally, a farmer would recognize Li Si and greet him, to which he responded politely. Once beyond the city gates, the two made their way southeast until they reached the mountain's edge. Luo Yi led Li Si along a lesser-known path, and after nearly an hour of climbing, he abandoned the more accessible route for a more secluded one. This new path ascended steeply, requiring them to grasp onto trees to maintain their balance and avoid falling. Luo Yi explained that this path would lead them to the cliff more swiftly, and Li Si remained silent, gritting his teeth to keep pace with Luo Yi. After traversing the steep trail for a while longer, the dawn began to break, and the two felt hunger pangs, prompting them to pause for some provisions. By taking this path, we should reach the vicinity by noon, Luo Yi remarked while munching on his rations. Very well, Li Si replied, panting slightly. Although he had been practicing the Xiangui record, his body had not yet strengthened significantly, and he was not the frail individual he once was. Nevertheless, after nearly 3 hours of strenuous hiking, he found it taxing. Ultimately, the original constitution of his body could not be transformed overnight. After finishing their meal, the pair continued onward, and finally, under the blazing midday sun, Luo Yi and Li Si arrived beside a large. At this moment, Luo Yi halted, gazing blankly into the distance, frozen in place. Li Si noticed Luo Yi's unusual behavior and also came to a stop, following his gaze toward the horizon. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely, causing his vision to blur slightly. He approached Luo Yi and gazed into the distance, where he beheld a solitary tree precariously perched atop a distant cliff. Suspended from its branches was a lifeless body. This tree stood alone on the precipice, devoid of any neighboring foliage to obscure it, making the side of the corpse swaying gently in the breeze unmistakable. This demon tiger has indeed attained a form of sentience, Luo Yi remarked, his eyes reddening and his teeth chattering slightly. Is it not so? This tiger has the audacity to bind a person's neck with a rope and hang them from that tree. Such an act is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary tiger. Chapter 38, Luo Yi Misterly. Allow me to offer you one final piece of advice. Once you depart, there will be no turning back. Luo Yi composed himself, wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of his eyes, and spoke earnestly. I shall proceed on my own from here. I have vowed to bring his body back, and I shall fulfill that promise. Li Si gazed at the distant corpse, taking a deep breath. He was fully prepared for a fierce battle. He was determined to retrieve Chao Qing's remains. From his prior understanding, the tiger did not possess overwhelming strength, merely comparable to that of a lesser ghostly entity, which did not instill fear in him. Very well, the path ahead will not be easy. Just follow this mountain trail and you will find your way. Seeing that he could not dissuade Li Si, Luo Yi sighed, relinquishing any further attempts at persuasion. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he produced a gourd from his waist and handed it to Li Si. This is a special brew of realgar wine I have crafted, which can help you ward off snakes and insects. If bitten, applying it externally will also serve as an antidote. Should you feel cold tonight, a few sips will warm your body. Thank you, Brother Luo, Li Si replied gratefully, accepting the gourd without hesitation. Luo Yu opened his mouth as if to say something more, but the words failed him, and he could only sigh, Mr. Li, take care. With that, he turned and descended the mountain, disappearing from view. As Li Si watched him depart, he resumed his journey toward the precipice. The trail, as Luo Yi had described, was indeed arduous, suggesting that few had traversed this way in recent times. The grass had grown to knee height. After walking for some time, Li Si came upon a stream and decided to follow it upstream. After a while, a pang of hunger struck him, prompting him to stop on a flat patch of ground. He set down his book box and began gathering dry twigs nearby to prepare a meal. Though he had brought some provisions for the journey, they were scant, consisting mainly of a few buns intended for emergencies. He piled some stones to fashion a small hearth, then retrieved a clay pot from his book box, pouring a measure of rice into it from his rice sack. Approaching the stream, he noticed that the water flowed gently over a relatively smooth bed, with steep rocks above creating a waterfall that formed a tranquil pool below. The water's surface was calm and crystal clear, and, shaded by trees, the area felt refreshingly cool amidst the summer heat, accompanied by the occasional chirping of cicadas. The sight of the pool stirred within him an urge to swim. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted some tiny shrimp in the water. He turned to pour the rice back into the sack and then used the empty pot to scoop water from the pool, spilling it onto the nearby ground. The transparent little shrimp began to flail about in the damp earth. After repeating this process 10 times, he had gathered a modest number of them, around several dozen. Though they were quite small, the largest measuring only a few millimeters. Li Si collected the shrimp into his small bowl before he began washing the rice. After washing the rice, he arranged dry twigs between the stones and gathered some hay, folding it into a tight bundle. He lit the hay with a match and placed it among the twigs. Once the twigs caught fire, Li Si carefully set a clay pot atop and covered it with a lid. Subsequently, he arranged the tiny shrimp on the lid of the pot. Having completed these tasks, Li Si retrieved a piece of cured meat wrapped in lotus leaves from his storage box. He drew a dagger and sliced the meat into small pieces, which he then tossed into the pot. What followed was a lengthy wait, during which Li Si began to feel discomfort in his feet. He walked to the edge of the pool and sat down, removing his shoes to discover blisters forming beside his little toes. Li Si found himself at a loss for words, yet soon comprehended that the original owner of his body had not possessed great physical strength and had often remained indoors, resulting in delicate skin that was prone to blisters from friction. Rising, he washed the dagger in the water and then placed it in the fire for a moment. Once cooled, he wiped off the ash with his clean hands, preparing to lance the blisters. Suddenly, a rustling sound of leaves emanated from the mountain below, causing Li Si to pause, his hand instinctively reaching for the cloth bag at his chest. After a brief moment, he noticed a figure emerging from behind a tree at the foot of the mountain, none other than Luo Yi. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Li Si felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his hand slowly lowered from his chest. As Luo Yi ascended the mountain and spotted Li Si, he exhaled a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Li Xiangong, I finally caught up with you. Luo de Ge, how did you manage to follow me? Li Si asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Luo Yi sighed, his expression complex. Since you, Li Xiangong, are willing to risk your life to retrieve his body, how could I, a brother to Chao Qing for over a decade, falter? Moreover, you have spent a long time in the county and are unfamiliar with life in the forest. If I were to leave, would that not place you in peril? Li Si shook his head with a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. But what will you do if you encounter that demon tiger? Rest assured, I am an experienced hunter. Should I face it, I have my ways of evasion. Luo Yu replied with a hearty laugh, thumping his chest. How about this, Luo de Ge? Please wait for me here. Once I retrieve Chao Deji's body, we shall return together, Li Si proposed after a moment of contemplation. Well, Luo Yi's face displayed a look of concern. Don't worry. I understand how to deal with demons and monsters better than you, Li Si said with a slight smile, confidence radiating from him. Afterward, he sat on a nearby stone, dipping his feet into the pool to cleanse them before placing them on the stone to dry. At this moment, Luo Yi also noticed the pot simmering over the fire and approached it. As he opened the pot, he inquired of Li Si, Li Xiangong, are you cooking? Yes, Li Si replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Apologies, Luo de Ge, I only cooked rice for myself. Please feel free to add some rice in for a quick cook. No need. I've already eaten. This is for you, Luo Yi responded. Luo Yi smiled faintly, while at an angle unseen by Li Si, a slender thread of pale substance emerged from the tip of his finger and slipped into the earthen jar. Chapter 39. The Mask. At this moment, Li Si skillfully pierced the water bubble with his dagger and turned to Luo Yi, saying, Brother Luo, Please assist me in retrieving a roll of white cloth from the bookcase, and also bring the Xionghuang wine. Very well, Luo Yi replied, promptly moving to the bookcase where he rummaged through its contents, soon producing the white cloth and a gourd of wine. He approached Li Si, presenting both items to him. Thank you, Brother Luo, Li Si said, accepting the cloth and gourd with gratitude. However, he simultaneously grasped Luo Ye's hand firmly. Luo Ye's expression shifted slightly, and at that moment, Li Si sighed. Brother Luo, I understand the deep bond you share with Brother Chao, but you have a wife awaiting your return. Please, do not act recklessly. As he spoke, he gently patted Luo Ye's hand, earnest concern evident in his voice. You must take good care of yourself. Thank you for your concern, Sir Li. I shall certainly look after myself, Luo Yi replied, his eyes reflecting genuine emotion. Seeing Luo Ye's response, Li Si smiled and released his grip, bowing his head to soak the cloth in Xionghuang wine. Once dampened, he carefully wrapped it around his wound before donning his shoes. It's a pity about Brother Chao, Li Si mused, seated upon gazing into the waters before him. Luo Yi, sensing his sentiment, took a seat beside him and sighed. Indeed, it is a shame. However, vengeance is something that must be pursued. Yes, if I were in his position, I would do the same, Li Si concurred, nodding thoughtfully. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he posed, but what of a parent's vengeance upon their children? How should that be addressed? Luo Ye's gaze sharpened, his breath catching momentarily. Taking a deep breath, he chuckled. Is there truly a child who seeks vengeance against their parents? Oh, is that so? Li Si nodded, then continued. But what if parents seek to harm their children? Luo Yi paused, exhaling softly, then sighed. In such a case, one must simply endure. For a child's flesh and blood originates from their parents. It is theirs to take. Ha! Li Si suddenly laughed. What you say is rather absurd. What parent would wish to harm their child? Even a tiger refrains from consuming its young. How could a human do such a thing? At Li Si's words, Luo Yi turned his gaze elsewhere, a flicker of pale flame igniting deep within his eyes. If, as you suggest, there are indeed parents who wish to harm their children, the children must harbor immense anger, resenting their parents for such intentions, yet feeling utterly powerless. That must be an unbearable experience, Li Si reflected, his gaze fixed on the tranquil waters. Indeed, it is a painful reality, Luo Yi acknowledged, the pale flame in his eyes growing more intense. If he felt such fury towards his parents, would he dare to express it? Li Si queried further. Never. If his parents were to learn of his anger, his future would be bleak, Luo Yi replied, the pale flame in his eyes gradually dimming to a more normal hue. Yes, he must stifle it. Akin to wearing a mask, Li Si sighed and then remarked, this is akin to the fox demon I encountered at the market. Both don a mask. That fox, despite being a beast, pretends to be human. Oh, Li Xiangong, do you possess such a mask as well? A flicker of pale flame ignited in Luo Ye's eyes as he gently inquired, me? Taken aback by Luo Ye's question, Li Si shook his head and sighed, naturally. I do. Sometimes one must wear a mask to lead a normal life. Yet you, Li Xiangong, also wear such a mask. Why then do you scold that fox demon? A hint of sarcasm danced in Luo Ye's gaze as he posed this question to Li Si. Haha, Li Si chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. I don this mask merely to live a normal existence, while that fox dons one in the hope of becoming human. And what of its desire to become human? Luo Yi continued to probe. It wishes to be human, yet at its core, it remains a beast. Li Si remarked with a wry smile. In truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with a beast aspiring to be human. It is merely disconcerting when some wish to become someone else. Luo Ye's eyes ignited with pale flames once more, suggesting he had an unspoken implication. Li Si paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding earnestly. Indeed. The thought of a person masquerading as another, uttering another's words and performing another's deeds is chilling. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. He trembled slightly, as if genuinely unsettled by the very notion. Luo Ye's features twitched, but he soon lowered his gaze to inspect his attire. The pale flame within his eyes flaring with intensity. Li Xiangong, your rice is ready, Luo Yi announced as he rose. The flames in his eyes having subsided to a normal state, he approached the earthen pot, only to find the fire extinguished. Li Si turned around and saw that the fire he had kindled had gone out. He shook his head, saying, the fire has died. It surely isn't cooked, and thus cannot be eaten. Let me reignite it and cook it a bit longer, Luo Yi suggested upon hearing Li Si's words. Never mind. I don't wish to eat any more, Li Si declined with a shake of his head. Such waste is not advisable, Luo Yi urged. The flames in his eyes beginning to flicker uncontrollably. Li Si scratched his head in distress, but my cured meat has already grown bitter mold. Consuming it would undoubtedly lead to illness. Not at all. I have eaten such meat before, and I assure you, it is harmless, Luo Yi insisted. Taking a deep breath to continue his persuasion, Well, very well, Li Si reluctantly acquiesced. Luo Yi exhaled with relief and went to gather twigs before rekindling the fire beneath the pot. For a time, the two fell into silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat serene yet awkward. After a while, the pot emitted a fragrant aroma of rice mingled with the cured meat, prompting Luo Yi to rise and prepare to retrieve the pot. At that moment, Li Si's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Brother Luo, I think I still do not wish to eat. Luo Yi's back stiffened abruptly. His teeth clenched as the flames in his eyes threatened to breach the confines of his gaze, a faint pale flame escaping briefly through the gaps in his teeth, only to vanish swiftly. Perhaps you should eat. One cannot simply forego a meal. Luo Yi turned his head to gaze at Li Si, his tone laden with difficulty as he spoke. No, I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning, Brother Luo. Just because you experienced no adverse effects does not guarantee that I will be similarly fortunate. What if I were to encounter complications? In this remote wilderness, I would be unable to find a physician. Li Si said earnestly. Enough. Luo Yi bellowed, his voice hoarse as he fixed a cold stare upon Li Si. When did you discover my secret? Chapter 40. What did Li Si discover? Li Si wore a bewildered expression as he curiously inquired, Brother Luo, why are you engulfed in flames? Upon witnessing his demeanor, Luo Yi revealed pale flames flickering in his eyes, with multiple spots on his body igniting. Brother Luo, you are on fire. Li Si exclaimed, his face etched with terror. Are you done pretending? Luo Yi bellowed, and as he did, his skin, hair, and clothing transformed into pale flames, rendering him a skeleton wreathed in ghostly fire. Wow, Brother Luo, how have you become this way? Li Si's eyes reflected fear as he instinctively retreated. I demand you cease this charade. The skeleton roared, flames intensifying around him as he lunged at Li Si, aiming a powerful punch. As he charged, the pale flames scorched the floor in his wake, withering them as if moisture had been instantly siphoned away. Seeing the skeleton's fist approach, Li Si deftly sidestepped, then collided into the skeleton's embrace, wrapping his arms around its waist. To him, the skeleton's combat skills appeared rudimentary at best, while its speed was remarkable. Li Si had mastered the techniques of the Xin Gui record, which emphasized striking slowly to outmaneuver rapid attacks, coupled with the enhanced vision granted by the ghostly veil's side effects. He could perceive the skeleton's movements with clarity. Thus, he seamlessly embraced its waist, momentarily taken aback. The skeleton's rage surged as it raised its fist to strike Li Si's spine. However, just as the blow was about to land, it froze. Incredulity etched across its features as it stared at Li Si. You plotted against me? Indeed, Li Si replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to his prior naivety. He had long since deduced that this entity was not Luo Yi. The recent urgency with which Luo Yi had urged him to travel, coupled with repeated admonitions against seeking out the corpse of Chao Qing, indicated that Luo Yi was a cautious individual. Such a person would not suddenly return to accompany him on such a quest, though he couldn't be entirely certain at the time. When Luo Yi had helped him gather cloth and realgar wine, Li Si had seized the opportunity to grasp the figure's hand, revealing that this Luo Yi was, in fact, a specter transformed from the original owner. Invisible Ghost, Li Si. Invisible Ghost, skeleton form, spirit classification, low-level spirit abilities, invisibility, etherealization. Ghostly flame current relationship, unbound current soul body strength. 78. The invisible ghost was born into an ordinary family, with a father who was a gambler and a mother who led a mundane life. Their already meager existence became increasingly arduous upon his arrival, leading to frequent quarrels between his parents. However, a pivotal event altered the family's circumstances, having heard of a method to acquire wealth. His father took both his mother and his 5-year-old self to a distant place to forge a ghostly union. Upon his return, his visage had transformed dramatically. His lips were now a vibrant red, and his teeth gleamed white, bearing no resemblance to the dark-skinned boy he once was. Strangely, even as he matured, he bore no likeness to his parents. He began to embrace life with this new face, fully aware of the fate that awaited him. Yet he was resolute in not relinquishing his identity. From a young age, he cultivated virtue and self-awareness, earning the respect of his neighbors, particularly after achieving the status of a scholar. Despite this, he could not shake his resentment towards his parents. Why must he pay the price of his life for their wealth and prosperity? Was it solely because they were his progenitors? His hatred was profound, far surpassing any animosity he felt towards the Nya family. Yet, he also believed he should not harbor such animosity towards his parents, for they had given him the gift of life, and thus he maintained a respectful demeanor while living with them. After their passing, in an effort to dissolve his engagement with the Nya family, he sought refuge in a temple reputed for its miraculous powers, hoping to find a sage to liberate him from his plight. However, within the temple, he encountered a formidable specter that followed him for 10 miles, instilling despair without claiming his life. Upon reaching the county town, the specter did not pursue him further, but he succumbed to a grave illness and perished. His resentment towards his parents manifested as a pale, ghostly flame. Subsequently, he witnessed another occupying his flesh, masquerading as him. The conflicting emotions of hate and love towards his parents, coupled with the realization of his replacement, led him to doubt his own existence, resulting in the loss of his corporeal form. He could transform into any being, yet lost his sense of self. His skeletal form possessed the ability to command specters, compelling them to heed his will. However, this power was limited to those he had caused to perish. He could assume various forms, concealing the ghostly flame. It is noteworthy that if the ghostly flame were to erupt, the ability to conceal it would fail, requiring a full natural day to restore. The ability to become incorporeal rendered him impervious to mundane weaponry. The ghostly flame, born of resentment, could seize life force at any moment. It could be infused into food, leading those who consumed it to wither away. A mournful wail escaped the skeleton, its flames coalescing into a figure strikingly similar to Li Si. Desperately attempting to free itself from the skeletal frame yet unable to escape, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, the skeleton bowed its head, gazing intently at Li Si, who clutched its waist, uttering with chilling clarity, "You are doomed." The voice that emerged was eerily feminine. After this proclamation, the skeletal frame disintegrated, scattering into the wind. At that moment, the flame that bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Si fled from his embrace, fixing its gaze upon him from a distance. "You are free now," Li Si remarked with a smile, observing the figure that mirrored him. "Who are you?" The original soul inquired softly, regarding the apparition before him. "Come. Let us sit and converse," Li Si beckoned, inviting the figure closer, then seated himself upon a large stone by the pond. The original protagonist's face revealed a moment of hesitation, which was soon replaced by a resolute expression as he approached Li Si and took a seat beside him. "Will you not kill me?" was the first question that escaped his lips upon sitting down. "Oh, why would I wish to kill you?" Li Si inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he gazed upon the figure that bore his likeness. "Because I intended to end your life before," the original protagonist replied coldly. Li Si smiled faintly and shook his head, responding, "You sought to kill me then due to the control of the skeletal visage. Do you still harbor such intentions now?" Upon hearing this, the original protagonist fell silent, then turned to Li Si once more, reiterating his earlier query. "Who are you?" Li Si took a sip of the Xionghuang wine beside him, choosing not to answer directly, but instead smilingly proposed, "Allow me to share a story with you." Chapter 41. The Human Heart. What story is this? Upon hearing Li Si's words, the original host was momentarily perplexed. "Do you believe in a fantastical world where everyone has access to books and food?" A nostalgic glimmer sparkled in Li Si's eyes. "Everyone has food and books?" The original host reacted as if confronted with an absurd tale, his expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" "Absolutely impossible." "Is it?" Li Si chuckled. He did not intend to share this with others, but since it was the original host, discussing it seemed harmless. After all, he inhabited the original host's body. Even if he refrained from speaking, the original host would likely speculate, so it was better to be forthright. The original host furrowed his brow, pondering the notion. Still finding it difficult to accept, he inquired, "How could this be achieved?" "Let me explain," Li Si smiled, proceeding to elaborate on the invention of movable type printing and the method of optimizing rice strains to cultivate 2 harvests per season. However, he refrained from mentioning hybrid rice and printing presses, fearing the original host might find such concepts too fantastical for this world. The original host, upon hearing this, felt as if a new realm had opened before him, repeatedly murmuring in astonishment, "Is it truly possible? Is it truly possible?" Subsequently, Li Si and the original host engaged in discussions about various technologies and philosophies from the original world, reveling in the camaraderie over drinks and conversation. As Li Si took a sip, he tossed the gourd to the original host, who reciprocated the gesture. And thus the gourd was tossed back and forth between 2 identical individuals, punctuated by bursts of laughter, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere. The original host inquired about how Li Si arrived in this world, to which Li Si replied candidly, subtly hinting at some of his abilities. He recounted his encounters in this realm, such as being haunted by a headless ghost and the eerie sight of a fox lamenting in the marketplace, along with events at the Zhang residence. The original host shared his experiences of being controlled by apparitions after his demise, confessing an insatiable hunger for children that led him to prey upon animals. Li Si learned that at the moment of his rebirth, 2 spirits resided in his family home, one being the original host beneath his bed, and the other, the vengeful spirit responsible for the original host's demise, which hung lifelessly from the rafters. The specter from the rafters was the very white shadow Li Si had seen while playing on his phone in his previous life. This spirit had long followed the original host back home, remaining suspended from the rafters. Fortunately, Li Si had decisively exchanged for a protective talisman at that time. And since the spirit relished tormenting others, it allowed him to escape with his life. As the original host recounted this, Li Si felt a chill run down his spine. suddenly recalling the rainwater he had consumed on the first night. He swiftly dismissed these thoughts, forcing himself to focus on the conversation, and continued to engage with the original host. Their discussion stretched from noon until twilight, during which Li Si felt hunger pangs and partook of some provisions. Continuing their spirited dialogue, this heartfelt discourse left the original protagonist deeply yearning for the world described by Li Si, while simultaneously being astounded by Li Si's innovative ideas. Li Si, in turn, was captivated by the protagonist's ambitions and his contemplative state of mind regarding the inherent concerns of the world. The phrase, "What makes one ponder the world? Passion ignites the cold rivers," resonated profoundly with the protagonist's innermost thoughts. What is your perspective on the current state of the world? The protagonist subsequently inquired of Li Si, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. This world suffers from low productivity, rigid class structures, and an arbitrary system of servitude where lives can be extinguished at will, compounded by the chaos wrought by malevolent entities. Li Si lamented, shaking his head. It is a realm where one can struggle to survive yet finds life unbearable. Have you ever contemplated what you might do to assist this world? The protagonist asked. Let us do whatever we can, Li Si shrugged despondently. He considered himself an ordinary individual, believing that merely enlightening the local children was already a significant achievement. The protagonist regarded him with a meaningful glance and nodded slightly. Then, with a light-hearted chuckle, he rose and declared, I did not anticipate such a fruitful conversation, but I must take my leave now. Then go. And perhaps our paths will cross again in the future, Li Si replied with a smile, waving farewell to the formless specter of Li Si. Are you not afraid I might devour the living once you depart? The protagonist turned to Li Si, narrowing his eyes, and asked suddenly. I do not believe it. Li Si asserted, shaking his head with conviction. Why not? I am a ghost, the protagonist replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. You are a good person. If you were inclined to consume human flesh, you would have done so long ago, Li Si remarked nonchalantly after taking a sip of a potent liquor. I am not human, he added. The protagonist smiled faintly, then paused, speaking with gravity. I leave the future in your hands. Rest assured, I shall live on for you. Li Si said without turning back, feeling a pang of sorrow for the 78 points of soul he had lost. Yet, he bore no regrets. He would not harm the protagonist, for he had committed no wrongdoing and still possessed a human heart even after becoming a spirit, a rare and precious quality. Be cautious of the ghost that controls me. She has been waiting for you, the protagonist cautioned. Understood. Now hurry and depart, Li Si replied irritably. Having previously attempted to initiate a pact, only to be rebuffed, which left him somewhat restless. Take care, the protagonist said, then slowly approached Li Si from behind. Sensing something amiss, Li Si turned around just in time to witness the formless ghost of Li Si morphing into a pale flame that surged toward him. I only wish to live honorably, not to become a malevolent spirit fixated on consuming others, echoed the protagonist's voice as the pale flame hurtled toward Li Si. Following this declaration, laughter rang out from within the pale flame, resounding with boldness, before it collided with Li Si's chest. Live well for me. And I entrust the future to you, were the final words heard as the pale flame dissipated into nothingness. After vanquishing the lowly specter, the intangible ghost, Li Si acquired 78 soul points. Upon witnessing the pale flames dissipate, he gaped, his expression turning vacant as disbelief washed over him. Dead? How could you possibly die? Li Si stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend the reality before him. This was the person he understood most deeply, the individual with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Arguably his sole confidant in this world. He was the most virtuous individual Li Si had ever encountered, which explained why he felt comfortable revealing his own peculiarities to him. Li Si was, after all, the one who comprehended the original soul better than anyone else. Yet, this person had departed in such a manner, utilizing the power of his protective talisman to take his own life. Simultaneously, Li Si came to a realization. Someone like the original soul could not bear to exist as a creature that craved the consumption of human flesh. He had devoted himself to cultivating virtue and refining his own being, so how could he tolerate such a fate? Furthermore, for the original soul, death might indeed be a form of liberation. Since arriving in this world, he had scarcely experienced warmth. The only semblance of warmth being that of his parents, hypocritical and eerie in nature. Perhaps, for him, coming to this world was an inherent mistake. Chapter 42. The camp. The inquiry regarding the acquisition of the intangible ghost's memories surged into his mind. Li Si disregarded it. Kneeling for a moment before rising to sit quietly on a large stone by the water's edge, staring blankly ahead, his back tense with the weight of his thoughts. Upon arriving in this world, he was struck by the sheer number of lives lost. Many departed without warning, leaving only silence in their wake. Chao Qing was one such soul, as was the original owner of this body, and even the inhabitants of the mansion were no exception. A fire smoldered within Li Si. Yet he felt powerless to express it. He was but a lowly figure in this realm, limited in his capacity to effect change. The inquiry regarding the acquisition of the intangible ghost's memories surged into his mind once more. Do not inquire, Li Si responded mentally to the information echoing in his consciousness. He was not inclined to revisit the life of the original owner, having already absorbed numerous memories from him. He had also learned of the events following the original owner's demise during their conversations, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Ultimately, Li Si yearned only for a moment of tranquility. What he did not perceive was that while he lingered in contemplation by the water, a pair of yellow-green eyes from a nearby thicket observed him intently. Soon, the owner of those eyes turned and silently departed. In the serene twilight of the forest, glimpses of vibrant fur could be seen through the gaps in the foliage. Li Si did not dwell in sorrow for long. He was adept at managing his emotions. Having grown up without parents, he had no one to rely upon. Crying would only vex the staff at the orphanage, offering no solace. Thus, he learned to suppress his tears and master his feelings from a young age. After washing his face in the pool, he rekindled the fire to cook rice, though this time he lacked the motivation to catch shrimp for seasoning. After finishing his meal, Li Si found a slightly elevated patch of earth not far from the creek and began to clear it. He primarily focused on gathering fallen leaves and uprooting weeds, creating a substantial open space. Subsequently, he scattered some realgar wine over the area to deter snakes and insects from encroaching. Once he had done so, he searched for some dry twigs nearby and, during his search, stumbled upon a withered tree on a small slope. This tree had succumbed to drought, its roots unable to reach the soil due to a landslide. Upon seeing the tree, Li Si turned back to retrieve his black sword, intending to cut it down. As he went to fetch the sword, a pang of regret struck him. He should have brought the Nepalese knife instead, as it would have been more suitable for chopping than the black sword. Approaching the desiccated tree, he slowly drew the sword from its sheath. The blade glimmered coldly, evoking discomfort, yet he accepted it, setting the sheath aside. He lifted the black sword with both hands and struck down toward the thinner section of the withered tree with all his might, fully aware of his limited strength. As the sword made contact with the gnarled branches of the dead tree, a change swept across his countenance. The action felt akin to slicing through tofu, offering only the faintest resistance. However, Li Si found himself unable to restrain his force. He could only employ the techniques from the mystic tortoise record to subtly redirect the sword's trajectory. In an instant, the blade grazed the edge of his left leg. The black sword slipped from his grip, plunging directly into the trunk of a tree, occasionally emitting a resonant hum. With each tremor of the sword, it continued to slice into the wood, descending straight downwards. A loud thud resounded, revealing that Li Si, having exerted too much force and forcibly altered the sword's direction, had lost his footing and fallen to the ground. At that moment, as he lay there, his expression grew grim, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had never anticipated the sword's extraordinary sharpness, and this endeavor nearly cost him a limb. This recklessness was also a lingering effect of the previous owner's demise. Otherwise, he would not have been so careless. Li Si silently admonished himself to test any ambiguous items from the marketplace, like the black sword, before use. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Rising to his feet, he withdrew the black sword from the tree trunk and turned to continue felling the withered tree. Thanks to the sword's remarkable sharpness, the task was as effortless as a chef slicing through tofu. Before long, he had produced a neat stack of timber. He then transported the wood back to his previous campsite, making several trips due to the considerable quantity. By the time he neatly arranged the timber, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, he summoned his remaining strength to ignite a campfire. Li Si placed the evenly cut wooden planks beneath a tree, then sat down, leaning against the trunk, gazing into the roaring flames while listening to the crackling of the burning wood. His thoughts drifted to the former owner, who too bore the flame within. His expression dimmed at the memory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the forest, interrupted only by the occasional calls of birds and the distant bleating of deer. Li Si found himself unable to sleep, lost in contemplation of the flickering fire before him. He resolved to search for Chao Qing's body the following day, as he was not in the best state tonight, and the encroaching darkness made it unwise to venture out. After a period of reflection, he summoned the small creature to stand guard nearby. He then retrieved a garment from his backpack and wrapped it around himself to ward off the chill of the night. Although he felt no inclination to sleep, he gently closed his eyes, pretending to doze, for one must rest. He had no intention of sleeping through the night, given the ever-present threat of wild beasts and unpredictable dangers in the mountains. Fortunately, the wind was calm in this area, as the slope of the deadwood had obstructed it, making this spot a relatively agreeable campsite. After a while, approximately an hour later, feeling stiffness in his body, Li Si rose to add more wood to the fire and stretched his limbs. Suddenly, faint voices echoed down the mountain, accompanied by the sound of leaves rustling against clothing. Li Si cast his gaze in that direction and discerned several shadowy figures traversing the night, interrupted occasionally by the crunching of leaves and branches underfoot. "There are people." An exclamation pierced the stillness of the night. Emanating from what appeared to be a youth in his 20s. Silence. Came a deep voice, resonating with the authority of a middle-aged man. Li Si narrowed his eyes slightly, motioning for Xiao Duan to conceal himself behind a large tree. While he approached the tree where he had previously rested and grasped the black sword. Chapter 43. The Herbalists Emerging from the Shadows of the Night. 3 figures materialized before the flickering glow of the campfire, revealing their forms. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in simple linen, appeared somewhat flushed in the firelight. Yet, Li Si discerned that his skin bore the marks of prolonged exposure to the sun, rendering it somewhat tanned. The 2 younger men exhibited a similar complexion. Forgive our intrusion. Young hero, the elder herbalist said, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. We are herbalists from the vicinity, and upon noticing your campfire, we approached. Li Si, garbed in a fitted outfit, could understand why the middle-aged man would mistake him for a young hero. Collecting herbs at such a late hour in the mountains? Li Si questioned, his skepticism lingering despite the man's explanation, for it seemed rather improbable that one would harvest herbs at such an hour, especially in a world rife with demons and spirits that could pose a threat. Ah, you see, the herbs near our county have been nearly depleted. Thus, we often venture into the deeper mountains to gather herbs and occasionally camp out in the wilderness, the middle-aged man elucidated. Do you not fear encountering spirits? Li Si inquired, furrowing his brow. Haha, we are devotees of the mountain deity, and thus we fear not. With the mountain god's protection, no malevolent beings can harm us. Chuckled one of the younger men, revealing a tattoo of a tiger, rendered in a few deft strokes, upon his wrist. Do you on? The older man admonished him with a glare before turning back to Li Si. We are under the mountain deity's guardianship, ensuring we are safe from any spirits in the forest. Young hero, might it be possible for us to rest here for the night? It is rather late, and we can find no suitable campsite, the middle-aged man continued. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si nodded. It is only courteous to assist fellow travelers. You may rest here. With that, he moved to a nearby tree, seated himself, and feigned sleep with his eyes gently closed. However, he kept a narrow slit open, discreetly retrieving his bagua mirror to scrutinize the trio. To his relief, their expressions appeared unremarkable, suggesting they were not malevolent spirits. Though Li Si was not entirely convinced of the bagua mirror's reliability, having experienced a misjudgment at the Zhang residence, it at least diminished his apprehension regarding their potential malevolence. Young hero, we are herbalists from Mingting County. I am Tu Feng, this is Su Di Yuan, and that quiet one is Miao Qing'an, the middle-aged man introduced. As the 3 herbalists settled onto a clean patch of ground, Li Si recognized the name Mingting County from the original owner's memories. It was located near Fomin County, making their encounter here less surprising. My name is Li Si, hailing from Fomin County. Upon opening his eyes, Li Si glanced at the 3 individuals and then spoke. Brotherly, may I borrow your campfire? We haven't eaten dinner yet and wish to prepare a meal. The middle-aged man said somewhat apologetically. Of course, help yourselves. The firewood is over there. Upon hearing this, Li Si nodded in agreement and gestured towards a neatly stacked pile of firewood nearby. Thank you, brother. Tu Feng replied with a smile, clasping his hands together in gratitude before rising to approach the woodpile. As he reached the stack of timber, Tu Feng noticed the smooth cut on the wood, and his expression changed, his pupils narrowing. However, he quickly masked his reaction, maintaining an untroubled demeanor as he gathered a bundle of firewood and brought it to the campfire. He selected 2 longer pieces of wood. Retrieving a small knife from his medicinal basket, he first carved a notch at the top of each piece with the knife. Then took a small hoe to dig 2 holes on either side of the campfire. He inserted the wooden pieces into the holes, covering them with earth and compacting the ground with his foot. Once the sticks were securely buried, he shook each one to ensure stability. Meanwhile, Miao Qing'an had already moved to the water's edge to wash vegetables while the others remained idly yawning. Anzi, are you done yet? Tu Feng inquired as he approached Miao Qing'an, who was still busy washing. Just a moment, Miao Qing'an replied, his voice hoarse, as if his throat were not well. After finishing, Miao Qing'an carried the pot and walked alongside Tu Feng. On their way, he glanced at Tu Feng, subtly signaling towards Li Si. Tu Feng patted his shoulder and shook his head slightly. They then reached the campfire, took the prepared sticks, and began cooking. Brotherly, what brings you to these mountains? Tu Feng asked, adding wood to the fire as he spoke. Li Si furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding, a dear friend of mine perished here. I have come to collect his remains. The 3 men paused at this revelation, exchanging glances. How did your friend die here? Su Dayuan inquired curiously. He, like you all, was a gatherer of herbs, but misfortune struck, and he fell from a cliff while foraging, dying on impact. To this day, his remains have yet to be found. Li Si fabricated, suspecting something was amiss given the tattoo on Su Dayuan's wrist. Moreover, the trio had mentioned that a mountain deity protected this area, deterring other spirits from causing them harm. Li Si surmised that the tiger responsible for Chao Qing's demise might be linked to this deity, perhaps even being the deity itself. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the true cause of Chao Qing's death. Upon hearing Li Si's account, the three herbalists were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening. Gathering herbs is indeed perilous. Both my father and grandfather met their end after falling from cliffs while foraging, Su Daiyuan reflected somberly, reminiscent of past tragedies. Indeed. Miao Qing'an spoke little, yet his face betrayed a myriad of complex emotions. Sighing, Tu Feng expressed his resignation in this world. Being able to fill one's stomach is already a blessing, such as fate. Brother Tu's words resonated with truth. Merely having a meal to satisfy one's hunger was indeed commendable. Su Daiyuan shook his head in lamentation. At least since my family took up the profession of herbal gathering, we have never known hunger. If I were to perish one day, I would consider myself content. With a smile, Su Daiyuan added. Listening to their conversation, Li Si felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, having been in this place for nearly half a month. He had gained insight into the harsh realities faced by many. Their aspirations were often limited to merely securing enough food and warmth. Yet, for countless individuals, such simple desires remained unfulfilled. Chapter 44. The emergence of malice. After concluding this topic, the atmosphere among the crowd turned sour, extinguishing any further inclination for conversation. The campsite fell into an eerie silence as individuals busied themselves with their own affairs. Li Si, with his eyes slightly narrowed, feigned a semblance of slumber. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, noticing that Li Si appeared to be asleep, the three men sought a secluded spot to engage in hushed discourse. Boss. The mountain deity has indicated that the person we are to eliminate must be this youth. Why did we not act before? Su Daiyuan inquired in a lowered voice. Discontent evident in his tone. We cannot strike, Tu Feng replied, his expression grave. He shot Su Daiyuan a glare and muttered under his breath, Fool. Did you not observe the meticulously cut wood? This person is undoubtedly a master of the sword. The three of us would likely not stand a chance against him. Just him? Su Daiyuan scoffed, finding it hard to believe that such a seemingly frail individual could be a swordsman of great prowess. Do not judge a book by its cover, nor the ocean by a mere dip. His solitary presence in the depths of the mountain surely implies he possesses some formidable backing. Should he indeed be a swordsman, we might meet our demise here. Tu Feng remarked, his brow furrowing in discontent towards Su Daiyuan. Anzi, what is your perspective? Su Daiyuan, unsure if Tu Feng's words had registered, turned to the taciturn Miao Qing'an. I defer to my elder brother, Miao Qing'an responded in his distinct raspy voice. Humph. Su Daiyuan let out a derisive snort, casting a glance at the two men, and muttered, You two traitors of the mountain deity shall surely face divine retribution. Upon hearing Su Daiyuan's words, both Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an's expressions soured. Just consume the detoxification pills. I have already added the antidote to the broth, Tu Feng coldly remarked. Casting a disdainful look at Su Daiyuan, Miao Qing'an and Su Daiyuan exchanged startled glances, soon breaking into smiles. Meanwhile, Li Si, who appeared to be in a deep slumber by the campfire, was in fact wide awake, harboring significant wariness towards the three men. They mistakenly perceived him as a naive newcomer to the world, oblivious to its treacheries, hence believing he was asleep. However, as an orphan who had grown up in an environment devoid of security, trusting strangers was far from his nature. Thus, he kept his eyes slightly ajar, maintaining a narrow slit through which to observe the trio. Should they attempt to harm him under the guise of his slumber, they would not find him unprepared for violence. Having understood the keenness of his black sword, Li Si felt a measure of confidence. Yet, the trio did not seize the opportunity to strike, instead retreating to discuss their schemes at a distance. Their intentions were clearly nefarious. Clutching the black sword, a surge of murderous intent welled within Li Si. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to ascertain the nature of their conversation. Perhaps they were engaged in other private matters. While he was unafraid of taking a life, he was reluctant to mistakenly harm the innocent. After concluding their discussion, the three men returned and took their seats, behaving as if nothing had transpired. Before long, the soup in the pot was ready, and as Tu Feng lifted the lid, a rich aroma wafted through the forest. At a slight distance, Li Si detected an intense aroma of bone broth, infused with an unusual scent that stirred a pang of hunger in his stomach. He furrowed his brow slightly, then feigned instability as if awaking from a restless slumber, almost toppling over before abruptly rousing. Ah, I have awakened, he exclaimed, stretching languidly. How delightful it smells. Young Masterly, would you care for a taste? Upon seeing Li Si awaken, Tu Feng felt a surge of delight. Had Li Si not stirred, he would have taken measures to rouse him. As for why they had seized the opportunity to eliminate him while he slept, it was well known among them that certain martial artists possessed a keen sense of danger. Should they strike, the individual might very well retaliate with lethal force. Thus, employing poison to dispatch Li Si was deemed the safest course of action. No, thank you, Li Si replied with a smile, politely declining. Just a sip would suffice. There's no need for such formality, and this broth contains remarkable ingredients. Tu Feng persisted in his persuasion, ladling a bowl of soup and approaching Li Si. At that moment, Li Si discerned something within the bone broth, an object with a black, fuzzy exterior, underneath which lay a silvery core. He recognized it as stone fungus. Typically found on sheer cliffs, renowned for its health benefits, most notably its ability to slow the aging process, a truly valuable find. Meeting is a form of fate. There is no need for such reserve. This bowl of soup is a token of gratitude for your hospitality, Tu Feng asserted, stepping before Li Si and forcefully placing the bowl of broth into his hands. I do not consume offerings from strangers, Li Si retorted, returning the bowl to Tu Feng, his demeanor growing frosty. Hearing this, Tu Feng's expression stiffened momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter. Young Master Li, do you truly fear that we would harm you? He then took the bowl from Li Si's hands, blew on it, and drank several generous sips before turning to Su Daiyuan. Daiyuan, fetch another bowl of soup. Certainly. Su Daiyuan responded promptly, having observed Tu Feng's actions. He quickly ladled another bowl of broth and brought it over. Tu Feng accepted the soup from Su Daiyuan and cheerfully offered it to Li Si. Young Master Li, surely you wouldn't deny us this small favor? At this juncture, Su Daiyuan and Miao Qingyan also watched Li Si intently. If he were indeed a novice just emerging from the martial world, he might feel compelled to accept the broth. Yet Li Si had previously witnessed the three of them conspiring from a distance. Coupled with his inherent wariness, he sensed something amiss with the soup. Why? After such a brief acquaintance, was there an insistence on him consuming it? I will not drink it, Li Si stated coldly, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. This, of course, was merely a pretense. The true threat loomed behind these men, where a headless specter lay in wait. In truth, Li Si was uncertain of the extent of harm such a specter could inflict, for a living body possesses yang energy, making it generally challenging for ghostly entities to invade, especially in the case of young and vigorous individuals. After his contemplations over the past few days, Li Si surmised that a spectral entity would require a soul strength of at least 50 to directly assault an ordinary human. Conversely, those with a soul strength below 50 could only target individuals possessing weaker life forces. Li Si did not harbor any hopes of achieving a fatal outcome through Xiaoduan. Rather, he merely needed Xiaoduan to incite chaos during the moment of murderous intent exhibited by the three individuals. This disturbance would grant him a brief window of opportunity to instill confusion and panic in the two individuals before him. In that fleeting moment, he was confident he could wield his black sword to cleave them into 4 segments, subsequently moving on to eliminate Miao Qingyan in the distance. Although he claimed to lack mastery in lethal techniques and had only practiced the Xin Gui Lu for less than half a month, his strategies for killing were already taking shape. In combat, the strength of one's martial prowess does not solely dictate the outcome. Rather, it is often the cunning and calculation behind the kill that proves decisive. A successful stratagem can determine life or death in an instant. When Li Si firmly declined the offered drink, Tu Feng's expression soured slightly. He exchanged a glance with Su Daiyuan and Miao Qingyan, then shook his head with a smile, remarking, I did not expect that the young hero Li possesses such a vigilant nature at such a tender age. If that is the case, it is I who have overstepped. With that, he and Su Daiyuan turned to depart. Chapter 45. 3 men create a tiger. I sincerely apologize. How about this? If any of you gentlemen have some wine, allow me to toast to you all as a gesture of my contrition. As Li Si observed the two approaching him, his previously stern expression softened, and he spoke with genuine remorse. The others were momentarily taken aback by Li Si's demeanor. Exchanging glances before Tu Feng, the first to break the silence, chuckled and remarked, there is no need for such apologies. It is only natural to exercise caution while out and about. However, I do have some wine. Let us share a few cups. With that, he retrieved a gourd from a nearby medicinal basket and smiled at Li Si, saying, Come, I shall toast to you. Seeing Tu Feng's friendly gesture, Li Si stepped forward, clinking his gourd against Tu Feng's with a smile. It was I who was in the wrong. I should be the one to toast to you. Taken aback by Li Si's straightforwardness, Tu Feng erupted in hearty laughter, raising his chin and taking a generous swig, feigning nonchalance as he declared, Young hero Li is indeed a man of forthrightness. Li Si then turned his gaze towards Su Daiyuan and Miao Qingyan, who had remained rather passive. Tu Feng, noticing their stillness, jestingly scolded, Are you not going to join in the toast? What are you waiting for? Reluctantly, the two complied, retrieving their own wine gourds from their respective medicinal baskets and making their way toward Li Si. Li Si clinked his gourd with theirs, signifying an apology, which they accepted with evident reluctance. However, Li Si's intention was not to express regret. He felt little need for an apology. His true purpose was to ascertain whether any of them harbored malevolent spirits. When he clinked gourds with them, he purposefully made contact with their bodies. Yet no information was conveyed to him. Thus, Li Si confirmed that these 3 were indeed human. Comparatively, he placed greater trust in his own investigative abilities than in the capabilities of the Bagua mirror. He surmised that his probing ability was limitless, capable of discerning information even from a millennia-old demon. This could be considered one of the advantages bestowed upon him in this new life. However, the ability bore a certain limitation. It necessitated physical contact to probe. This proved to be rather ineffective in combat against malevolent spirits, as they possessed the power of intangibility, rendering any contact impossible, let alone the acquisition of information. After finishing the wine, Li Si returned to his spot by the tree, resuming a meditative state with his eyes still slightly ajar. Meanwhile, the three individuals savored a fragrant pig bone soup, the enticing aroma wafting over and stirring Li Si's appetite. Yet, he harbored no regrets. One must always guard against treachery. Trusting strangers without caution while out in the world is indeed perilous. Unbeknownst to Li Si, the expressions of the three in the shadows were subtly grim. I need to relieve myself, Su Dayuan murmured, feeling a loss of appetite. Even with the antidote pills, residual toxins lingered. It felt akin to self-poisoning. Moreover, knowing the poison was administered by one's own can only make the experience more unbearable. Thus, he seized the excuse to excuse himself. Upon witnessing Su Dayuan's demeanor, Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an's expressions soured further, regret gnawing at them for not having spoken up sooner. Concurrently, they both slowed their pace in consuming the soup, seemingly awaiting Su Dayuan's return to finish the pot of bone broth together. Su Dayuan's visit to the lavatory was unusually prolonged, a fact that Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an had anticipated. However, upon his return, he appeared somewhat enigmatic, slurping his soup while casting furtive glances at Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an. This behavior piqued Li Si's curiosity, who had been discreetly observing the trio. Soon, he noticed Su Dayuan stealthily extracting a small object from his bosom to show to the two men, a golden nugget approximately the size of a quail egg. Although Su Dayuan's angle was cleverly concealed, Li Si had the perfect vantage point to behold it. Was that gold? That nugget likely weighed around 3 to 4 taels. In terms of purchasing power in this world, 3 to 4 taels of gold would equate to roughly 20,000 of Li Si's past life's currency. Had Su Dayuan struck a lucrative fortune? Simultaneously, upon seeing the golden nugget, Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an instantly displayed expressions of exhilaration, though they seemed to suppress their excitement. Mindful of Li Si's presence, shortly thereafter, after finishing their soup, the three began to tidy up their belongings. Apologies, young hero Li. We have unexpectedly encountered other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave for now. We shall converse again when time permits, Tu Feng said, approaching Li Si with an apologetic countenance. Very well, you may depart, Li Si replied, his tone unremarkable as he opened his eyes. Thank you for your hospitality. Young hero Li, Tu Feng responded before hastily departing with Su Dayuan and Miao Qing'an. Li Si found their abrupt exit curious. Had Su Dayuan perhaps discovered further treasures? Their hurried demeanor, combined with the gold Su Dayuan had revealed, suggested such a possibility. Yet, wasn't this rather fortuitous? After all, they had only been in his company for a brief period before stumbling upon gold. Doubt began to creep into Li Si's mind as he once again retrieved the Bagua mirror to observe the trio's retreating figures. However, the reflection revealed only Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an, alongside a massive silhouette. It was a tiger-like creature, its fur a vibrant orange adorned with black stripes, towering nearly 2 meters tall and stretching 5 to 6 meters in length. In the presence of this beast, Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an appeared diminutive. Upon witnessing this formidable creature, Li Si's breath caught in his throat. He had never encountered such a colossal tiger before. A stark contrast to the mere 1 meter in height and 3 meters in length of tigers from his previous life, which now seemed like mere cubs. Moreover, it was evident that this tiger had attained a level of sentience, capable of transforming into human form to deceive others, raising the unsettling possibility that Su Dayuan had already fallen victim to it. The creature's seamless integration into the company of Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an suggested it had been observing them closely, possessing an intimate understanding of the dynamics among those present. Li Si even harbored doubts that the tiger had been fixated on him for quite some time, perhaps observing from afar during the struggle between himself and the original owner. It seemed that this tiger, aware of its ability to sense malevolent entities, had been lurking nearby, patiently waiting until he discerned that these three individuals were human, only to devour Su Dayuan and then seamlessly integrate into their ranks to gain their trust. In retrospect, Li Si suddenly perceived that the transformation of Su Dayuan into the tiger felt somewhat contrite when the small golden nugget was revealed. It appeared as though it was intentionally displayed for his benefit, a bait to ensnare him. This tiger might very well have had him as its target all along. As Li Si watched the two individuals depart with the tiger demon, he felt no turmoil within his heart. He had no intention of rescuing them, for their previous actions had consistently indicated ill intentions toward him. Moreover, he was reluctant to confront the tiger demon, as he felt unprepared. His knowledge about the creature was limited to information gleaned from Chao Qing and casual conversations among neighbors. And what of Chao Qing? The one who possessed this information had met his demise. Thus, the intelligence was undoubtedly outdated, and he was not inclined to act recklessly at this juncture. Additionally, there was another concern. Due to the circumstances surrounding the original owner, his protective talisman now had only 3 days of efficacy remaining. Whether this talisman could safeguard him during this brief period was uncertain. He resolved to bide his time, awaiting the next update from the marketplace to see if he could find any effective means against the tiger demon. Of course, it would be preferable to avoid an encounter with the creature altogether. His immediate priority was to retrieve Chao Qing's remains. Chapter 46. Conspiring with the tiger. After the departure of the three, Li Si remained seated by the campfire, his eyes narrowed in feigned slumber. Though he was far from asleep, the sight of the tiger had utterly extinguished his drowsiness, as though he sensed the creature lurking in the shadows, poised to rend him to shreds at any moment. Yet, throughout the night, apart from the crackling of the burning wood, the eerie howls of wild beasts, and the chirping of insects, there was naught else to disturb the silence. This was Li Si's inaugural night spent in the wilderness. In his previous life, he had merely engaged in discussions with a friend who was an avid outdoor enthusiast, often sharing camping tips. Little did he anticipate that the techniques he had once heard but never utilized would become indispensable in this life. As dawn broke, the soft chorus of chirping birds roused the somewhat dazed Li Si from his reverie. He realized, to his surprise, that the sun had emerged from behind the mountains, casting a gentle light upon the world. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned and stretched, rising from the ground. He began to loosen his stiff limbs, having endured a sleepless night. His body felt weary, particularly since this frail physique had never before endured such hardship. Once he had sufficiently stretched, Li Si filled a clay pot with water from the nearby pond and poured it over the campfire, extinguishing the last embers. After several attempts, he ensured the flames were completely doused, then retrieved his toiletries from his pack and washed by the water's edge. With his morning routine concluded, he began to pack his belongings, preparing to make his way to the cliff where Chao Qing's body lay. He estimated the distance was not great and that he could reach it in a short span of time. He could have arrived there the previous day, but delays caused by the original owner's circumstances and the impracticality of traveling at night had necessitated his stay. Now, he intended to arrive before noon to recover Chao Qing's remains. As for the tiger demon, it was likely aware of the original owner's fate, thus harboring some trepidation and resorting to alternative means to probe his strength, refraining from direct confrontation. Li Si assessed the possibility of an assault from the tiger demon, estimating it to be a mere 1 or 2 layers of likelihood at most. Thus, if the demon did not appear, he could successfully retrieve Chao Qing's body and perhaps even interphone Qing before the city gates closed. Regarding the prospect of slaying the tiger demon, he harbored little hope. Initially, he had entertained the possibility, but after witnessing the demon's imposing form and realizing that his protective talisman had only 3 days of efficacy left, he understood that facing the beast could lead to dire consequences. As for Xiaoduan and Xiaoyu, they were of little value in this venture. Xiaoduan possessed some effectiveness against ghostly entities, but held no advantage against demons. As for Xiaoyu, he was little more than a child in the eyes of the tiger demon. After completing his preparations, Li Si set forth towards the cliff where Chao Qing's body awaited him. The journey was uneventful, save for the occasional sighting of animals, which scurried away at his approach. However, there were some perilous encounters, particularly with snakes. During this sweltering summer, serpents were particularly active, and he had already encountered 2 along his path. A green tree viper, approximately half a meter in length, hung motionless from a branch, camouflaging itself as part of the tree when it encountered Li Si. Another serpent, a long, gray-brown snake with a triangular head and adorned with gray and white patches, lay sprawled on the path. Li Si recognized this particular snake, known in the local dialect of his past life as the chessboard snake, more famously referred to as the 5-step snake, a species as venomous as the aforementioned green viper. Fortunately, Li Si's heightened vision prevented him from inadvertently stepping into the lethal proximity of these serpents. Fortunately, no such mishap occurred, as both snakes displayed no inclination to attack, allowing Li Si to steer clear of them from a distance. As the sun radiated its oppressive heat, the cicadas within the forest crescendoed, their calls growing more frantic and resonant. At this moment, Li Si halted, having discerned the sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Shortly thereafter, a ragged figure sprinted towards him, none other than Su Daiyuan. However, Li Si was acutely aware that this individual was not the genuine Su Daiyuan but rather the tiger demon. The real Su Daiyuan had likely succumbed to its predation. Upon sighting Li Si, the impostor rushed towards him as if he were a lifeline. "Young hero Li, please save my brothers," Su Daiyuan cried out, collapsing to his knees before Li Si, weeping. "You must rescue my 2 brothers. What has transpired? Rise and explain." Li Si responded, his skepticism growing. Could this indeed be the authentic Su Dayuan, who had somehow evaded the tiger's grasp? Perhaps he had discovered the tiger alongside his brothers and sought Li Si's aid. As Li Si spoke, he gestured to assist him, careful not to make contact. Wary of the potential awkwardness should he feel the texture of fur. Observing Li Si's hesitation, Su Dayuan rose, tears streaming down his face as he recounted. It is all my fault. My greed led me astray. Last night, while relieving myself, I discovered a wealth of gold not far from the camp. I picked up a piece and returned to entice my brothers to seek more. Little did we know that gold was guarded by a snake's nest. And both of them were bitten. Now, I implore you to help me carry my brothers down the mountain. As he spoke, Su Dayuan's urgency escalated, as if the lives of Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an hung in the balance. Yet, Li Si was already aware that both Tu Feng and Miao Qing'an had perished. And even the Su Dayuan before him was a mere specter. At that moment, Su Dayuan appeared to stumble, dropping several uneven lumps of gold from his grasp. Embarrassed by the scattered treasure, he quickly regained his footing and earnestly addressed Li Si. I apologize for the spectacle. If you can save my brothers, these gold pieces shall be yours. With that, he extended the gold towards Li Si. At this moment, Li Si felt a slight tingle on his scalp. It would have been amusing had he encountered a claw when he seized the gold. Thus, he replied, no need for that. I shall not take this gold. Let us go and rescue your brother. Indeed, Li Si no longer cared for the gold. To him, it was of lesser value than a single soul. The tiger demon's attempt to tempt Li Si with gold was a miscalculation. Chapter 47. Greed. Upon observing that Li Si remained unresponsive, Su Dayuan felt a slight tremor in his cheek, pondering whether this individual had discerned something amiss. Yet, such a conclusion seemed improbable. He had previously dispatched Tu Feng and his companions to engage with Li Si. In fact, he had ordered them to eliminate Li Si, but lamentably, those three had proven utterly inept, failing to take any decisive action. Consequently, he was compelled to intervene personally. Furthermore, with the prior contact established by the three, it was likely that Li Si would harbor preconceived notions, rendering him less suspicious of Su's true identity. However, judging by Li Si's current demeanor, it appeared he might have begun to harbor doubts. A savage glint gradually manifested in Su Dayuan's eyes, only to dissipate as he recalled that this person intended to accompany him in a rescue mission, suggesting that perhaps Li Si had not yet uncovered his true nature. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why Li Si would spurn his gold. Could it be that this individual was one of rare virtue among humanity? At this thought, Su Dayuan scoffed internally. Regardless of Li Si's moral standing, he would ultimately consume him. These reflections flitted through Su Dayuan's mind in an instant. Upon receiving Li Si's agreement, he swiftly took the lead, hurrying to guide Li Si along, his steps quickening as if he genuinely had two brothers awaiting rescue ahead. At that moment, Li Si trailed behind the tiger demon, discreetly producing a Bagua mirror to gain insight. Ah, what a formidable creature! This could no longer be classified merely as a wild beast but rather as a colossal monstrosity. As he walked, observing the tiger demon in the mirror, he felt compelled to touch the creature's thigh. Of course, he harbored no suicidal inclinations. His sole desire was to glean information about this tiger. Yet, he feared that the tiger might sense his intentions and turn hostile. With a slight shift in his gaze, he proceeded cautiously behind the tiger demon, his arm swinging subtly. Suddenly, his arm brushed against the coarse fur on the tiger's thigh. Instantly, the leading tiger demon halted, turning to regard Li Si with a somewhat rigid expression. Noticing this, Li Si furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why have you stopped? Are you not on your way to rescue your brothers?" The tiger demon scrutinized him deeply before breaking into a smile. "I shall proceed at once," he exclaimed, quickening his pace and distancing himself from Li Si. In that moment, Li Si had successfully acquired information about the tiger demon, poisoned, creature level, low-level demon abilities, unable to form a contract physical strength, 75 poisoned, in a weakened state due to consuming tainted food. Wraith, capable of transforming consumed individuals into wraiths under its command. Demonic form, a characteristic ability of demons, making them resistant to mundane weaponry. Wraith transformation can assume the appearance of a wraith, retaining the memories of the wraith. Upon observing the tiger demon's poison condition, Li Si felt a twinge of confusion. However, after a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. The bone broth they had consumed the previous day must have been toxic. The herbalist likely ingested some antidote, thus evading harm. Yet, this tiger demon had not taken such an antidote and had consumed the tainted broth, making its poison state quite reasonable. Simultaneously, the note regarding its inability to form contracts caused Li Si to ponder. Could it be that he was only able to form contracts with wraiths? Without a moment to ponder, before long, the two arrived near a precipice. Li Si stood upon the cliffside and indeed spotted some gold scattered upon the ground. He could also discern a small platform below the cliff, heaped with gold, where various venomous snakes slithered about. As Li Si gazed at the gold, He calculated in his mind that there appeared to be over 300 pounds of it, which, when converted to purchasing power, amounted to approximately 15 million or more from his previous life. At that moment, a groan emanated from beneath a tree at the edge of the cliff. Li Si turned to see two individuals leaning against that tree, moaning in distress. These two were Miao Qingyan and Tu Feng. Upon spotting them, Li Si froze, a smile playing upon his lips as he glanced at the tiger demon. Young hero Li, please, save us. The poison pair, seeing their savior, extended their hands towards Li Si, pleading for assistance. Yet, deep within their eyes lay resentment and a hint of satisfaction. Young hero Li, please hasten to rescue my two brothers. The tiger demon's face betrayed a sense of urgency, urging Li Si to aid the two by the tree. I can save them, but I require gold, Li Si replied, a greedy glint illuminating his countenance as his gaze flitted between the gold scattered upon the cliff and that on the platform below. Very well, if you can save my brothers, I shall bestow all this gold upon you. The tiger demon's eyes reflected an understanding. Previously, Li Si had appeared indifferent to gold, but it seemed he craved more. However, I do not wish to handle it myself. I need you to help me bring the gold up first. Li Si licked his lips, adopting a demeanor of a cunning opportunist. And what of my brothers? The tiger demon hesitated, glancing at the two by the tree. It had initially contemplated pushing Li Si off the cliff when he neared the tree, intending to eliminate him, even if it meant facing his strange powers. Li Si shook his head, replying calmly, no matter, I shall give them my realgar wine, which can suppress the toxin for a while. He tossed the gourd of wine to the tiger demon. The tiger demon caught it and, with a resigned expression, prepared to deliver the gourd to Tu Feng and the others. Wait, Li Si interjected coldly, who instructed you to give it to them? The tiger demon was taken aback. Did you not ask me to do so? You must first drive away the snakes with the realgar wine, and only after that can you retrieve the gold. Li Si stated indifferently. What about them? The tiger demon looked at Li Si, astonished. Once you have driven off the snakes, you may give them the remaining wine. Li Si's demeanor sent a chill down the tiger demon's spine. There was hardly any wine left in the gourd, and it was evident that Li Si desired the demise of those two. Seeing the tiger demon in a daze, Li Si let out a cold snort and slowly drew his black sword, adopting a murderous stance. Very well, young hero Li. The tiger demon's expression shifted slightly, and it quickly acquiesced. As he spoke, he approached the edge of the cliff and poured the yellow wine onto the platform below. Instantly, the serpents beneath became agitated, and within moments, they vanished from sight. It was evident that this yellow wine possessed a remarkably potent effect in repelling snakes and insects. Fortunately, only a small amount had been spilled, leaving some behind. The tiger demon hurriedly handed the wine flask to the two individuals beneath the tree. The two glared at Li Si with venomous eyes before taking a sip of the wine, observing them indulge in the drink. Li Si let out a cold chuckle in his heart and tossed one end of the rope to the tiger demon, saying, descend and retrieve the gold for me. Chapter 48. The unfathomable human heart Li Xiaoxia. Hold on tight, the tiger demon said, its gaze deeply fixed upon Li Si with earnest intent. Rest assured, I still possess considerable strength, Li Si replied with a smile, looping the rope around a sturdy tree behind him before grasping it and looking towards the tiger demon. The tiger demon's eyes narrowed slightly. It had initially contemplated that if Li Si were to pull the rope, it could simply drag him down. However, it did not anticipate that he would secure the rope to the tree first. Then I shall descend, the tiger demon stated coldly, gradually making its way down the cliff, preparing to seize the opportunity to drag this scoundrel down when the moment arose. What difference would it make if there was a tree? It could still pull him down later. From Li Si's vantage point, he observed through the bagua mirror that the tiger demon was clutching the rope in its mouth while using its claws to scale the rocky surface. The creature undoubtedly dared not place its full weight upon the rope, for doing so would reveal its true nature to Li Si. Thus, it was compelled to choose the more laborious route of climbing. Once the tiger demon had descended, laden with several dozen pounds of gold, it prepared to ascend again. At that moment, Li Si approached the cliff's edge and shouted, Are you a fool? With all that weight, how can I possibly pull you up? Hearing Li Si's insults, the tiger demon felt a sudden constriction in its breath, a fiery anger igniting within. It thought to itself, even without your help, I could lift this gold myself. Yet, it could not afford to reveal its true identity. Doing so would shatter its carefully laid plans. Thus, it forced a smile and replied, You speak wisely, Li Xiaoxia. I shall lighten my load. With that, it relinquished some gold, allowing about 20 pounds to drop, so Li Si could assist in pulling it up. However, even though it was Li Si who was ostensibly pulling, it was primarily the tiger demon using its claws to ascend. After only a short while, it began to feel discomfort. After all, the toxic brew it had consumed the previous day still lingered in its system, and now it was exerting itself further. Hurry up. Don't you want your brother to survive? Li Si barked as he noticed its inactivity. The tiger demon felt a surge of irritation, its breath becoming hurried. But it quickly composed itself, forcing a smile. I shall descend again. And so, it continued down to gather more gold. Having integrated the memories of the wraith, it was exceedingly clever, understanding that brute force would not suffice to eliminate Li Si. After all, it had witnessed how Li Si had dispatched the original host with clarity. This individual undoubtedly possessed items capable of subduing demonic entities. Therefore, it resolved to earn this man's trust, and when he was sufficiently complacent, to push him off the cliff and ensure his demise. Recognizing the man's avaricious nature had already been laid bare, it was certain that exploiting this weakness would facilitate the execution of its plan. With this conviction, it climbed again and again. Yet, each time it attempted to apply force to drag Li Si down, he would vehemently accuse it of hoarding too much gold, thwarting any chance of pulling him down. By the time it had climbed for the 14th time, its body could no longer endure. It had exhausted its strength and was unable to uproot the tree. However, Li Si scolded, "Hurry up. There are still some gold pieces below. Bring them up quickly, or I shall not save your brother." The tiger demon cast a deep glance at him and continued its descent, having deliberately placed the gold at the edge of the cliff as a trap. When the time was right for Li Si to retrieve it, it planned to push him off. As it retrieved the gold, it gritted its teeth and climbed back up. Aware that this was its final opportunity, if successful, it could cast this scoundrel into the abyss, thus exerting itself with great fervor. However, upon reaching the cliff's edge, it was met with a flash of sword light. The sound of Li Si's black sword striking the tiger demon's neck resonated like a clash of metal. The tiger remained unscathed. Roaring with a mix of fury and astonishment, the tiger demon could no longer hold back, revealing its massive form. Just as it prepared to charge forward, a lifeless, azure tongue descended from above, encircling the tiger's head. Then came a jarring sound, akin to metal slicing through flesh, as the azure tongue yanked back abruptly, leaving a deep gash across the tiger demon's neck. Yet, before the tongue could retreat completely, the tiger, disregarding its sharpness, whirled around and sank its teeth into the lifeless azure appendage. Another ear-piercing sound echoed as the tiger demon bit through the tongue, simultaneously severing a small portion of its own tongue. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's massive head bellowed, its limbs straining as it charged forward. However, this was merely a last-ditch effort. Its previous strength had been nearly expended, and this time it could barely reach the cliff's edge, unable to leap as effortlessly as before. As the colossal beast lunged, Li Si charged directly toward it. The tiger demon's eyes widened in terror as it saw its claws descending toward Li Si. Realizing it could no longer alter its momentum, aware that Li Si possessed protective talismans, it flailed desperately in midair. But this futile struggle only resulted in its immense claws crashing down upon Li Si. The impact shattered flesh and bone, sending the creature hurtling toward the precipice below. With a final, anguished roar, the tiger demon plummeted down the cliff, landing on the platform below. "Li Xiaoxia, help!" A cry for help echoed from the side. Li Si turned to see a pale-eyed boy gripping two adults, carelessly squeezing them. This boy was Xiaoyu, whom Li Si had previously tasked with restraining the two spirits to prevent any disturbances. It appeared Xiaoyu had performed admirably. "Kill them," Li Si said nonchalantly. These individuals had harbored ill intentions toward him. It was better to eliminate them now than risk their return as vengeful spirits. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Xiaoyu cast a disappointed glance at the two wretched spirits in his grasp, now rendered unrecognizable, as if he were on the verge of losing a cherished toy. He opened his mouth, preparing to consume the head of Tu Feng. Li Si, taken aback by this unexpected turn, quickly laughed and chided, "I commanded you to slay them, not to devour them." The two terrified spirits, upon hearing Li Si's admonition, momentarily cast aside their previous grievances, their eyes reflecting a profound gratitude towards him. Xiaoyu, though somewhat dissatisfied, recognized he could not defy Li Si's orders. He began to tear apart the two spirits, occasionally biting at them, until they were reduced to a mere pile of dismembered limbs that faded from sight. In that moment, Li Si received a notification, eliminated a low-level spirit, gaining 1 point of soul value. Eliminated a low-level spirit, gaining 1 point of soul value.